pared back. So to me, that is the key when it comes to what happens to AI spend, and we haven't seen any pullback so far.
I will also point out Domino's this morning said that it eliminated certain roles in the first quarter. Didn't have a lot of comments on AI spend though.
Fascinating. We will keep an eye on that. Of course, we are now have been joined by Mandeep Singh of Bloomberg Intelligence. My question, guys, is if they'll spend on CapEx but not on jobs in the next couple of months. We'll see what investors really want to see from these companies. Now we're near the opening bells. We're going to begin the trading day with BlackRock's Gargi Chowdhury. Stick with us. She's with us next. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
David Weston. Join me for the next generation of Wall Street Week, telling stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. Each week, we'll go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
Above all else, it's a mission.
It's done nothing but grow immensely. To me, that's an extraordinary sign.
We can be the change that we want to see.
Watch the all-new Wall Street Week. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Earnings season is here.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg. Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern. Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherry-Ann in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is...
Hva med tanke om dagen?
We've been waiting for this moment.
Jeg tenker vi bare ser hvor det åpner den. Nå har jo det kommet masse drit i dag også, men ECB snakker om rentekutt, så Tyskland går i taket her. Så Tyskland er opp 0,5% og drar med seg indeksen, men Nvidia kan jo komme bra ned i dag på grunn av Huang, som har kommet med en konkurrent på produksjon av chip på Nvidia. Du kommer med test chip nå til neste måned. Det er prisnegativt for Nvidia og Broadcom. Så ser her nå, Broadcom ned, Nvidia ned på det. Det blir fallet mye på det. Men Tesla igjen, ikke sant? Tesla kan gå videre på grunn av den driten med Musk, det som skjedde med den nye regelen. Og de selvkjørende bilene, det er det eneste. Ellers har det bare kommet negativt i dag også.
So let's ask someone else. Gargi Chowdhury, she is BlackRock's Chief Investment and Portfolio Strategist for the Americas, joins us at the desk now. Great to see you in person, Gargi. It's good to be here. Thank you for having me.
Var det bra volum nå etterpå, så kommer jeg til å gå long og short om hverandre. Ta ut noen av shortene mine, så longer jeg litt. Men det er litt sånn, det strider litt imot alt egentlig.
So we just came out with our second quarter outlook today, our spring investment directions, and we actually tackled this topic. And what we're talking about is in the US, obviously there continues to be a lot of volatility, whether it's around tariffs, whether it's around Fed independence, whether it's just around how much will growth slow down. It's no longer a question of growth slowing down, but how much that's going to be and whether we're going to see the R word. On top of that, people are falling over themselves to be more non-US focused.
Best sett prater nå.
Not. So I think the way to think about is, number one, how are people positioned? So we take a look at advisor portfolios and we find that most investors are meaningfully underweight international exposures, meaningfully underweight Europe, EM, and we think this is a good time to bring that back up to at least market weight, because this story around other areas of the world continuing to keep up with or maybe even extend versus the US might have some legs. The second thing I think investors should think about is around what are the new broader opportunities that this creates. And I think in the US, what we're going to continue to learn this week is around AI. And the theme around AI CapEx, to the extent that that remains, we think that that remains an area of opportunity. And then lastly, I think within the US, just continue to think about maybe reducing your volatility with minimum volatility strategies.
So wait, you think the AI CapEx is going to continue or at least remain as strong as we expected? Because we've been seeing estimates of like $2 trillion over the next 5 years, right? So, and that was in the run-up of this market, you know, not in the drawdown that we've seen. You still think we're going to see those numbers hold steady?
Yeah, I think we're going to learn a little bit this week. And obviously, just when we look at some of the Mag 7 names, we're expecting to see over $300 billion in CapEx for this year alone. And as of right now, when we look at what has unwound the most this year, even amid slowing growth, it hasn't so much been cyclical. It's been the broader large cap tech names. So what we're telling investors to do is actually think about software as an exposure. And we've seen a tremendous amount of inflows into an ETF ticker IGV, which we think makes sense in this environment. And then for AI, and specifically Matt, to your question around CapEx, we think that that remains for now, but taking a more active approach to investing within AI, we think makes some sense.
So how deep do you dive into this market? We have seen a lot of profit taking. We've seen a lot of risk off the books of hedge funds and other big institutional investors. Do you think it's...
Sier at det hedgefond og andre institusjonelle, de selger, de kjøper ikke her nå.
You know, I think when we look at just the volatility, to your point, that we've seen over the last month and a half, I think investors who've completely left the markets and moved to cash have missed out. And when we do investor polls for our client calls, what advisors are telling us, and even institutional clients are telling us, is that they're looking for opportunities to hear from us and others about how to reduce their volatility and yet remain invested. So about 25% of investors that answered our polls talked about looking for strategies to reduce volatility. And we think this is where stay invested in equity markets, in US equity markets, but reduce your volatility with things like the US minimum volatility strategies.
All right, we're going to dive deeper into that next. Gargi sticking with us through the opening bells, and here's the setup as we head into it. You can see the S&P 500 building a little bit on that pre-market rally. Pretty muted moves when you consider the performance that we saw last week, but it's a consequential week of earnings, so we'll see how those lines change. The opening bells are up next. Don't go anywhere. This is Bloomberg.
In this facility, which is part of your $2 billion investment in the last 2 years, it's a massive amount.
Yes, because we focused a lot on automation and upgrading our quality standards so that we can adhere to the US FDA and European standards, because some of our vaccines now are going even to the West, which is a fundamental shift in our strategy, from back in the day when my father started the business, where we were predominantly in India and the developing world.
India-centric, now you're more global.
Yes.
So you're about 8,000 strong in this facility? All Indian nationals?
Mostly Indian, yes. I would say 99% of talent that we've trained overseas and in India. We have our own internal skill building center where we train on site.
Serum started with just producing vaccine for tetanus, but it's producing a lot more vaccines now. What is the next big thing you think?
A global pandemic flu vaccine is something that we're working on, and I think the world will need that. Not only for the annual flu cases, but God forbid there's a flu pandemic. I think we are very well poised to make 1.5, 2 billion doses and roll it out very quickly to protect the world. And we have, of course, the other vaccines, as we talked about, HPV and malaria, that we've just launched, and we're going to scale that up as well.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
We are moments away from the start of trading. This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller, and it looks like last week's big gains have left some momentum in the S&P futures. Only 0.1%, and less than that on NASDAQ futures. But this week, we're going to get a ton of earnings. In fact, $20 trillion of market cap is going to report this week. So I think earnings, it's fair to say, will overshadow the economic data, at least until Friday when we get jobs. This is weird, right? This is not the New York Stock Exchange. In fact, it's somewhere in San Francisco. There's a cybersecurity conference, and they've decided to ring the bell for the NYSE there. I don't know that I would have made that choice. This is more interesting. On the NASDAQ, Erie Insurance is ringing the bell. They've been in business for 100 years. They've been listed on the NASDAQ for 30 years. And I went back and looked at the performance over the last 3 decades. They're up 5,600%. So more than twice the NASDAQ and more than 3 times, Katie Greifeld, the S&P 500.
Pretty exciting for an insurance company. You mentioned earnings, and you're right. We just have a wallop of earnings this week. 4 of the Magnificent 7 stocks report this week. As you said, that is the busiest earnings week for the S&P 500 this quarter. You can see some of them in the pre-market, or rather just the open market right now. Not too much information to glean from what they're doing today, but it'll be fascinating to follow these stocks over the course of the next few days. Shonali.
I'm looking at Boeing over here, Katie. It's up 3% at the market open. They're climbing as Spirit AeroSystems makes a deal with Airbus that will lead to Boeing's acquisition of Spirit pending regulatory approval.
Yeah, that's a little bit difficult to wrap your head around, but we're going to get to Benny Kamel in Berlin to explain all of that for you. NVIDIA is falling, see, less than 1%, but it's a very heavy stock. This after a report that China's Huawei is getting ready to test a new AI processor it hopes can replace some products made by NVIDIA, which is already facing issues in China, export blocks as well as import problems. We are back with Gargi Chaudhuri, BlackRock's chief investment and portfolio strategist for the Americas. And Gargi, I'm looking at this week of earnings and waiting for the outlooks, if they don't cancel their outlooks. You know, I'm looking to see how many companies are going to be cutting costs, because that's the one thing they can control, right? It's like a corporate serenity prayer. So what do you expect in terms of companies facing uncertainty?
Yeah, so we've looked at all of the companies that have reported so far, and obviously the negative sentiment has picked up meaningfully, and we're looking at words like uncertainty and volatility and lack of words like optimism. You have seen that. What we haven't seen yet is any direct talk about cutting in the way of labor market resizing. So we haven't seen that yet, and maybe we haven't seen big layoffs. Right, we haven't seen that yet, and maybe that's yet to come. One of the things that we are looking for is just around how many companies are just not providing a guidance anymore. And I think that's bad news, and I think to the extent that we get more and more of that, it's going to be really hard to justify what your PE is or might be, because you don't know what that earnings is. So that's what we're looking at, I think, and a continued uncertainty, questions about layoffs and right sizing, and then continued focus on whether companies are able to move their guidance lower or not.
I want to talk specifically about sort of the estimates, because guidance, who knows, and I have a lot of sympathy for the C-suites trying to put together their forecasts for 2025. But this is a stat that we were chatting about with Caroline Hyde. You think about the Magnificent Seven, still forecast to deliver an average of 15% profit growth for the year ahead. That's very similar to the start of March, and the world has changed pretty dramatically since the start of March. And when it comes to the earnings picture overall, that's something that we've heard, that you need to see these estimates come down, that heading into the heart of earnings season, the bar is still really, really high.
It is really high. And if you look at our investment directions in our first, in our equity outlook section, what we talk about is what you would have to believe for you to expect equity markets to continue to rally from here. What kind of expectations of earnings growth would you have to believe that we're going to get? And what kind of multiple expansion? Now, at this juncture, we're no longer at the richest end when you look at what our PEs are, but we're around normal to slightly rich. And earnings expectations right now still at double digits, low double digits, but still at double digits. Maybe that comes through, but hard to see, especially if we see real GDP slow down meaningfully. So that is why we think at this juncture, reducing the volatility of your portfolio, moving to certain defensive sectors, and then using parts of the fixed income market as a portfolio diversifier, as well as liquid alternatives and gold as areas of opportunity in the market.
As much as I want to bite into that fixed income point, I do feel like I have to stick on earnings, because even beyond big tech, it's actually 180 companies reporting this week alone.
Wow.
So I want to pull up what the S&P 500 has been doing by sectors, because you're seeing a lot of pain in most of them, particularly consumer heavy ones. You look into consumer discretionary, actually Tesla's not even your worst performer there. And so
it's amazing how defensive this is. I mean,
very.
Only the things you need are gaining, right?
Yeah.
Staples, utilities, and healthcare.
Yeah, for the year. And Bloomberg Intelligence is saying that consumer sectors are starting to show cracks. Sales misses have surged. Guidance is the worst in Bloomberg Intelligence's records going back to the pandemic. So how bad really can this week get when you look at the consumer sector really dragging down the rest of the index?
I don't know about how bad. I mean, obviously we don't know that yet. I think what we've seen over and over again is that there is a lot of cash on the sidelines, and investors are looking for opportunities to buy dips. Those dips have to be pretty significant, though. I don't think it's a 3 to 4% dip, but I do think if we get back to a point like we saw in the beginning of April, where we did see some major pullbacks, a major re-rating, I think there are opportunities, there are pockets of opportunities, and I think software is one. I think, again, some of these very high quality, strong balance sheet AI companies are other, and again, pockets of healthcare, which is another area of the market that we like, that can provide that opportunity when there is that pullback. But if you're looking at your portfolio today and you're wondering what you should be doing, and you're concerned about earnings continuing to falter, or you're concerned about growth numbers, obviously we're getting Q1 GDP this week, you're worried about that, maybe having even a negative print in front of it, what should you do? And this is where we think about maybe reduce the volatility of your portfolio, don't move to cash, reduce your volatility, move to more defensive sectors, add some diversifiers, and stay invested.
We have had, though, some pretty dark forecasts. I mean, Torsten Slok sticks in my head with a barrage of data over the last couple of weeks on his voluntary trade reset recession, right? He says 90% chance. And over the weekend, Ryan Peterson of Flexport says that ocean container bookings from China are down 65%. If you look at a map, Bloomberg has a fantastic terminal function, Maps Vessels Go. You can see that all of the dry goods container ships are holding on the Chinese.
Tesla er den eneste som er opp i dag. Tesla opp 2,3% i dag også. Alt bare tryner, bare Tesla.
I mean, look, I do think that we haven't
Kameraten til
yet
Trump.
begun to see the impact of some of the ideas that you're talking about in the market. We really haven't. We've seen the soft data be pretty weak, but the hard data, even if you looked at the durable goods number last week, has been pretty resilient. As we get into the meat of Q2, and as we begin to see some of the impacts of consumers feeling the stresses of higher inflation and higher prices, as we begin to see that in the actual hard data and in people's experiences and shopping and buying things, I think that's going to have an effect on equity markets. I do not think that has happened yet, and which is why I think investors should get ready, start preparing a more defensive portfolio, and look at areas of opportunities within fixed income. And and gold and other liquid alternatives to build that more resilient portfolio at a time when we do think growth will slow down from the very robust levels we saw last year.
I think that soft data, hard data dynamic is really interesting. I think it'll be really put to the test this week, and it is one that the Treasury Secretary in particular has been warning against. Don't worry about the soft data when the hard data is holding up, right?
Don't look behind the curtain.
Right, the politicized curtain.
I mean, to be fair, you've heard similar things from the Fed, maybe not in those terms, but they're looking at the data that they have, and to them, that largely means what we're going to see with PCE.
They'll wait for a recession to cut rates, right?
Exactly.
That's how it goes.
But when you talk about higher prices, something that I thought was telling was we had Domino's earnings this morning. One of the things they said was that the higher prices, they actually raised their prices, that was more than offset by negative traffic, and that sort of mix there. So I hear what you're saying, prepare a defensive portfolio, but it seems like even the trade down sort of trades aren't necessarily working with higher prices.
Yeah, I do think that we haven't fully realized the impact of higher prices in the markets yet. One of the things that we look at is, what are inflation break-evens doing? And one of the things that the Fed has been very comforted by is the stability of long-term break-evens, and we're all comforted by that. But is this a time for investors to be concerned around those higher prices and add some inflation protection? We think so in the very front end of the curve. Buy some real rates because those are still attractive and they've moved significantly higher. I think that right now this has all been something we've read up in a paper. It hasn't quite materialized in our actual realizations of our experience yet in the markets or in our personal lives. I think it's about to come. And when that happens, I think you want to be invested, but you want to be very careful about where you're invested.
So what I'm hearing is sometimes the best offense is a great defense. Gargi, we thank you so much for joining us this Monday morning ahead of a very busy week that is BlackRock's Gargi's Treasury. Now let's get a look at some more stocks on the move with Bloomberg's Isabel Lee. Isabel.
Hey, Chanel, we're looking at Domino's. So we have the company's revenue that slightly missed estimates, but we have the profit that was higher year over year. Ahead, we have Domino's seeing a 2025 operating profit growth of about 8%. And get this, Domino's said it doesn't see tariffs having a material impact on its operational profit. But the company did also say that macro and geopolitical volatility will be affecting international demand. Up next, we have Merck. So this U.S. biotech firm is edging kind of flat. The company agreed to buy SpringWorks Therapeutics to boost its healthcare division for $47 per share in cash. So this represents a total value of around $3.9 billion and a 26% premium for SpringWorks. So SpringWorks is a maker of medicines for cancer and rare diseases. And this purchase is expected to boost Merck's overall healthcare division because SpringWorks has a drug portfolio that's already approved by U.S. regulators. And lastly, we're looking at Airbus. So this is an interesting acquisition. We have shares edging higher by around 5% for Airbus.
Nvidia faller, Microsoft faller, Alphabet faller,
so Europe's Airbus
Broadcom faller, Netflix faller,
from Spirit
Tesla går upp.
And this clears the way for Spirit to really be acquired back by Boeing, its former parent. So the deal includes Airbus taking over facilities in North Carolina, France, Ireland, and Scotland. So the Airbus deal is really a part of this complex three-way transaction that reunites Boeing with Spirit. And we have Bernstein upgrading Boeing, saying it is now making, quote, progress that it needed for the growth trajectory. Back to you.
All right, Isabel Lee, thank you for that roundup. Isabel mentioned the Merck SpringWorks deal. I'm pleased to say we'll be speaking with Germany's Merck CEO next hour. But coming up, cargo shipments from China to the U.S. are plummeting, and a U.S. supply shock could be on its way soon. Matt Miller has an awesome chart to show you. We'll bring it to you next. This is Open Interest.
Let's cut right to it. This is Bloomberg's new show, Primer. Technology is a $1 trillion game. Won, lost, won again, just by backing the right science at precisely the right moment.
My life has been focused on how can you elicit intelligence from brain cells in a dish. This is the fundamental building block of our fusion technology.
We're doing things that have never been done by anybody, ever.
Everyone is selling the future. If you want to understand what's coming, you'll want to watch Primer, because details matter.
Lasers on.
So do lasers.
There we go.
Oh, and it's on all these lovely channels. Hope you're jotting this down.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Only on Bloomberg.
Skal vi ned i dag? Vi var jo på vei ned helt til Tesla gikk opp 2% her. Og Apple. Alt var rødt her nettopp.
I'm Jennifer Zabasanja in Luanda, Angola, and this is Bloomberg.
Bare se en åpning for lagt seg, men vi faller jo ikke så lenge Tesla bare går hver dag.
Powered by more than 3,000 journalists and analysts in more than 100 bureaus across the globe. Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the...
Men jeg kommer til å begynne å kjøpe det etterpå, og så ta ut litt småtap her på... Hvis ikke det begynner å falle snart, for det faller ikke på noe dårlig nyheter. Nå har Tesla 3%, ikke sant? Det er jo... Får ikke gjort noe da, når den bare går opp. Det hjelper ikke om det andre faller hvis den bare stikker av, liksom. De som ikke har fulgt med, så går Tesla opp siden Donald Trump har endret loven om selvkjørende biler. Han gjorde det dagen etter Tesla leverte de verste tallene på over et år. Så nå fikk vi alt igjen for grunn av Tesla. Ja, det var også på grunn av Nvidia da.
And finally, we have
Det var en video som gikk noe helt jævlig sist gang.
Piper Sandler. The analyst says that the stock is overly discounted, and we'll be talking to the company's CEO next hour, Matt Miller.
All right, I'm looking forward to that, but right now I get to show you the awesome Bloomberg function, Map Go. And if you type Map Vessels Go, you can see a whole bunch of ships around the globe. You can eliminate passenger ships and look at those just carrying dry goods. And you'll notice that they are all stationed right off the coast.
Sier det er kollaps i shippingmarkedet. Bare det også skal gjøre at USA skal ned, ikke sant? Det går jo ikke ned på det. Så nå har Tesla opp 3%. Tesla opp 3%.
Canceled, and this, Shonali, is a real problem for the U.S. economy, or will turn into one in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, you really can see the satellite imaging showing you the clusters in China relative to the U.S.
Så se her, på her nå, på shipping, det er full kollaps.
Fashion giant Shein is raising prices ahead of imminent tariffs on small parcels. Items from cleaning towels to wax strips are all seeing hikes as high as 2,000%. Some even as high as 3%.
Nå har Tesla snart opp 4%.
For more on how this will impact consumers, we are joined by Poonam Goyal of Bloomberg Intelligence. We've heard similar stories from Shein, to some degree from Temu as well. But what about U.S. companies? When does this phenomenon hit Amazon in particular?
Jo, men Tesla vekter så mye, vet du. Tesla vekter jo nesten 9% av hele Nasdaq. Og Tesla er... Nei, ikke 9% i vekter nå, nå sa jeg feil. Tesla vekter...
Because the 145% increase that they're facing in costs from China are
3%,
impacting their bottom line. A big price increase will come this
Tesla
summer if you don't finally
3%,
leave these
2,89%.
current tariff levies that are placed.
And when you think about the ripple effect, like you said, I mean, you're already seeing it with Amazon. To see these moves from Temu and Shein, Matt, I think you called them the dollar stores of the internet in our morning meeting. But does this give an Amazon, for example, more room to pull that lever? Does it make it a little bit more palatable for them?
It does, yes, because now the competition is almost level setting the playing field, right? But that said, you also have to keep in mind that Amazon isn't just up against the Temus and the Sheins of the world, but also up against the Walmarts of the world. And Walmart had said that it will also push the pedal on price when it comes to keeping it low for its shoppers. So there's a lot to think about here. That said, when you think about Amazon, they have the deep pockets, right, that small retailers don't have, to go ahead and absorb some of that pain more easily. And I think they'll try to for as long as they can to make sure that the consumer stays and doesn't have to deal with higher prices, at least not at the level that you're seeing against Temu and Shein.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for small businesses, and unfortunately they do 80% of the hiring and capex in this country. Poonam, thanks very much for joining us. Poonam Goyal there from Bloomberg Intelligence.
Nå ramlet Tesla med prosent der, og Nasdaq trynet på det sånn kjapt. Det går ikke an å handle på det, men bare vente. Det er ikke normal bevegelse. Nå droppet Nasdaq, pum, på grunn av Tesla, ikke sant. Det er bare å vente. Tesla styrer showet her nå. Nvidia burde falle mye mer egentlig på grunn av Huang. Tyskland dropper litt nå da. Tyskland oppe på pikast da på ca. 80 poeng pluss. Nå er nede på 0,38. Nå ramlet Tesla med 1% her. Apple ramlet med 0,5% her. Bare så jeg er klar over det, så er Amazon litt nedgradert. IBM kom med profit warning. Tesla leverte det verste tallene på over et år. Liksom, alle de her det er bare dritt, liksom. Etter tallene nå på Tesla, så ser på Tesla, de leverte katastrofetall på onsdag. Nå har det hentet seg Tesla hentet seg på en uke gått opp 30% på en uke. Det er ikke normalt. Det er jo helt sykt. Tesla opp 30% på en uke. Da hjelper det ikke om markedet kommer med dårlig makro.
I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at the Forbidden City in Beijing, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. After a four-day rally of more than 7%, the S&P is still gaining. So I guess it's a five-day rally now. It's more modest, only 0.25% higher on the S&P 500 right now, only 0.2% higher on the NASDAQ. The only earnings we've gotten so far really is Domino's Pizza, but this week is going to be...
Og Domino kommer med tallet i dag. De tør ikke predicte guiding heller, for det er så ræva.
In terms of the movers, Nvidia, the big heavyweight right now, down almost 2% after that Wall Street Journal report that Huawei will challenge them on chips. But Apple is up 0.5%. These are the, I guess, the Magnificent Seven chiclets here. Amazon is up barely, Meta up a little bit. Here's a story we're going to talk about with Benny Campbell in just a moment. Boeing up almost 2% after it's getting approval or working out the math to buy Spirit because Airbus is going to pick up a piece of that. Kate, do you want to pick up on this story?
Yeah, let's get some more details here because like you mentioned, Airbus has agreed to take over
Johannes, jeg gjorde det helt til forrige uke, men så hadde vi veldig mange som ikke fikk noe ut av det på kopp igjen, så jeg måtte øke, men jeg skal ned til tredje med 0,25. Bare vente til det roer seg litt der nå. Det er en aksje som går her hele veien, det er Teslaen, opp 30% på en uke. Det er sånn... Alt fundamentalt skal ned nå.
It's a fiendishly
Everything.
complicated deal. So we have Airbus on one side over here, and we have Boeing on the other side, and Spirit in the middle. Spirit is principally the supplier to Boeing, but they also supply some components to Airbus planes. And then when Boeing said last year that they would like to reintegrate.
Når det først begynner å falle nå, så kommer det til å falle mye.
Airbus said, well, okay, not
For da klarer ikke Tesla å holde igjen.
want you owning the workmanship of sort of your biggest rival, so they started sort of.
Da kommer de som har fått med seg hele oppturen nå på Tesla selv og tar gevinst fra en nervøsitet. Rentene også begynner å stige nå. Rentene falt jo på fredag. Rentene begynte å stige i dag. Tieringen er opp 0,6 basispunkter.
In Belfast and Ireland, in Scotland, possibly in Malaysia. So really all
Må bare la den Tesla roe seg litt ned her nå. Nå har Tesla opp 1,5%. Nå har den ramlet med 2% her. Det er mye. Og det har gjort at indeksen Nasdaq nå har falt med nesten 70 poeng. Det er veldig mye. Så nå ser dere hvor stor utslag den ene jævla aksjen her har. Den ene aksjen her. Hvis den går i rødt nå, så kommer det til å komme bra ned. Men så lenge den ikke går ned, så kommer indeksen til å holde seg her. Men Nvidia trodde jeg skulle ned mye mer da. Nvidia har jo fått et kjempeproblem med Huawei.
We get a better product here.
Right. My question is, how messy is that process? Because Spirit was spun off of Boeing in 2005. Boeing, of course, has its own challenges at the moment, a transition year, if you will. What does bringing under these Spirit assets really mean for the company, given all the challenges you have outlined?
Well, it'll be expensive for both Airbus and for Boeing to really get Spirit back to where they want it to be. They need the quality to be much better. They need the workmanship to be better. And to give people, to remind people why we came to this place, it was a Spirit fuselage that happened at the start of last year, where that door came flying out. So that was shoddy workmanship on display, and that really forced Boeing's hand to reintegrate that business, as you say. After 2 decades, sort of financially, it's a value-destructive deal for Boeing, but they had to do this just to gain control again of the asset. Airbus said today that they would put 200 million in credit towards Spirit, so that gives you a sense of just how dire straits that asset is in, just to help them the finish line until they're back on the Boeing books. But this is really a business that needs an injection, both in terms of expertise but also capital, and that'll cost both companies dearly. We'll hear from Airbus on Wednesday. They'll report earnings after the close on Wednesday, and we might get a better sense then what kind of money Airbus will need to plow into their portion of the deal.
All right, Benedict Kamel out of Berlin, thanks very much for your coverage. Benny runs the global aviation coverage for us out of the German capital, and he's wearing a brilliant tie from Ed Meyer.
Nå har Tesla ramlet med 2,5%, og nå så vidt i grønt. Nvidia på nesten day low, burde komme med mye mer. Teknisk så kan du kjøpe her på den streken her hvis du vil kjøre sånn trade, men alt fundamentalt skal ned. Jeg driter om det går opp. Jeg bare sier, teknisk så kan du kjøpe nå. Jeg er jo ikke det. Jeg skal ha dette her mye lenger ned. Mulig jeg setter en liten tredd innimellom her nå, bare for å være med og hedge litt, men det er så negativt at det er helt jævlig. Så nå ramlet Tesla med enda mer her. Nå ramlet med 2,5% her. Apple har droppet med 0,8, nesten en hel prosent. Microsoft er på day low. Amazon er på day low, ble også nedgradert. Broadcom er over. Netflix day low. Så her nå. Nå kommer Tesla rødt også. Nå kan man få det drag ordentlig ned der. Men det er Tesla må falle mye mer. Men det er bare dritt. Alt er dritt. Vi kommer nok til å lage nye bunner her, tenker jeg. Tesla på day low nå, 0,38 opp, 0,30 nå, faller videre. Nå har jeg falt med 3% fra topp her nå. Kan dere se det, hvor stor utslag det gjør? Se her, her oppe var Tesla, og så kommer Tesla rett ned. Og så dropper vi. Vi har droppet med 150 poeng, så hvor fort det gikk. Det gikk på Det har skjedd nå på en halvtime. Så fort går det når det først faller. Nå må vi bare slappe av. Så må vi tenke fundamentalt. Vi må tenke, ok, hvorfor har det gått opp nå? Det har gått opp på grunn av en lovendring på Tesla som piss. Det har gått opp på grunn av short-covering og hype på renter fra ECB. Det har gått opp på grunn av Donald Trump sier han i dialog med Kina. Han ikke i dialog med Kina, det piss. Hvorfor går vi opp da? Nei, det bare tull da. Det bare tull da. Hvorfor kjøper ikke institusjonelle? Hvorfor kjøper ikke hedgefond? Hvorfor selger de? Jo, ok, kanskje ikke det så smart å kjøpe da. Ja, nettopp. Jeg skal hente meg noe is.
Do you think, Dawn, that the market is correct to be, as of now, pricing in 3 rate cuts in 2025?
I would take the other side of that bet.
Og innimellom her nå så får vi et par støttende. Det kommer et støttenivå nå hvert øyeblikk. 2 sekunder. Jeg skal si dere hvor du kan kjøpe hvis du vil kjøpe da. Det sikkert mange som vil kjøpe her. Jeg vil ikke da. Nasdaq et kjøp på 19,323. Her Nasdaq et kjøp, hvis du skal kjøpe på sånn liten rekyl. Her det mange som kommer til å kjøpe. Oi, nå gikk Tesla rødt. Får vi se da, hvor mye det drar ned på det. Her neste motstand her nede. 19,93. Nå har vi ramlet med 200 poeng på en halvtime, bare så dere skjønner hvor fort det faller og først faller, og hvorfor jeg kvier meg for å kjøpe. Når jeg vet hvor ræva det
It comes 2 days after President Trump met with Ukrainian President Zelensky at the Vatican. Correspondent Nancy Cordes.
Jeg skjønner at folk blir nervøse og bare, men det går bare opp. Jeg skjønner at de blir nervøse, jeg forstår det. Jeg forstår det, men hvis man liksom vet hvorfor det skjer, så trenger man ikke være så jævlig nervøs. Hvis du vet liksom hvorfor det går opp og hvorfor det går ned, så det mye lettere også å holde posisjonene selv om man sitter litt i minus. For da vet man at det midlertidig. Ser du? På 23, her det et kjøp som jeg sa til dere.
Now what that means is in the morning they will have a mass at St. Peter's Basilica, and then in the afternoon they process a beautiful procession of the Litany of Saints with songs in Sistine Chapel, and they have the option of doing one vote on the first day in the afternoon.
Sistine Chapel was sealed today. Spanish
Bøyer i New York vurderer lovslaget som kan hindre Tesla å selge bil direkte til kunder i delstaten, noe som påvirker selskapet i distribusjonsmøret, sånn at nå folk har pisset de 2 bestekompisene prøver å stappe kjepphjulene på høsten. Pepina, hva skulle vi gjort uten deg, liksom? Lille frisøren kommer med supernyheter, liksom, som ikke blir fanget opp av noen andre her. Jeg sitter fortsatt short, jeg har ikke gjort noe annet. Kunne tatt en liten long her som jeg sa til dere, men jeg vil ikke gjøre det.
A boat slammed into a ferry in Pinellas County, Florida last night and got away after killing 1 person and injuring at least 6 others. Correspondent Manuel Bojorquez reports.
A boat near the city's Memorial Causeway Bridge crashed into the Clearwater Ferry and then took off.
Think of it like a hit and run, but on the water.
The Coast Guard says it has identified that boat. The collision sent the ferry carrying 45 people into a sandbar where it remained stuck. Its roof left in tatters. Wreckage inside.
Var det noen som kjøpte på den lille der, eller? Eller venter dere? Tesla går i grønten her nå. Tok mot. Og da går indeksen opp også. Så kan dere bare følge med på Tesla nå. Det liksom den som styrer showet. Tesla og Trump.
Dow is up 195 in early trading. This is CBS News.
Ja, men nå kommer Tesla rett opp igjen. Det gir jo null mening. Det bare drit på den aksjen her. Jeg kan jo sette en liten kjøp med den, for jeg kan jo bounce opp litt faktisk. Men jeg har ikke lyst, ass. Jeg sliter skikkelig med å kjøpe her nå. Jeg ser det skal opp, men jeg sliter så jævlig med å kjøpe når det så mye negativt. Flere av de største selskapene har ikke gått ut med guiding engang, for guidingen kan du bare ta til hunden, eller? Jeg prøver å jobbe det. Det klip umulig. Og ta dem ut. Kom. Faen, det gikk ut.
Volunteers in California spent the weekend fixing up homes owned by people too poor or too old to do the work.
In San Jose, the national group rebuilding
Så det mer enn det fall veldig. Ikke nå, Jakob. Jeg må vente til vi har...
To painting to landscaping to plumbing, Terry Kiesick wrangled volunteers who were working on one house that had 20 holes in the roof.
Ikke nå, Jakob. Må vente til vi ser at det begynner å falle ordentlig. Så må vi ned forbi tekniske støttenivåer. Akkurat nå så det ene alene Tesla som kjører opp her.
Has 114 chapters around the country, and most of them participated in the 34th annual National Rebuilding Day. Christopher Cruz, CBS.
Hvis du ser på markedet, så traff den akkurat på her jeg sa han skulle gå opp, på 23. Her nede det 35. 30 da. Bounce opp. Og bryter vi nå, så skal vi helt ned dit. Det litt avhengig av den jævla aksjen her, Tesla, hva den gjør for noe. Den vekter så mye.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, good Monday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City to our worldwide audience. We are streaming live on YouTube as well, so just head over to youtube.com/Bloomberg Podcast Live. That's where you'll find us. Alex Steele out today, but not to worry. We got Lisa Mateo. She's always in the studio, so she can help out if we need it. And Matt Miller is rumored to be coming in at the 11 o'clock hour, so batten down the hatches for that one. So we got a lot happening today. Got a little bit of a mixed tape out there on the equity tape, but we've got a lot to get to. We're going to check in with Brendan Murray, Bloomberg Global Trade Editor, on Trump-China tariffs set to unleash supply jolt to the U.S. economy. That's the concern. Where is the negotiation with China? We'll get the latest reporting there. Sergey Jablonski, CEO and CIO at Defiance ETS, discuss her outlook for the market. Anurag Rana and Mandeep Singh, those are the two.
Takk, Prepina. Sitter og ser på det nå.
The big technology companies are going to be dealing with.
Det sjukt hvordan han og Trump kan manipulere den kursen der. Det faen meg et spinnvilt.
So we'll see what the world of big tech has to offer. So we got a lot coming up in the next couple of hours. Let's kick it all off right here. We'll go to Lisa Mateo and get a Bloomberg Business Flash. Lisa.
You got it in this Bloomberg Business Flash, brought to you by IBKR. Will year-over-year change in
Jeg svarte nettopp på det, Jakob. Ikke enda.
April 2025. At IBKR forecast rate of the yes recently at 26%. Start predicting today at ibkr.com/forecast. The last trading day for this contract is May 12th. Well, we've got a mixed look right now on Wall Street. Stocks are mixed. This is ahead of a week packed with major earnings from the likes of Apple, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, as well as more economic data. We have first quarter GDP and April's employment report out this week. So we'll start.
Nå kommer Tesla ned der. Nå kommer markedet litt ned. Trenger å følge
The
Tesla.
S&P 500 little changed, up about 3 points. The Dow up about 0.3%, 149.
Og det skal ikke være sånn når det handler i indeks, altså.
4%, that's little change, and the yield on the 10-year 4.26%. That's up about.
Vi burde falle på nedgradering av Amazon, vi burde falle på problemet med Nvidia sin chip, vi burde falle på Apple, vi burde falle på Apple flytter produksjonen fra Kina til India. De mister jo masse marginer på det. Jeg skrev en liten greie om det på Telegram.
Domino's Pizza not delivering. Its shares are off about 0.1%. This is
Og nå er det nyen her nå, Domino's Pizza leverer dårligere guiding.
Tesla shares, they're on the rise, are up about 0.7%. The company raising prices in Canada has its Canadian website encouraging buyers to purchase its pre-tariff inventory. And finally, IBM says it plans to invest $150 billion in America over the next 5 years. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now. Wherever you get your podcasts, I'm Lisa Mateo. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul.
All right, Lisa Mateo, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Paul Sweeney live here.
Nå er Tesla opp 1% her, på tross at alt faller.
YouTube as well. Alex is out today, but hopefully back tomorrow. As Lisa was just saying, we got a mixtape out there. Let's get a look now at some of the stocks on the move today. We're joined by Bloomberg's Isabel Lee. Isabel, what are you looking at?
Looking at Domino's, so it opened flat, but now it's edging slightly higher by 0.5%. We have the pizza maker reporting revenue that slightly missed estimates. The revenue came in at 1.11 billion, 2.5% higher year over year, ever so slightly lower than estimates.
Det frister også å kjøpe til noen bare for å være med oss, men faen, det blir så jævla teit. Bare kjøpe for at Tesla skal opp, det er så jævla teit.
About 8%. And get this, the company said it doesn't see tariffs having a material impact on operating profits. So that's really unique compared to others. But it still says that it sees macro geopolitical volatility affecting international demand. So
I don't know the last time I ordered Domino's.
No, I'm going to say college. There was a time when my son, who's now 29, when he was like at 12, and Domino's had just come out with their app. And being a tech-savvy kid that he thought he was, all of a sudden all this Domino's stuff is showing up at our door. I'm like, nobody ordered this, and we figured out finally who it is. So, but in a lot of parts of the world where they don't have real pizza, that's it.
That's it, yeah. That's true.
All right, what else you got?
Merck. So Merck, this is really a stock that's flat right now. So we have U.S. biotech firm Merck agreeing to buy SpringWorks Therapeutics to boost its healthcare division for $47 per share in cash. So that represents roughly a $3.9 billion in equity value and a 26% premium for SpringWorks. So SpringWorks is
Tesla opp 1,2% nå, tross at alt faller.
Rare diseases. So the purchase is expected to boost Merck's healthcare division because SpringWorks has a portfolio that is already approved by the U.S. and it contributes to treatments to Merck.
How about Airbus? What's going on there?
This is good. We have the stock pairing some of those gains, now edging higher by just 3%, but earlier it was up as much as 5%. So Europe's Airbus agreed to take over some assets from Spirit Aerosystems. So this clears the way for Spirit to really be acquired back by Boeing, its former parent company. So the deal includes Airbus taking over facilities in North Carolina, France, Ireland, and Scotland. So the Airbus deal it's part of a complex three-way transaction that reunites Boeing and Spirit, and this operation really began in 2005, the spin-off at least. So Bernstein, though, upgrading Boeing, saying it's now making the progress it needed for growth trajectory. So we have shares edging higher by 3%.
It's such an important company for the U.S. economy. I think U.S. prestige, U.S. industrial prestige, in my opinion. So we'll see how that plays out. Isabel Lee, cross-asset reporter for Bloomberg News. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. For more conversations like this, listen to our new Stock Movers podcast. Subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Listen to Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcast. Let's get back to the trade story, which remains front and center here. It seems like we're in a period where negotiations are happening between the Trump administration and a number of different countries over a number of different tariff measures here. So it's important to try to stay on top of kind of where we are, and we have a good team doing that. Brendan Murray joins us, global trade editor for Bloomberg News. He's in London. Brendan, it seems like the president over the next several weeks, is it fair to expect that we'll get some announcements on trade deals with some of our major trading partners?
Yeah, well, it depends on what you mean by a deal. It's fair to say that we're likely to get a number of announcements laying out the path for talks for an eventual deal. Trade deals are very complicated. They take a long time to hammer out. And to get anything meaningful, it's going to take a lot of time. But what you could see are some sort of interim proposals, interim agreements that would set the U.S. and the trading partner on that course. Some of those who are sort of have an early lead would be India, South Korea, Japan. These are big export economies that the U.S. wants to trade more with, to reduce the tariff and non-tariff barriers that they have with the U.S. economy. So we could see some action along those lines, but again, to expect anything major, anything fundamentally changing the picture of the U.S. trade imbalances like Donald Trump would like to see is probably a bit of wishful thinking.
Now, Bernard, you said Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said the administration working on a bilateral trade deal with 17 key partners, but not including China. So where does China stand in all this?
Yeah, well, this is the big, this is the big prize, right? Is some sort of deal with China, and if the U.S. and China aren't even talking, and by all accounts, they're not really having any sort of formal discussions that would lead in the right direction toward a formal sit-down discussion. That you're leaving out a big part of the imbalance, the biggest imbalance that the U.S. has. So you can talk trade deals with Japan and South Korea and India and other countries.
Totalmarkedet faller mer her nå. Tesla går oppover. Tesla opp 1% nå.
As a trade deal with China, and so far they're going nowhere on that.
Vi kommer ikke til å falle hvis ikke Tesla faller, altså. Skjer ikke.
Merrill Lynch, he's a Canadian, and out with a tweet saying basically, hey everybody, I know you're focused on China, but you need to figure out something with Canada, because Canada is the big trading partner with the U.S., as is Mexico. Where do we stand, do you think, with Canada and Mexico?
Yeah, well, the Canadians don't sound like they're in the middle of an election right now, and they don't sound like they're in any big hurry to do a deal. The Prime Minister, Mark Carney, said the other day, we'd rather have a good deal rather than a fast deal. So we'll see how that election plays out. That could dictate the course of any negotiations. But in the meantime, the Canadian economy is going to suffer. American auto companies are going to suffer because they rely so much on Canadian suppliers. So you could look for a lot more disruption the longer that drags out with the cloud of uncertainty hanging over it, as it has for several weeks.
And Brendan, what about the big companies, let's say Walmarts and Targets or retailers? They have to replenish their inventories. Where do they stand in all this?
Yeah, so this is a big story we have out today, is that retailers like Walmart and Target, the big ones and small companies, are looking at those 145% tariffs on goods from China and saying, we can't do that. We can't afford that. That's more than twice what we could pay. So we're just canceling orders from China. And so what we're seeing is, in a couple of weeks, when those orders would have already gotten here, we're going to see volumes through U.S. ports go down. We're going to see inventories through warehouses go down. And the big retailers have even said privately to President Trump, according to our reporting, that this could mean shortages and price hikes. So the wave of decoupling that is underway between China and the U.S. hasn't really hit the real economy right now. We hear the administration say, "Oh, well, Wall Street has had a good run. It's time for us to focus on Main Street." Well, Main Street is about ready to get hit with some of this, and unless things change fast, then we're going to start seeing it in a lot of in some layoffs in industries like trucking and logistics and warehousing, where really the rubber meets the road between trade and the U.S. economy.
Are we past the point of no return, Brendan, in terms of some of the economic damage?
Tesla opp 1,2%, det resten av markedet faller videre.
In terms of supply chain not getting the stuff that we typically get.
Well, in the short run, if President Trump announced later today, which nobody would expect this, that he was freezing all tariffs, and he was gonna try to do this another way. If he kind of backpedaled on everything, we'd still have a supply whiplash. All those canceled orders would be placed again, and we would have the volumes surging through U.S. ports. And we saw during the pandemic what happens when the nodes of supply chains get bogged down. Is we had 120 ships parked outside the port of Long Beach.
Tesla må vekte mer enn 2,7% når hele Nasdaqen flytter seg og den rører på seg. Jeg kan ikke skjønne noe annet. Det står at den vekter 2,9%, men altså med en gang den rører på seg, den følger jo den hakket her. Den må være vekta mye mer. Jeg kan ikke skjønne noe annet.
All right, Brendan, thank you so much for joining us. Always appreciate getting your reporting. That's Brendan Murray,
global trade editor for Bloomberg News, joining us from London. And again, there's some reporting out of Bloomberg and others over the weekend, just the, simply the
Snakker dette nå på Bloomberg, det at Main Street, altså Wall Street, Main Street nå vil få problemer med masseoppsigelser på grunn av tariffen, at det hitter Main Street nå med den tariffen. Vi har ikke sett ordentlig på Main Street enda, vi har bare sett det på Wall Street. Hvis det hitter Main Street, så det veldig mange selskaper som vil miste masse arbeidsplasser, eller arbeidstakere. Som sier nå at han må på ballen nå veldig snart. Canada også sliter med helt jævlig nå med tanke på eksport og import. Nå droppet Tesla litt, for å se da om Nasdaqen blir med ned. Se der da, nå er ikke Nasdaq med. Bare glem at Tesla vekter 9%, man må vekte mer enn det. Nei, jeg vekter 2,9%, man må vekte mer enn det. Kan du si mer om den vektinga? Hva mener du? Tesla vekter nesten 3% i indeksen. Så når Tesla går opp litt da, så vil det påvirke indeksen med 3%. Det ganske mye. Tesla opp med 30% på en uke. Etter verste tallene de har hatt noensinne omtrent. Tesla leverte 20% dårligere revenue på onsdag. Og så det var da jeg shorta etter tallene, etter børs, og tenkte yes, nå treffer jeg som faen. Og så gikk den bare opp, skjønte ingenting. Og da hadde Donald Trump gitt Tesla en gavepakke på at de har lov til å selge, at det mindre krav til Tesla på selvkjørende biler. Så nå har Tesla opp 30% på en uke. Og Tesla vekter 3% av indeksen. 2,9%. Så normalt sett skulle det ha ramlet til helvete da.
This Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Interactive Brokers. Trade over 10,000 U.S. stocks and ETFs, U.S. equity index options, U.S. treasuries and more on your time.
Dere ser jo det her at det manipulert. Alt rødt. Det en aksje som går opp helt til, det Tesla liksom. Og de leverte dårligere enn tallene alle. Tesla har levert katastrofetall, og det en eneste aksje som går opp. Det helt tullete.
4.25%, and that's up about 1 basis point. To commodities, COMEX gold up about 0.6% at $3,320 an ounce. We go to oil, Brent crude down 1%, $66
Ja, så det har levert bra tall og bra guiding og sånt, men de har ikke gjort det i det hele tatt. Det var helt
Few stocks on the move this morning.
alt for dyre bildeler og alt for lite etterspørsel i Asia og
Nearly 17% in
by
London. This is
har tatt
after
over masse
receiving a
markedsandeler.
takeover proposal from DoorDash.
Det er som bare
Offer
drit,
will
egentlig.
value Deliveroo at about 3.6
IMF også nedgraderer igjen hele
Some
UK
more
i
deal
USA.
making
Tariffene bare
Germany's
stikker av, inflasjonen
Merck buying
stikker av,
Stanford, Connecticut-based
arbeidsmarkedsrapporten var
SpringWorks
dårlig.
Therapeutics for an equity
Housing
value of
sales var
$3.9
helt
billion. We have shares of
på
Merck
nett.
up more than 2.5%. That's in Germany, and SpringWorks they're up about 3%. And finally,
Så har de
Airbus
ECB-dag som snakker om å
buys
kutte
some
renta enda mer
factories
pga.
Airbus parts from Spirit Aerosystems, and Spirit, as they're in the
spenning.
process
De
of
må
being bought
få opp
by Boeing. We have
konsumet.
Airbus up about
For det er på vei
3.5%,
resesjon
Spirit up 3%,
i hele
and
Europa.
Boeing up nearly
Kina-natt fikk en ny, var snakk om en ny redningspakke for å stimulere arbeidsmarkedet, fordi det går skikkelig dårlig i Kina, også i tillegg.
All right, Lisa Mateo, thank you so
Man
much.
snakker om
We appreciate that. Alex Steele out today on Pulse Radio. We're
2009
live here in our Bloomberg
tall.
Interactive Broker studio. We're streaming live on YouTube
Ser jo helt-
as well. All right, I'm looking
ser
at
helt jævlig
a
ut.
chart of the S&P 500. I don't know here. I guess the the bad news is, or the good news is, we're up 10% in the last 3 weeks of trading or so. But the bad news is we're still down about 10% from the highs of earlier this year. So I don't know which way you look at it here. Glass half empty or half full. About our next guest, she's got an opinion, I'm sure. Sylvia Jablonski, Chief Executive Officer and Chief Investment Officer of Defiance ETFs, joins us here. So, Sylvia, it's been a crazy year for investors here. We started the year with animal spirits, deregulation, pro-growth government, and kind of here we are today with a lot of uncertainty in the marketplace. What are you telling your clients these days?
Well, good morning. It sure has been an interesting year. And to your point, I think that we expected, and our clients and investors expected, that it would be all systems go, right? And this is going to be the roaring 2020s, and the last 5 years of this decade were just going to be unbelievable because of tax cuts and deregulation and all these things that you said. And now I think investors are kind of sitting back and saying, uh-oh, what's going to happen? Is this administration going to take this so far that they might just crash everything, right? But what we're telling investors, though, is maybe we haven't seen this specific thing before in terms of tariff policy, but we have seen this type of thing with markets where you have these, massive pullbacks, and then over time you have some sort of catalyst that turns things around, and you have these, epic reversals going the other way. So we just tell clients really to stay the course. Don't take any kinds of losses if you don't need to take losses. And if you're in a position to put cash to work, it kind of depends on who you are, right? If you're a young investor, Mag 7 is grossly on sale, right? More than 20% in some cases off of recent highs. If you're an institution and you're over allocated there, look at an XMAG, look at an equal weight S&P and equal weight NASDAQ and things like this to allocate new money, but don't sit on the sidelines because these are opportunities.
Okay, so Sylvia, that's what you're telling your clients, but how are they taking that advice? Are they a little bit is there unease? Are they confused? Are they just like, okay, I'm going to listen, I'll do it? But how are they reacting to that advice?
Yeah, and that's a great follow-up question, because I think that, if we look at the markets and we see what's actually happening, a lot of times investors, and not necessarily our clients, but just investors as a whole, tend to get spooked, and they do tend to buy high and sell low and take losses. And I just think that this is a lesson, right? Like, we keep getting reminded that you don't want to do that. Whether it's COVID, whether it's the financial crisis, whatever it is, markets are up over time. If you've been in the markets for the last 5 years, the last 10 years, you're still in a great spot, right? You just have to kind of ride the storm out with this. But again, it's being opportunistic, right? Like, you can allocate to different parts of the market that are performing, whether it's things like look at MicroStrategy, right? MicroStrategy, crypto, and gold are up this year, right? So there were places and pockets in the money or in the market to make some money. There's always a place to invest.
So, Sylvia, we're kind of getting into the meat of the earnings season here. What have you seen or heard from some of these companies as they try to articulate what's going on with their business?
Yeah, and this is a really interesting earnings season, right? I think the markets, like the fundamentals and the technicals are kind of divorced a little bit, right? So we see technicals, and technical information looks pretty good. It looks like we're getting a rebound here. It looks like, you know, market, we're getting more breadth, expansion, things like this, some recovery. But if you look at the fundamentals and just the macro picture, it's kind of fuzzy because we can't see into the future. And so earnings so far, you know, you have about 36% of companies that have reported, 73% have beat on EPS, 63% have beat on revenues, but almost all of them have kind of a cloudy outlook. And I think that is what the market and investors are uncomfortable with. And so we really have to just sit tight and see what kind of information we get about tariffs before we can fill in the gaps on the future or near-term prospects for fundamental analysis.
So with that said, you mentioned Mag 7 earlier. We have a few more, you know, reporting earnings this coming week. What's your anticipation? What do you think they're going to say?
I mean, I think that Mag 7 is going to come out pretty strong for the most part. I think we're going to hear, you know, some good stories about the quarter, but the problem is the quarter is backward looking, and some of these tariff issues have, you know, just come into play a little bit more recently, and the future is uncertain. So I do think that, you know, in order for the market to kind of maintain the status quo, which is where we are now, we've had a little bit of a recovery. You know, we need to hear good news from the Mag 7, right, in terms of what happened last quarter. And I think we need to hear at least, you know, kind of benign cloudiness about the future, for lack of better words, right? Because we know that they can't predict what's going to happen. But if we hear things like, you know, we're cutting back on CapEx significantly, we're doing significant layoffs, you know, there's a balance between cost cutting for efficiency and panic. And so I think a lot of the earnings reports will be listened to in great detail this earnings season.
Sophia, thanks so much for joining us. Always appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Sophia Jablonski, she's the CEO and CIO of Defiance ETFs. Well, our good friends, and I think I speak for most Americans when I say that, our good friends up north in Canada, they are having an election today for Prime Minister. We want to get the latest reporting on that. Derek D. Clouet, Executive Editor for Canada, Bloomberg News, he's up there in Toronto. Hey, Derek, I think most Americans, either we consider Canada to be our good buddies, or we don't really think about it at all here. How do the average Canadian up there think about some of the rhetoric coming from our president?
Well, for the most part, Canadians are pretty frustrated, and in some cases even angry at the rhetoric coming from the president. And I mean, there's two parts of it. There's the trade war, which obviously has a very real impact, and we've already seen some layoffs at companies that have been affected by it, or temporary shutdowns of factories where the company just says the situation's too uncertain, tariffs are making everything too uncertain, and we can't continue for now. So it's having a real impact on people's lives in some cases. But the other part of it is the 51st state thing, and we saw the president again on Truth Social this morning saying Canada should be the 51st state, and wouldn't it be great? And there's just very little appetite for this in Canada at all. And if anything, that has energized parts of this election campaign, particularly the Liberal Party campaign, more than just about anything.
And as I understand it, Derek, where many of the conservative voters actually reside in Canada tends to be out west. How do those folks kind of circle the square here? I can't imagine they like that kind of talk either.
No, but I think that the Conservative Party's done a pretty good job of trying to create some distance between itself and what's going on in the White House. The leader Pierre Poilievre is out there, just like the leaders of the other parties out there, saying we'll never be the 51st state and so on. And the Conservatives have really tried to turn the discussion back to the issues where they have some clear advantages on. That they are. The party of
Tesla går i rött. Skulle fan vara vanligt.
That's very appealing to the conservatives across the country, but there happen to be more of those people out west. It's also conservatives have also got more of a pro-energy bent. More about pipelines and exporting more oil and gas, and and obviously that's where almost all of Canada's oil and gas comes from.
If you can dig more into the difference between the conservatives and the liberals, because there's different polls out there.
Gull oppser fin. Ja, altså alt. Det som jeg sier hele tiden. Alt dette her.
You mean in the
skal ned. Jeg føler meg litt dum som sier det, men det skal det.
Under our electoral system, that actually gives them quite an edge because we have the same system as Britain. First past the post, most seats wins, most seats forms the government. And the Liberals have quite a large lead in Quebec, which is about 23% of the seats. And they've got a sizable lead, not a huge lead, but a meaningful lead in Ontario, which is 35% of the seats. So you look at those, and they will also almost certainly kind of dominate in the 4 Atlantic provinces. So you look at those 3 regions, which is most of the House.
Tok mot på samme nivå I stad. Bryter nå, så rammer den mye.
That being said, polls can be wrong, as we have all learned in recent years. And the Conservatives do have a certain amount of enthusiasm among younger voters who like their message on housing and taxes. And if those people turn up at the polls today...
Hvis den bryter 350 nå, så skal vi helt ned til... Jeg kommer ikke til å shorte mer. Jeg skal ikke ta noe mer eksponering. Da faller vi ned til...
Derek, will Canadians know who their primary
300, og så skal vi helt ned til...
later this evening, or they...
1980. Hallo, Kjekken. Ja, jeg bare lurt på om hadde du mulighet til å se mange som long nå fra short? For jeg får ikke sett det. Forstyrrer midt I natten da. Ja, det var ikke meningen.
And it's very simple. You do not tend to have the protracted arguments over voting that you see in the U.S.
All right, Derek, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate getting a few minutes of your time.
Okay, 50-50.
Executive editor for Canada, Bloomberg News. He joins us from Toronto.
Ja, men den grei. Ok, snakk sett da. Kos da.
They've got their election here, and it was interesting.
54% short, nei, long.
Prior to President Trump making these comments about Canada, the Conservatives are ready to roll. I mean, they had like a 20-point lead in the polls. They were ready for a change up there. And then that's changed dramatically as Canadians, I think, have kind of rallied around this national identity issue.
Yeah, and like he was just saying, it has changed. You know, it could change on the drop of a dime, too, the feelings of back and forth from the different polls.
Yep, so interesting. We'll see how it goes up there. We'll have that reporting for you later tonight and into tomorrow for sure. S&P 500 absolutely unched on the day. I saw Lisa Bromitz earlier. That's why I'm going to use that term. I know she doesn't like it. The Dow's up 115 points and NASDAQ's down 41 points. So we got some red and green on the screen. Looking at the 10-year Treasury yield, about a basis point higher, 4.25% for your 10-year Treasury. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg Morning.
Tesla går I rødt igjen. Kommer tilbake om 2 sekunder, spennende greier. Så her, Tesla dro på. Selvfølgelig gjorde den det. Tesla gikk opp 1%, ja. Og da gikk jo selvfølgelig hele fuckings Nasdaq opp. Jeg er så lei Tesla nå, altså. Med Tesla nå på uka. Uansett hvor ræva makro er, men Tesla, han bare går. Nå er Tesla opp 25%, da. Han var jo opp 5% i stedet i 3 måneder. Nei, ikke nå.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And this Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by IBKR. Financial advisors switch to Interactive Brokers for lowest cost global trading and turnkey custody solutions. No ticket charges and no conflicts of your interest. Learn more at ibkr.com/RIA. Well, we've got stocks mix. This is as investors wait for key company reports from 4 of the so-called Mag 7. And I also wonder if more economic data is going to support the hopes of earlier than expected interest rate cuts from the Fed. We shall see. We'll go to the NASDAQ first, down about 0.1%, 19 points. The S&P 500 up 0.1% or 5 points. The Dow up 0.3% or 150 points. The 2-year yield 3.73%. That's down 1 basis point. And we have the yield on the 10-year 4.24%, and that is little changed. We have COMEX Gold 3,341.
Håper dere ser hvor tungt det her egentlig er, markedet, hvor mye ned det egentlig skal. Se her nå, Nvidia ned 2,5%. Alt er rett. Det er bare Tesla som på en måte piker hele tiden her.
Peloton, their shares up nearly 5%. That's after an upgrade from Jura Security to buy. Okay. I know Paul loves the Peloton. Then we go to shares of Eli Lilly. Their shares are actually down nearly %. HSBC doubled down, bringing the stock to reduce from buy. And finally, fast food chain Jack in the Box. It was up as much as 4%. Now it's up about 5%. That's after an upgrade from Stifel to buy. They actually point to the new CEO's plan to
Tesla burde falle på dårlig tall, ja. Det ingen som kommer inn på Discorden der? Det noen gærent på Discorden?
Wherever you get your podcasts, I'm Lisa Mateo. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul.
All right, Lisa Mateo, thank you so much. We appreciate that.
Tesla går opp igjen her nå. Alt bare faller, og da går det nå.
The Broker Studio along with Lisa Mateo. And we are streaming live on YouTube as well. So head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Podcast Live. All right, big earnings week out there for the S&P 500. We have $20 trillion in market cap.
For vurdere å sette en lite kjøp her etterpå her nede. Kommer til å falle igjen. Det er liksom, skal du virkelig kjøpe Nasdaq bare fordi Tesla går opp liksom? Det er liksom, det er vondt, ass. Det gir liksom ikke, det er ikke en bra trade. Jeg liker å trade når du vet hva som skjer. Jeg liker ikke trade bare fordi det går opp på grunn av en aksje. Det liksom gir så jævla... Det er så mot alt. Strider mot alt. Leverer dårlig tall og dårlig guiding og alt er dritt, og så skal den gå opp, og så skal vi kjøpe Nasdaq fordi en aksje går opp fordi Donald Trump har laget en eller annen deal med Musk. Det er liksom, det er ikke bra. Hvor så jævlig.
And that was a big driver of ad spending from Temu and Shein and some of these advertisers. So that's going to impact Meta. We saw in the case of Alphabet, the click ads grew only 2%. The pricing was relatively stable. So I think in the case of Meta, the ad pricing may come under more pressure compared to an Alphabet.
Faktisk var noe går som mulig til nedover i år. Det er som nylig oppdateringen. Det skal falle på himmelen. Skuffen plassrapport. Hvordan ligger den ikke? Kursmannsrapport på 9,70. Forskningskjøpen til 19 ganger. Man så litt usikkerhet. Ja, nettopp. Der har du Prepino. Det er liksom... Det gir null mening. Den burde falle mest av alle de store.
What about AI spend? How much of an impact is that going to have? Are the investors going to be looking to that?
So Meta raised their capex the last time they reported to $65 billion, and in between there was news that Meta is looking for an Amazon and Microsoft to share some of that capex because they have an open source model. So I think they are under pressure to kind of cut back on the capex or the Reality Labs spend. But so far, no one has pulled back on AI capex, given we are still in a supply-constrained environment when it comes to the GPUs and overall AI infrastructure. So it'll be interesting to see what they end up doing.
Hey, Anurag, I kind of think of even within technology, which is such a great growth story and can batter some slowdowns.
Montrert, ja, det kan du trygt si at det er jo
technology. What do you expect to hear from the
veldig spesielt.
Yes, so Paul, on a relative basis, I think you're right about that. But at the same time, they do have an impact on the second degree demand. If the enterprise tech spending starts to cut down, that has an impact on software space as well. So that's something we will be looking for. But I would agree with Mandeep that we are not anticipating a drop in CapEx either from Microsoft or AWS later this week, because those are the names that dictate a lot in terms of how AI spend will shape up over the next 12 months.
Where within the tech stack, Anurag, do you think you could see maybe some of the biggest exposure to, I guess, just tariffs and maybe a slowing global economy?
Yeah, so Apple's going to be front and center over there. There's so much news about their ability to move the supply chain. That's not that easy. We do anticipate some pull forward in demand for them. We know the Apple stores were really crowded before the tariff date, and that will show up in some of the numbers. But the question is going to be what kind of guidance can they give? And in fact, if they can even give guidance at this point, and how if there is a big number that goes up on tariffs, can they even fulfill the demand? So there's going to be a lot of noise around that supply chain and what they're doing to offset that both in the near term and in the long term.
And the other big story for today, IBM planning to invest $150 billion in the U.S. over the next 5 years. Mandy, can you...
Robert, går det bra? Er du tilbake fra sykehuset, eller er du der fortsatt?
Yeah, I mean, look, in the case of IBM, they are not a big spender on AI capex. So clearly, they are looking to expand in terms of their own investments, whether it's mainframe related or any other type of R&D around.
Tror du gullskåp? Ja, jeg tror gullskåp videre opp.
We've heard that from Apple, $500 billion over the next 4 years. So a lot of these tech companies are looking to...
Kjiptingen med å hedge seg at man gjør det på feil tidspunkt, plutselig snur markedet rett etterpå. Nettopp. I hvert fall nå på så dårlig nedtid. Derfor jeg heller vil ta tap. Jeg har ikke lyst til å hedge meg her oppe nå når det så dårlig nedtid.
They're not a big player when it comes to the AI infrastructure play that the other hyperscalers are involved in.
Hey, Anurag, I seem you remember a lot of the CEOs that you and Mandeep cover making their way to Washington, D.C. over the last 3-4 months, having meetings with the president and members of administration. Is there a sense that they're getting the benefit of that, or is it having any impact? Because I'm not sure I see that.
Well, one could argue that the smartphone exemptions that we got or the consumer electronics may have had something to do with it, but we'll find out if that can continue or not. But frankly speaking, these companies are the ones that are really putting US at the forefront. I will be very surprised if we see a much more hostile behavior against them. The big question is, as Mandeep mentioned, there are a few antitrust cases going across them right now for a bunch of these companies. We'll find out how the administration takes over or puts their credibility or the backing behind those deals.
Nå gikk Tesla rødt akkurat. Går det sikkert 1 minutt, så den opp 1% igjen.
I mean, are we going to be hearing more and more of that come in the future? Because we've been hearing so much about AI, but is quantum kind of going to move forward?
I think at this point, given the macro environment we are in, I would focus more on what the companies think is, monetizable in the near term. Quantum would be further out. At the same time, I mean, could 1 to 2% of those capex dollars go into quantum? Yes, but the big chunk would still be allocated towards AI and specifically.
Mora, det kjedelig, Robert. Hva får det med å hedge seg kontra å selge halvposisjon med tap hvis man selger posisjon og natten til blir billigere? Ja, både og. Det som er fordelen med hedge er det at hvis det først faller, så slipper du å ta tapet. Når du hedger deg, så har du basically hedger deg. La oss si det hedger deg på toppen da. Og når det først faller, så kan du ta det tapet ganske fort. For du skal egentlig ned. Det er greit å hedge seg. For noen ganger så vil markedet, så nå vet vi at Tesla går opp hele tiden, liksom. Men totalmarkedet faller jo. Alt annet faller. Da kan man kjøre en hedge basert på det, men hvis man skal trade mer fornuftig, så skal man egentlig bare ta litt tap her oppe, rett og slett, og bare vente. For du kan ikke trade nå når en aksje styrer hele børsen. Det jo, det gir jo null mening.
Again, $20 trillion of market cap, those companies reporting this week. Looking at the markets, up 8 points for the S&P 500. Coming up, we're going to check in with Poonam Goyal, Senior U.S. E-commerce and Retail Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence on U.S. shoppers and kind of how they're going to kind of feel tariffs at the supermarket, at the retail level. That's coming up. Poonam Goyal, Bloomberg Intelligence. This is Bloomberg.
Nå har Tesla på day low. Nå har Tesla på day low. Det er det her som er liksom som er litt av greia, ikke sant? Så når jeg trader, så trader jeg ikke på sånn flaks. Jeg trader for jeg har en, hva skal jeg kalle det, jeg har en tanke om hvor markedet skal hen, og så trader jeg teknisk ved siden av for å treffe nivåene. Men sånn som nå, når jeg vet at makrotallene er ræva, og jeg vet at alle tallene som kommer til dårlig, jeg har truffet på både Procter & Gamble, jeg traff på IBM, traff på Tesla, traff på ECB. I tillegg så ble IMF nedgradert til hele verden. Da sliter jeg med å gå long. Bare fordi en aksje får hjelp av Donald Trump og den tariffhelvete. Så ser jeg på hele shippermarkedet nå, så ser jeg at det er kø i hele segmentet. Det står faen meg, de står på rekke og rad, disse containershipene, i påvente hva som skjer med tariffen. Så det er helt dødt. Det er slowdown i hele økonomien. Det er slowdown overalt. Så vanlige tradere som ikke følger med og ikke skjønner sånne ting, de vil sikkert bare kjøpe nå. Å, det går opp. Men jeg, som vet at det skal ned, jeg kan ikke kjøpe nå. Jeg må vente. Jeg kan kjøre en trade. Men det strider imot alt. Selv om jeg ser at det kan stoppe opp her nede nå på 19,350. Jeg vet at det kan gå bounce litt opp der, men jeg vet også at hvis markedet våkner opp fornuftig nå og skjønner hva som skjer, og det kommer en melding fra Kina på nytt, at den er ikke i dialog med Trump, da kommer det til at det faller så fort at du sitter med skjegg i postkassa her oppe. Det er det som er problemet mitt. Jeg vil ikke kjøpe her oppe. Selv om jeg sitter feil. Jeg har ikke lyst. Ikke faen. Det er liksom resesjon i hele USA nå. Går i resesjon med inflasjon som stiger. Det er ganske ille. Pluss at han leker kongen på haven med disse tariffene sine. Og lyver om det i tillegg. Og Kina nå har gått ut og sagt at nå skal de ta over en øy som Filippinene eier i natt. Pluss at Russland fortsetter å trykke på. Så du har masse. Og Deutsche spår dollar ned i 7 kroner. Hva tror du skjer med amerikansk økonomien da? Resesjon, dollar 7 kroner, oljeprisen kommer å spike opp, og du har IMF som nedgraderer hele USA. Du kommer til å ha masse utlendinger som kommer til å ta bort alle equitiesene sine og investere i Europa. Europa er billig. USA er ikke billig. Det eneste som er billig i USA, det er Russell 2000. Der har du underpriset av masse aksjer som er underpriset der nå. Av de store Max 7 så har de masse fallsider nå. Sånn fundamentalt da. Og vi er midt oppe i bevegelsen nå. Så jeg tror den bevegelsen vi har hatt der nå er en major pullback på grunn av Trump. Han så at han kjørte markedet dass for litt over en uke siden. Han så det. Og så måtte han bare si det han sa for å roe ned markedet. Nei, jeg er i dialog med Kina, og så er det bare piss. Vi kan ha bilder i Europa, og Tyskland er jo dyrt. Tyskland er dyrt på indeksen, for du har jo indeksen er på all time high. Men det er masse selskaper i Tyskland som har gjort det dritræva, som er billig. Sverige blant annet. Du har masse selskaper i og Spania. Tyskland-indeksen er jo, kan falle mye mer da. Der har du liksom Rein Metall og SAP og så videre som holder indeksen oppe. De 12 store Granola-aksjene som holder Dagsen oppe da. Jeg treder jo ikke Dagsen lenger, jeg har sluttet med det. Den skal ha når den faller mye mer. Men Russell 2000, der er det masse bilaksjer. Det er der de store går nå. De selger seg ut av Max 7 inn i Russell 2000. Og hedgefondforvaltere og sånn trekker ut alle pengene sine og kjøper bonds og gull. Så du kommer til å se gull kommer til å stige videre, bonds kommer til å stige videre. Det er det som kommer til å skje nå. Se hele Nasdaq. Se, alt er rødt. Og Meta litt opp da på grunn av de kommer med tall nå rett rundt hjørnet, og de tror da at de tallene kan være relativt bra på grunn av Alphabet leverte bra tall i forrige uke, men de tallene var ikke så bra det faktisk. Alphabet leverte bedre enn ventet på advertisement, ikke på... Og så skal vi vente og se på Meta på CapEx. Se mye mye ser på CapEx. Det er det de kommer til å gå opp på, kanskje det. Kanskje det. På CapEx. Kanskje på CapEx. Den gale kontoen min tror jeg ble godkjent etterpå. Da hadde jeg kjøpt Nasdaq nå hvert øyeblikk. På nytt. Hvis jeg skulle trade. Men jeg gjør ikke det. Jeg bare sier det. Jeg ser det at det skal opp, men jeg rører den ikke. Jeg håper jeg har forklart hvorfor ikke jeg gidder å kjøpe den nå. At dere skjønner hvordan jeg er i hodet nå. Tesla på new low. Faen, det er ikke som en brus, det er piss og øl. Bam, 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 bam.
Yeah, look, the mom and pop shops, the small
Tesla ny low.
to the extent that they still have inventory,
Apple ikke rødt.
probably weather the storm.
Nvidia på ny low.
Inventory gets depleted, and they have to refresh.
Det kan bli litt grann sell-off her nå, hvis ikke du tar imot på 19.350. Eller 19.335 for å være eksakt. Hvorfor shorter jeg ikke mer nå? For jeg skal ikke øke eksponeringen min, for jeg sitter allerede feil vei 2 dager, 3. dagen nå. Kommer jeg til å shorte mer og falle videre nå? Nei. Hvorfor kommer jeg ikke til å gjøre det? For jeg skal ikke øke eksponeringen min. Eksponeringen min kan jeg øke når vi går forbi den siste shorten min, da kan jeg øke. Utover det så gjør jeg ikke det.
Yeah, I think a lot of what they sell is stored here through suppliers and their own distribution networks, so they still have some inventory on hand. But when you get into the peak back-to-school holiday selling seasons, by no means do we have enough inventory.
Nå falt Dagsen ganske kraftig også.
So I think in the next 2 months is my best guess, is when either you'll start have to bring shipments in at higher prices.
Nvidia nesten 3%, burde falle mye mer
What
nå.
you sell, and Amazon can do that because it does have a marketplace that's very diverse.
Skal vi se om Russell 2000, det er sikkert Russell 2000 som begynner å komme litt opp her nå, da, for det er der folk begynner å kjøpe nå.
Pink erasers. It can vary. The other thing you have to look at is just the percent
se her,
of
se her.
mix that's impacted.
Small cap 2000 er opp 0,44%. Det var det jeg mistenkte. Det her er Russell 2000. Den er opp 0,4%. Det er det som gjør at Nasdaq ikke tryner ordentlig nå, for nå har Tesla også gjort rødt. Det er fordi man selger ut av de store, og så går man inn i Russell, for der er det underpris aksjer. Så de store gutta nå, de selger alt ut fra Magnificent 7 og får vekk, og så går de inn og investerer, for noen av hedgefondene må være fullinvestert. Men det er ikke nok til å holde det oppe, men det er grunn til at det ikke tryner nå. Men det skal falle. Det skal falle mye.
If we continue into June with a
Skal falle mye.
125% tariff, I think so.
Okay, there you go. Retail, you're gonna have to, I don't know. I really worry about the small and mid-sized businesses.
Og jeg var long hele forrige uke, for dere som lurer på hvorfor jeg er så negativ nå. Jeg fikk med meg over 1000 poeng opp på å være long.
Isn't it the economy, stupid? Why are we screwing with the economy? How does that good politics?
Faktisk 5000 poeng.
I think you're right, because I was going in town and I went into a local shop and started talking with them about that. And you get the
Tok
feeling
mot igjen.
they're nervous.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We'll see here. All right, that was
Ligger og kjøper her.
well, she's one of our top folks there. We appreciate it. All right, folks, for our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM Channel 121 is presented by ShipStation. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The next hour, Bloomberg Intelligence, starts right now as we look at the markets here. Absolutely unchanged on the S&P 500. Got a little bit of a gain here, 140 points or so in the Dow, and the Nasdaq's off 56 points. So not a lot of direction at the index level. We have another hour coming up. Darkening the door. Mr. Matt Miller is going to join us for the 11 o'clock hour. Lisa is escaping, literally running out of the room.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Darkening the door. Matt Miller, fresh of Bloomberg Television. We got you for an hour here. Thank you for sitting in.
I'm so excited. Have you been following Torsten Slok?
Oh, love the guy.
It's been amazing over the past couple of weeks. He's broken away from like one little chart, one little graph a day to full commentary. And he's proven the point that cars, like global trade is all about cars.
Yep, absolutely. He had some great research on that. And they come from Canada and they come from Mexico, so that could be a problem for buyers. So we're going to get a lot coming up here this hour. We're going to check in with David Gura. He's up in Canada as they elect themselves a new prime minister today. Nancy Cook, national political correspondent, on what it's like the first 100 days, which we're going to commemorate this week, what it means for the folks in Washington. So we got a lot coming up here. Markets are mixed here.
Tomorrow is day 100.
Day 100. There you go. So
if you count his inauguration as day one,
which they do. Well, the administration.
Don't you? He signed executive orders on. Did he sign them on day 0? Obviously, that was day 1.
But I believe Bloomberg Editorial has a different opinion here, so I'm just going to say this week and what that covers is.
Okay.
That.
Well, I mean,
I read the memo, so I'm going to go with it.
It's
all right, let's kick things off. Charlie Pello, who's got a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. We've got the S&P 500 index fluctuating between gains and losses. Right now, higher, little changed, up 2 points. Dow Industrials advancing, up 146. That is a gain right now on the Dow of 0.4%, while NASDAQ on this back to work Monday down 45 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a drop there of 0.3%. The 10-year 4.23%, with the 2-year 3.72%. Spot gold little changed, up $5 the ounce, 33.25, up just under 0.2%. A retreat for crude, 62.17 a barrel on WTI, down 1.3%, and Bitcoin 94,515, up by 0.2%. Traders bracing for a deluge of corporate earnings and key economic data, sending stocks churning as they await more insights on the impact of President Trump's trade war. As for the earnings outlook, Lori Calvasina is head of U.S. equity strategy at RBC Capital Markets, and she was the guest this morning on surveillance.
We got a lot of earnings last week, and we're in the middle of the busiest stretch. Last week was the first part of that, and not only did we hear from a ton of companies across a bunch of different industries and sectors, we got a ton of detail on tariffs, and none of it was the same from company to company.
Lori Calvasina of RBC Capital Markets, and this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by IBKR. Will U.S. initial jobless claims exceed 260,000 for the week ending May 10th, 2025? The yes was recently at 8%. Trade your prediction with IBKR Forecast Trader at ibkr.com/forecast. Last trading day for this contract is May 14th. Recapping, S&P just turning negative, been that kind of a day, down now, little change, down by 1 point. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pelleton, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Matt Miller sitting in for Alex Steele this hour. We appreciate it. We're here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube as well. What are you looking at, Matt?
Tesla ny low, det är 1,3%.
So my overriding question to kick off the week is, does earnings overshadow economic data, because this is the busiest week for earnings, as I'm sure you've been saying all morning long, right? $20 trillion worth of market cap is reporting. But we get some big economic data as well. Tomorrow we get the Conference Board Consumer Confidence. We get a bunch of other stuff on Wednesday and Thursday that I can't remember. And then on Friday we get the non-farms payrolls number, the granddaddy of all economic statistics. So you would think, like, that's neck and neck, like which is more important to the market. But my take is that this economic data is so backwards looking, and obviously non-farm payrolls doesn't give you an outlook, right? Whereas companies will come out and say, man, we don't know what to do. There's so much uncertainty. All I can do is like fire my employees and like close down factories. Like all they can do is cut costs. That's their only lever to pull. And
Snakker om at mange store selskaper nå, de kutter kostene og sier at masse ansatte og stenger ned fabrikker. Du flytter ned pengene inn på egen konto for å legge inn på Crazy, men forventer at jeg har lagt ned en shopper der sin på Nasdaq, samtidig som det står på kontoen nå har gått og tatt tapen nå. Crazy kommer lagt ned her og sitter og venter. Jeg vil vente, Johannes, fordi hvis du ser på makrobildet nå, så det bare drit. De snakker om å... Altså, det bare dritt. Se på Nasdaq I dag. Det liksom... Jeg hadde bare ventet. Jeg hadde ikke gjort noen ting nå. Vil du vente, Johannes? Hallo. Jeg på live. Jeg vet ikke. Hva som ikke skjer?
The stock is now outperformed because it's making the progress it needed for the growth trajectory. They noted the commercial jet production
på Discord.
Stabilized, and of course that bio defense outlook has improved after the jet competition that was won by Boeing that President Trump recently announced. And the stock is up 2% year to date, which is not a bad start considering how stocks have suffered this year.
Especially this stock, which is just a giant, old, creaking, practically government-run bureaucracy duopoly. Like, I don't know why people find Boeing and Airbus so exciting. They're just two gigantic government companies that slowly move pieces around the board, right? We used to own Spirit, then we sold Spirit, now we're buying Spirit. Like, I don't know why we devote so much time to these companies.
Jeg snakker ikke med noen.
Until they moved the corporate headquarters from Seattle to Chicago.
Yeah, because they used to make a great plane like the 747-800, and now what?
I just flew on a
now the 737? That's not a good plane.
It's the workhorse. What do you got?
I feel so there isn't that much competition. Two big companies makes sense. Eli Lilly shares up as much as 6%. We're talking about HSBC downgrading the stock to reduce
downgrade nå, Eli Lilly.
Equivalent, saying the drug makers' risk reward is not attractive. We have competition, of course, we're talking about Ozempic, Wegovy, all those big drugs, and Novo Nordisk is...
Ny low på Tesla, 1,7%. Ny low på Microsoft, ny low på Nvidia, Amazon, ny low på Alphabet. Meta holder på å gå rødt her nå. Broadcom, 0,42. Sjekk sur Broadcom. Kanskje få fallet nå, da. Vi bruker lang tid, vet du. Russell 2000 som holder oss oppe. Nå er vi ned på... vi er faktisk ned ganske mye nå. Vi er ned 100 poeng, faktisk. Her et kjøp igjen. De som tør. Jeg tør ikke. Jeg vet det, satt av helvete, så jeg tør ikke kjøpe.
Finally nearing the point where the company's improving fundamentals should support a recovery. The stock is down 24% year to date. The new price target from Truist is $11. This implies a 70% so clearly, very bullish thesis there.
All right, Denitza, thank you so much. We appreciate that, Denitza.
Vi må ned nå gjennom ned mot 19,250 nå, til neste støttenivå. Og så skal vi helt ned til 19,193. Bryter vi 19,193, så det ned til...
And I'm not being sarcastic at all. Like, I'm dying for stock movers. But 5 minutes is not enough. You know?
They update it all the time.
I need a little bit more.
They update it a lot. So it's always something new. Let's go up to Canada. That's where David Gura is. We always follow in his footsteps. He's correspondent for Bloomberg and host of the Big podcast. On the banks of the Ottawa River.
950-ish. Så du kan falle helt ned dit.
With the United States. How is that impacting what's going on up there, David?
dette gjetting? Nei. Vi må bare Tesla må ikke opp.
This election, as you rightly expect, and this election kind of turned on its face about 2 or 3 months ago. When President Trump began making comments.
Det jo en jævla grunn til at ikke tør å kjøpe her, ikke sant? Jeg tør vi faen ikke kjøpe her.
Ratcheted up his rhetoric on tariffs and the economic relationship between these two countries. And
Nå faller jo
what that's
ordentlig
meant in real
på mye
tangible
volum
terms
også.
is the Liberal Party, which was greatly lagging behind the Conservatives late last year, has gained a ton of ground and surpassed Conservatives in the latest public opinion polling. So they're now looking at
Man har tatt dem opp på 300 nå I 2 dager, så se om man klarer å ta imot her nå.
Prime Minister who's been on the job now just for a couple of weeks, hoping to keep that job.
Han må gjennom han.
He talks about, to your point, Paul,
Må gjennom det beltet her nå, for at det skal
his
falle videre.
estimation is best positioned to, yes, deal with President Trump, go into those negotiations over
Tar
trade
imot
and
igjen,
tariffs.
knappen. Robert, vi heier, vi heier, vi heier.
In the past, they haven't been political jobs. He was the governor of the Bank of Canada.
Robert, det her, vi helt enige.
Bank of England during Brexit. He's bringing all of that to bear, and that's the sell that he's making. Now, you look at the Conservative Party. Pierre Poilievre.
Vi må gi en liten, vi må tenke noe god varme, sende noe god varme tanke til Robert. Han på sykehuset og tar cellegift og sitter og trader med oss her hjemme. Så Robert en kriger. Det ganske kult. Sitter og trader med cellegift på sykehuset. Så her nå Robert, nå tar vi for rett.
Governor in the past, but he doesn't want to be a governor
Boom,
in
boom,
the
boom, boom.
future. How much has President Trump's
Oi, nå har Tesla 2%. Nå håper jeg Trump blir påkjørt.
helped spur
Ja
the
da, jeg mente
liberals
ikke
towards
det.
what looks like a certain victory?
Jeg mente ikke det.
It's just been a huge help here. And, you know, Mark Carney from the beginning of this contest has said that he's never thought that President Trump was joking when he would talk about that 51st state issue, that those remarks about sovereignty weren't something that he could laugh off or shrug off. He said that he's taken them serious from the very start. And so the people in this country, who many of them were dissatisfied with the way that liberals have been running the country and the economy, are now looking at him as somebody who's a more stabilizing force here, again, drawing from that experience that he has as a technocrat in Canada for so many years. And so he's hoping that that's going to be a ballast for him. And it's interesting when you look at the demographics of support here, again, presented in those public opinion polls. Pierre Poilievre, the Conservative candidate, does have a lot of support in the western provinces of this country.
Han tok bort Robert, hva skal jeg si for noe?
The Prime Minister has a lot of support from older Canadians in particular.
Akkurat
in the eastern part of the country.
på,
So it'll be interesting to see sort of how
på kukhåret.
but again, the polling has been working in the Liberals' favor here for the last many weeks.
And this really changed, didn't it, David? Prior to President Trump and some of this commentary regarding Canada, the Conservatives were looking to take over. They had a big lead, didn't they?
You're absolutely right. And so, you know, back in the fall, when it looked like Justin Trudeau's political future was very much in doubt, his hold on that power was very tenuous, you looked at polling and Conservatives were up by 20 points, double digits. And the argument that they were making was an economic argument. Again, that this country faces some rather large economic challenges when it comes to affordable housing, for instance.
Nå Nvidia ned 3,3%. Burde falle mye mer nå.
The Conservatives as a way of changing course and trying to take those issues more seriously and making the case quite effectively at that point in time that the Liberals hadn't done right by this country. Again, in the last few weeks only, we've seen a dramatic reversal here, and not only were Liberals able to make up that deficit, but they've been able to surpass it as well. So we've seen the Liberal Party running ahead in those public opinion polls here by 7 or 8 percentage points. That's been reduced a little bit in recent days, but still having a lead that, again, a couple of months ago would have just been unfathomable if you'd looked at those public opinion surveys.
Wow, just amazing. All right, David, thank you so much for your reporting. Really appreciate it. David Carr, correspondent for...
Vi må blæste gjennom 2 sekunder.
From Quebec, Canada, on the banks of the Ottawa River, so right there.
19,300, og så må vi helt igjennom for at det skal gå og bryte ned da. Dere som hvis det skal gå short. Hvis dere skal gå short, så kan dere shorte på 19,260. Da kan dere begynne å shorte. 19,260. Så har man ned med 100 poeng til for å delta gidde å shorte.
Welcome to the Thunderdome, inside 100 dizzying days of Trump 2. So, Nancy, what's the gist of your story here? Because, again, like I say, it just seems like if you're in the news business, this is a full-time job covering President Trump and his administration.
Oh, it's a more than full-time job covering President Trump. And thank you so much for having me. The gist of the 100 Days story is really just that they, you know, have done so many things at such a breakneck speed. And, you know, they have signed over 100 executive orders. He has really, you know, reshaped the way that the U.S. thinks about trade policy. He's trying to come up with all these different foreign policy deals. There's been a ton of outreach to different CEOs, and he has a lot of new relationships with tech CEOs. And what we reported out is that a lot of the preparation happened actually, as long as 4 years ago when he first lost the 2020 election. Some of his say.
Så hvis man skal gå short, så kan man shorte på 19.260. Så han må bryte gjennom 19.300, 40 poeng ned til 19.260. Der kan man gå short.
So it's not just that they came to Washington January 20th, the inauguration day, and started to move quickly. It's that they really laid the groundwork for months and even years in some cases to think about all the policy moves that they wanted to make.
So, Nancy, I talk to executives all day long on my television show, Bloomberg Open Interest, weekdays from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. And they're always saying, when we get to the other side of this, when we start to see more certainty, when we start to see more stability, is that expected? I mean, was the
jeg ble borte nå I en halvtimes tid. Skal jeg bare ha på skjermen og ha på alt, eller? Eller skal jeg ikke gjøre det? Fikk med på, ja, jeg fikk med seg for 3 dager siden. Jeg fikk med meg, Ludvig. Ok, da har jeg det på. Da kan du ha på den her, da det breaking news her. Så har vi screener her, alt som skjer på Nasdaq her. Og så har vi Nasdaqen her. Jeg har ikke satt nivåene ennå, dere kan se nivåene her nede, på nivåene. Og så har vi TV der. Da jeg tilbake om ikke alt for lenge. Og jeg blir sittende til klokka 3 natt sikkert.
They are very focused on negotiating with all these individual countries to deal with trade imbalances and come up with new trade agreements. And so, but the pace is going to continue.
Nancy, to what extent is the administration concerned about the declining poll numbers of President Trump, particularly as it relates to his handling of these tariffs and the economic uncertainty?
I don't think that they're very concerned, honestly. President Trump does not have to run for re-election. I think what they are paying attention to is the midterms, which will be in a year and a half. And so I think that they are focused on that, and they want to make sure the economy is in a good place. I do think that all the instability in the stock market around the tariffs did freak them out a little bit, and is something they're aware of. But I don't think that he's not planning to run for re-election. So I think that they're thinking about it differently, and I think that they are also very confident. Some could say maybe blindly so, but they are very confident, and the poll numbers so far are not stressing them out.
I wonder about Doge, because it's been a huge part of this first 100 days, right? And Elon Musk is only allowed to work for the government, I believe, for 130 days. So if January 20th was his first day, tomorrow will be his 100th day working for President Trump. That means, there's only a month left of Musk at Doge. How would you grade them, Nancy? I mean, how much have they cut in costs? Initially wanted to do $2 trillion, then $1 trillion. What is it now?
Well, we didn't get sort of super into Doge in this story. I would say they haven't cut as much as they have said they are. Doge people are embedded in the agencies, and I think that they are there to stay. Elon Musk, though, is on his way out, and you have to remember it's kind of a tricky dance. I think the Trump people are sort of tired of the political liability that he has brought to the White House. He also has sort of moved quickly and not really always kept them informed.
Right.
And so
we're
I think
going to have to leave it at
that,
that, Nancy, just because of time. So appreciate your reporting. As always, Nancy Cook, Senior National Political Correspondent for Bloomberg News. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks. The S&P 500 index trading at the low of the morning right now, with the Dow higher by 40, up 0.1%, but the S&P down 24 right now, 5,500 even. The S&P 500 index down 0.4%. Nasdaq down 158, drop there of 0.9%. Going to be a busy week for Mag 7 earnings. The 10-year yielding 4.23%, the 2-year 3.71%. Gold right now up $13 the ounce, up by about 0.4%. $33.33 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.8%, $61.88 for a barrel of WTI. Tesla is raising prices in Canada and encouraging buyers there to snap up cars imported before counter tariffs were imposed on U.S.-made vehicles. Tesla shares, they're down now by 3.5%. And the Japanese construction and mining equipment maker Komatsu says it may raise prices in the U.S. in response to tariffs, with the company projecting a 2.27% drop in operating profit this year because of the levies and the stronger yen. Komatsu shares, though, they are advancing right now. Komatsu up by about 2.7%. Recapping, S&P 500 index down 26, down 0.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pelleton, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Matt Miller sitting in for Alex Steele this hour. We appreciate that. We're coming live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube. Matt, as you mentioned, I don't know where to focus this week. I got a huge swath of companies reporting earnings, and we're really going to be focused on the guidance for a lot of these companies. And then we've got a lot of economic data, and maybe the question is, when are we going to start seeing some of the uncertainty in some of the economic data, whether it's GDP or inflation and that kind of thing. So we got to pay attention to that. So if you're a professional money manager, there's plenty to keep you busy. Kim Forrest, founder and chief investment officer at Bouquet Capital Partners, joins us here. Kim, kind of with that setup, what do you think is driving stocks here? Do we earnings or some of this bigger, I guess, economic data issues, or is it just what comes out of the Twitter account or X account or, of a certain president?
I think all of the above, but here's what I've learned from doing this for the past, I can't believe it, 26 years of looking at markets, is in a given day, they can really only process one or two ideas. I kid you not. If you go back to what happened on Friday, you can suss out what drove the market, and you look at the stocks and you look at the data that comes out and you go, aha, this is what drove the market. So I'm going to make a bold prediction that the thing that drove the markets last year clearly was NVIDIA and the AI trade. And this week, we're going to get a little bit more information on whether or not the AI trade is dead. And I think the answer is no, because we got a sneak peek from what happened on Thursday. I think it was Thursday. Every day seems like a lifetime. Anyhow, with Google. And Google reiterated that they are going to continue spending on their AI build-out. And so we expect Microsoft, Meta, and Amazon to all say the same thing.
It's actually a very good point. And Kim, I've been asking the question all morning, are we going to see more cost cuts? Because there was a story in the Wall Street Journal that said corporate CEOs are saying the market version of the Serenity Prayer right now. Costs are the only thing that they can really control, and in the face of total uncertainty, that's the lever they're pulling. But I was talking with Gargi Chowdhury of BlackRock this morning, and she said, well, you know what? Google didn't cut its CapEx. So maybe we won't see a cut in CapEx from the other hyperscalers, and that's really what's driving this market, is that AI trade that we obviously saw so big last year. What about other companies, though, Kim? Are you worried that we're going to start seeing, especially smaller companies, start to fire employees, start to, close down stores, start to reduce costs wherever they can?
So the answer is always yes, right? For the troubled. Like Macy's is going to close a store in this, I don't know how big, it was a huge, huge mall, and there's only 3 things in it now. Maybe 4 if you consider the collectibles shop that's in there as well.
That doesn't count as a real business. That's like
No,
somebody's
it really doesn't, but I'm painting this, right?
Yeah.
Joann Fabrics pulled the plug there, but we've got Macy's that is now going to pull the plug. Dick's Sporting Goods is going to pull the plug, but the Township of Fraser has its township building in that building, but it's massive. It is the hugest, most empty building I've ever seen in my entire life. But that is what we get, is companies that aren't succeeding are going to reshuffle the decks. Now, Dick's is doing pretty well, but in that mall, nobody's going to the mall. They're going to move somewhere else. No kidding. So that goes on all the time. But I would even say smaller companies that are successful are not going to just indiscriminately hire. What companies do have right now is technology that tells them what the pipeline is doing in real time. Most, even small companies, have a CRM system where they can see what demand looks like. And I think that is going to drive things, not tweets, not headlines. It's going to be what's happening with our business. And if your business is sick, you're going to make some cuts.
Kim, I mean, looking at the S&P, I made the comment earlier that depends on kind of if you're a glass half empty or half full kind of person. The bad news is that the S&P is down 10% roughly from its peak earlier this year. The good news is that it's up 10% from the bottom. How do you view kind of what's going on out there in the stock market generally?
Well, again, I'm kind of a mathematician. That's my basic training that's what I graduated with, a degree in that and computer science. So I like to take apart the pieces of the S&P. And if I look at what was driving the S&P last year and pretty much through the end of the year was the AI trade. So that's the big Mag 7. I was going to call them the big 7. Mag 7, and then, especially NVIDIA. Now, NVIDIA has come down a lot, right?
21% year to date.
Yeah. So that is overweight in the S&P, or it was really overweight in the S&P 500 calculation. So you have to look at that. And if you look at the rest of the S&P 500, they're really not going all that up or down, right? That most of that dip down and dip back up was the Magnificent Seven. And that was the blessing last year, and it's the curse this year. So you index buyers are just going to have to put up with that.
It's actually, at one point, it was down 37% peak to trough.
Yep.
With the peak being like the very beginning of January and the trough being 2 weeks ago. We've had a pretty powerful rally, though, over the past 4 days. Today, it's, not looking like it's going to continue, but we had the SWIG breadth thrust indicator triggered. For at least the 18th, I've seen 3 different estimates of how many times it's been triggered since 1943, but it's been at least 18 times. And each of those 18 times, Kim, it's resulted in double-digit gains on average, like 15% 6 months out and 25% 12 months out. Do you put any trust into the SWIG breadth thrust indicator, which basically just says NYSE stocks, only, I think, 40% of them were at new highs, and then within 10 days, 61.5% of them were at new highs.
Totally clear.
Yeah.
So I'm going to use one of my favorite phrases that I think irritate people. That's interesting, but irrelevant. Because the truth is, a lot, and remember, I'm a math person. I used to be an AI person, which is math. I love math, but it tells me what happened in the past, not what's going to happen in the future. And there's so much that can happen in the future, like deals, tariff deals signed, not signed, wars, not wars, just everyday life that doesn't necessarily let you, with assurance, know what's going to happen to your stocks in the future. So I'm cheered by this. If that happens, go whatever indicator. But I'm not going to, run my money based on it.
I was excited last week about it. It's the SWIG. Martin SWIG invented this. The SWIG breadth thrust indicator.
Oh.
All right, put that out on social media. I'm sure that'll get a lot of hits. Kim Forrest, thank you so much for joining us. Kim is founder and chief investment officer of Bouquet Capital Partners. All right, you mentioned Torsten Slok and his note on autos and how that's really where you're going to see the impact of tariffs. What are the you know all these auto companies all over the world? What are they saying? Like, what are the Volkswagen people saying about?
Well, I think they're all saying different things. I actually had dinner on Saturday night with Jose Munoz, who runs Hyundai and Gemini.
Okay.
And what he's saying is, hey, guess what? We make a lot more of our cars in the U.S. than you realize. And so he's not worried because he's got a ton of production here. And it's not the Mexican production that they also have or the Korean production that they also have that needs to come here. So for him, it's almost a benefit, right? Obviously, it depends on what happens when it comes to the auto parts tariffs. But other companies are, like Jim Farley from the beginning has been saying, this is going to cause costs and chaos because so many, even if they only sell cars in the U.S. that they assemble in the U.S., which Ford has a better shot at that than GM, and they both have a better shot at that than Stellantis, they still use a lot of auto parts from other countries. And you don't necessarily want to be bringing back wiring loom manufacturing to these great shores, right? It's okay to leave that in Ukraine.
Right.
It would cost a heck of a lot more if you brought it back here. And we're already looking at, I was putting together a Chevy Suburban yesterday, looking at a new family truckster, right? And it's $75,000, $80,000. Like, that's very expensive for a Chevy Suburban. But if we start producing wiring looms in like Indiana instead of just outside of Kiev, then it's going to be $100,000 or more. So, yeah, I think some car makers are SOL.
But how about, how about like Mercedes and things like that? Or
So Mercedes just doesn't produce enough cars here. They're going to have to add whatever import tariffs onto the sticker price. And that's going to be a real problem. And what they're going to do is they're just going to stop selling their more affordable models here because they will be less affordable. And then who's going to want to buy? You don't want to pay $80,000 for a C-Class, right? Maybe if it's an S-Class, it makes sense that you're paying $150 instead of $125. But they're not going to be selling, and a lot of companies are not going to be selling their more affordable vehicles here. Did you see, by the way, this new Amazon Slate truck?
No.
So cool. At least the idea of it. They're going to sell a $20,000 truck. Actually, after incentives, it'll be less than $20,000 for a two-seater electric pickup with no range, right? Only like 150 miles, but you don't really need much more for certain purposes. And then you can change this truck into anything you want. It can change into a 5-seat SUV with certain additions. You can add a stereo, but it doesn't come with one. You can add a screen, but it doesn't come with one. Like, very cool project. I'm interested. It's the Amazon Slate truck.
Amazon Slate. I'll go check that out. The last vehicle I bought, which was like a couple of months ago for the number 4 Offspring, we leased it hybrid. How about that? Going
so green of you, Paul.
Going green, exactly. In New Jersey, I'm sure it'll have a big impact. Coming up, Mark Daly. He's going to join us, Bloomberg BNEF, on innovation and technology in the energy space. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the NASDAQ 100 index down by about 0.9%. This in the countdown to tech earnings this week. Right now, the S&P 500 index is down 25, close to session lows, down by about 0.5%. The Dow swinging between gains and losses. Right now, the Dow Jones Industrial Average up by just about 0.5 point. This update brought to you by Commonwealth, supporting more than 2,000 independent financial advisors with a 2-to-1 advisor to staff ratio. Small firm attentiveness, big advisor impact. Go to commonwealth.com to learn about their consultative support and technology. The 10-year 4.23% with the 2-year 3.71%. Gold little changed, up by just under 0.1%, 33.22 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.8%, 61.90 for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin right now down 0.6%, 93,764 on Bitcoin. White House tariffs on China are set to unleash a jolt to Main Street. Let's get more from Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Inbound cargo has plunged since the U.S. raised tariffs on Chinese goods to a punishing 145%. In 2 or 3 weeks, thousands of companies, big and small, will need to restock. Giants like Walmart and Target have warned the White House that American families are likely to encounter empty shelves and higher prices. It could echo the pandemic supply shock, with the CEO of Florida toy maker Basic Fun saying, "We're paralyzed." Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Wells Fargo says the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau has terminated a consent order dating back to 2018 relating to the bank's compliance risk management program. It is the 6th since the order ended this year. Right now, Wells Fargo down 0.5%. Recapping, the Dow little changed on the day, up 1 point. S&P down now by 0.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Matt Miller sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Let's check in with our next guest, Mark Daly, Head of Innovation and Tech for Bloomberg BNEF. This is usually a spot for Alex, because Alex likes to talk about energy, old energy, new energy. She doesn't care as long as it's tech related, but I'll try to make do here. Hey, Mark, I know you kind of want to talk kind of like about the funding activity in the climate tech space. Has the funding around just new energy, whether it's technology or not, has that changed in the last 3 or 4 months? Have you sensed any different change? Because I think we have an administration that views the evolution to, or the transition to newer, greener technologies, maybe not with the same support that some other administrations have. Have you felt that in the funding area?
Yeah, so my job at BNEF is I track equity funding, so it's companies that are raising money. Asset investment, we still continuing to grow, so capital investment in things like solar panels and the farms that are actually producing renewable energy, that's still going up. The equity funding environment has actually been on the decline for 3 or 4 years, so it's not something that's kind of been on the same upward trajectory. And that's not because it's necessarily people expect solar panels to stop being invested in, or things like lithium-ion batteries. It's just interest rates went up a few years ago, and that kind of crushed the equity capital market across the spectrum, even in things like climate or new energy that might have been on the up overall. The last year, I'd say there's been a bit of a divergence. 2021 was kind of peak interest in startups for climate in the last 5 to 10 years. And the hype has now kind of moved on, and artificial intelligence is where a lot of the generalist investors are putting their interest. So there are still lots of climate specific people who are investing in startups. But yeah, definitely in the last few months with the new administration, I would say there's been a noticeable change in terms of what people, or how people talk about the things. People don't talk so much about climate tech anymore. They talk about investing in new energy, because everyone's pro energy and pro producing lots of new energy. But it's not so much about climate anymore. And we've even seen reports of lots of companies kind of scrubbing mentions of that from their websites in order to be part of that energy storyline rather than climate.
Right. So they changed the way they talk about it, and because of rates, you've seen investment for startups on the decline. But I imagine the current
administration sentiment doesn't necessarily affect funding for VC, for startups, because they're not expected to exit for like 5, 7, 10 years, right? So we'll probably be in a completely different administration by that time. Unless Donald Trump, obviously, you know, unless he changes the Constitution and stays as our permanent dictator.
That could be on the table.
Yeah.
I won't comment on that. What I will say is on the whether it's good or bad for VCs right now, I think it's probably not the main driver of activity. I think, to me, there's kind of two groups of new energy technologies. This is things that are working, things like solar, electric vehicles, wind. They kind of have a product market fit. People will build them even without like massive policy support because they produce energy competitively, and people like buy electric cars because they're cost competitive products. There's a different class of new energy technologies, things like carbon capture, hydrogen, the things we need to abate, like harder to abate things like steel or cement manufacturing. They don't really have product market fit yet. They're not cost competitive like solar and wind are. And there's a bit of a divergence in the kind of investing in new energy companies, in that there's lots of capital available for things like solar and wind and lithium-ion batteries, electric cars, charging, for things that have business models that work right now. If you're trying to raise capital there and you can prove that your revenue is growing and you have margins, people will be willing to invest. But there's a bit of an issue where a lot of people raised new venture and growth equity funds on the hype of 2021, 2022, but those investors now say, well, lots of that stuff we invested in didn't really work as well as we thought it would. We now have much more stringent requirements in terms of what a startup needs to meet in terms of KPIs for us to invest again. And so I'd say the biggest issue in the industry right now is there's a huge glut of capital that wants to be deployed, and there's not necessarily enough high quality companies for that to be deployed into. So yeah, I hear a lot these days about how it's hard for venture investors to raise new funds.
Well, how about if I have a new technology? Where do I go to raise the money? Is the U.S. the place to go? Is Europe? Is Asia? Where? I just go to Silicon Valley?
Shifted?
Yeah.
I would say like the U.S. is the biggest venture market in terms of the entire global economy. China is the biggest kind of supplier of clean tech manufacturing equipment, but actually the U.S. is the biggest market for climate tech startups or energy tech startups, whatever you want to call it now. It's not really a function of it being the best place to be a pro energy or a pro climate company. It's the fact that the capital markets are really, really mature. Europe theoretically would be the best place to do this in terms of demand, but actually it's a really, really fractured market. Pension funds can't invest in venture. And so if you're a climate tech startup who really wants to scale, really wants to raise growth equity, you'll probably end up coming to the US.
What are you seeing in terms of, I mean, I imagine exits are paralyzed right now. Certainly there's no IPOs. Are there sales? Are things going as distressed?
So we do actually also track mergers and acquisitions in the space. And we've only recently started doing this for the reason of we're trying to see where all the companies are exiting. IPOs, we're seeing a lot of talk about, particularly in APAC, IPOs this year in big transport companies. Mergers and acquisitions are actually on the rise in the kind of energy space. It's not necessarily what I call startups. It's mostly like massive renewable energy developers being acquired by private equity funds, being acquired by utilities. There's also an enormous amount of activity in the battery metals supply chain. So big lithium miners, big copper miners, they're also being acquired by the big mining conglomerates. And really the reason that these are the sectors that are undergoing these M&A is just because there are natural acquirers in the space. Like a utility will acquire a renewables portfolio, but an automaker is not going to acquire a Tesla. By the time they've kind of de-risked and become a big enough company for an automaker to acquire them, they're already too big for that to happen.
All right, Mark, thanks so much for joining us. Mark Daly, Head of Innovation and Tech at Bloomberg BNEF down there. They're here at down on one floor down, I think, right below us, 4th floor down there. So have you seen the movie Landman, or the TV show Landman?
I have heard about it.
Okay, you need to watch that, Mike, right? That's where I get all my
all his misinformation comes from Landman.
Exactly. All I know about the oil and gas business comes from Landman. Same thing, all I know about ranching and cows.
I watched the first couple of episodes, but it was filled with so much untruth that I just couldn't go any further.
But nobody delivers it better than Billy Bob Thornton.
He does a great job. I love his acting.
Pound to pound, the best cursor, I think, in movies.
I love John Hamm in that show, too.
Yeah, he was good. He was good. So anyway, Mark Daly, Head of Innovation and Tech at NEF. Coming up, we've got Michael Hanlon. We're going to talk about the restaurant business. Is that where they could see some tough times, both in terms of their costs and as well as consumer demand? So that's coming up in just a moment. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney and Alex Steele on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Matt Miller sitting in for Alex Steele, doing commendable duty here today for this hour. We appreciate that. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio, streaming live on YouTube. We always like talking to our next guest because A, he covers cool companies, and B, I think his companies give us a good read on how the consumer's doing. That's Michael Halen, senior restaurant and food service analyst. People got to eat, right? For Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. It's in his contract. He has to be in New York at least one day a month, and that's kind of what he does here. So, hey, Mike, I think about the restaurant business, a great view onto the consumer here. What are you seeing? What's the data showing you? What are the companies telling you about how they view the consumer here in a world that's got a lot of uncertainty?
Yeah, what I like to say is restaurants are the canary in the coal mine. Usually we lead consumer discretionary spending lower. But restaurants really felt most of the pain last year. Last year was a terrible year for dining, especially full service dining, down significantly. In my view, for full service, it was a restaurant recession.
What caused that?
It was low income consumers primarily, but consumers pushing back against all of the price hikes that they've dealt with since 2020, right?
Yeah, it's very expensive and terribly unhealthy, right? Compared to buying your own Whole Foods and then cooking your own dinner. Something Paul never does.
No, not anymore.
So which ones are, I'm looking at your universe of coverage, right? So you have the burger joints, like the giant ones from McDonald's, to the smaller ones like Shake Shack. You also have Paul's very favorite chain of all time, Cracker Barrel.
Was there Saturday.
And you've got those, those other, like you said, full service, right? Texas Roadhouse. So you really span the gamut. Which ones are doing the best out of the ones that you cover?
So right now, believe it or not, it's casual dining. A lot of
What's casual dining?
So casual dining is Texas Roadhouse. Okay. Chili's is really elevating all of the numbers because they did a 30% comp last quarter. Wow. They've been absolutely crushing
Everyone's going to Chili's?
Everyone's going to Chili's. They're absolutely crushing it. Yeah. And it's been a great turnaround there. So, and they're all lapping really weak results from last year, and that's kind of helping them. Quick service has more exposure to low income consumers. They're also lapping stronger results in the first 4 or 5 months of last year, which is kind of hurting their results right now. The names that we like, Shake Shack, Cracker Barrel, and we expect Starbucks to really start to gain some momentum here. And it's all
That's weird. Every Starbucks near this office has shut down. Right? There used to be one in this building. They closed that. There was one across the street. Closed that one.
Those are two small, dumpy things. I don't know.
Also we're in Midtown. Who's in Midtown, right? Yeah, exactly. Everybody's working from home, right? So they put them all in the suburbs.
And that's a problem, yeah. And poor site selection will hurt when you're opening stores right across the street from each other.
And when you got in a building that's got 5,000 different types of coffee given away free to everybody. So in the restaurant business, if I'm seeing maybe some of my costs going up because of tariffs, you can quantify that for us. Maybe some of my demand waning because the economy's slowing and we might go into a recession and inflation and all that kind of stuff. And maybe I can't get my busboy and my dishwasher because they're not coming into the country anymore. What are these companies telling you about these potential headwinds here?
Well, this is going to be an interesting earnings season. So we have data right now in April that's not that bad. Quick service is about flat, maybe up a couple of percent for full service in the first 3 weeks of April. So I'm not hitting the panic button just yet. Gotcha. Our P&Ls aren't going to be impacted that much by tariffs. Chipotle is talking about 50 basis points higher costs due to avocados and some paper products. But Domino's doesn't really have much impact exposure. Most of the food items are being sourced domestically by our restaurant chains. And so the P&L is not going to get hit, which is good. All of our companies are saying, we're on E-Verify and all of our employees are legal. So now we're not really worried about the immigration as much. Obviously, it could force labor prices higher, but this is an environment they're used to dealing with. It's been 4 or 5% labor inflation for as long as I can remember. And so I don't think they're positioned that badly. I'm not ready to hit the panic button. I think people still have to eat. People are still employed. People are going to work. They're strapped for time, right?
And they're broken up in terms of, for example, when I think of Yum Brands, I don't know why I think of big Chinese business, but I feel like, did they separate that? So do they have Yum for China and then a Yum that focuses on us? They do what? Pizza Hut. They do Kentucky Fried Chicken. They have, what else do they have? Taco Bell.
Yeah. And so Yum is, they're a massive franchised system. So Yum China is their franchise business in China. So it's nice running a franchise business because you're not exposed to the higher costs of food and labor, right? It's Yum China that actually has to foot the bill for whatever higher costs they're going to experience through tariffs or through higher labor and stuff like that.
What's your favorite place to eat? Of all the companies you cover, Shake Shack, McDonald's, Yum, Chipotle, Jack in the Box, Cheesecake Factory, Starbucks, Wingstop.
I didn't know Jack in the Box was still...
What's your favorite one, Michael?
To actually eat at?
Yeah.
Oh, man. That's a good question. I don't know.
You've never thought about this?
I mean,
you have a coverage universe of fast food restaurants.
I'm a little bougie, though. I'm like, I might have to say, I don't know. It would have to be one of the steak places. I mean, I love a good Ruth's Chris steak, which is owned by Darden right now. So, I mean, that might be it. Texas Roadhouse is great.
Yeah. All right, Mike. Great stuff as always. Michael Halen, Senior Restaurant Food Service Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Matt Miller, thank you for sitting in.
Pleasure.
For Alex Steele. I hope she shall be back tomorrow. Looking at the markets, we got a little red on the screen. Balance of Power with Joe Matthew is next after this global news update.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. Proclaiming success at the southern border, the White House says President Trump will sign 2 executive orders today to back up his immigration crackdown.
The first one is aimed at strengthening immigration enforcement.
To pursue criminals and protect innocent citizens.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
The second EO is centered around protecting American communities from criminal aliens.
She says it will direct the Attorney General and Homeland Security Secretary to publish a list of sanctuary cities the administration says obstruct the enforcement of federal immigration laws. Stacey Lynn, CBS News, the White House.
The Kremlin's announced a 3-day ceasefire next month in Ukraine to coincide with Moscow's World War II commemorations. Ukraine's foreign minister, who has sought a 30-day ceasefire, says, why wait? CBS's Charlie D'Agata at the Pentagon.
This will be a welcome development if it is to hold. Because it was only a couple of weeks ago, Easter time, that both sides had announced a sort of 24-hour ceasefire in order to mark Easter. Hundreds of violations on both sides.
The Vatican has closed the Sistine Chapel and says the conclave to select the next pope will begin 1 week from Wednesday. CBS News contributor Delia Gallagher in Rome says that leaves a lot of time for discussions ahead of time.
They don't have to go into seclusion, as it were, until that day. They will have up until then to talk to each other in dinners and informal meetings, and that's really important for them because they have to get together to get a 2/3 majority.
It's Election Day in Canada, and what's being done and what has been said in the U.S. is a key factor. Asa McKercher is a public policy analyst in Canada.
His election as Liberal leader has really been framed against the threat of Donald Trump, the trade war launched by your president, and his comments about turning Canada to 51st state and erasing the border between our countries. And that threat has really galvanized support behind Mark Carney. And we've seen a sort of historic shift in support for the Liberal government, which had, under previous Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, had sunk to really like 18% popularity in the polls.
On the weather map, CBS News meteorologist David Parkinson says parts of Minnesota, Iowa, and Wisconsin are in line for potentially nasty storms today.
4 out of 5 on the severe weather index, meaning it is likely that we will see several tornadoes. They could be long track, they could be EF2 or stronger. So the potential is there for a really pretty serious tornadic outbreak during the afternoon and evening hours.
And checking Wall Street, the Dow is down 98 points. This is CBS News. From the suburbs back to the big city for an NFL franchise.
D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser said the city and the Washington Commanders have reached an agreement to build a new stadium on the site of RFK Stadium, which is being demolished in a process that could take 2 years. She posted a video narrated by team legend Joe Theismann.
The time is now. Let's bring Washington back to D.C.
The team's much-maligned current home in nearby Landover, Maryland, is widely considered one of the worst stadiums in the league. Washington has played there since 1997. Christopher Cruz, CBS News, Washington.
A trial in Paris has started over the 2016 heist that saw armed robbers tie up Kim Kardashian in her bedroom and steal millions of dollars worth of jewelry. 10 people are charged with robbery and kidnapping. 2 have acknowledged their participation. Kardashian's lawyers say she will testify in person. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
It's the Monday edition. Lawmakers coming back to Washington from recess just as the White House begins celebrating the first 100 days milestone. Why wait? Ever more questions about trade and tariffs. The backdrop of our conversations today as we're joined by Bloomberg Politics editor Laura Davison with new polling straight from Cliff Young at Ipsos, and we'll have analysis from our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us as we balance both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue on a Monday in Washington. We start, as always, on Wall Street on the fastest show in politics with Charlie Pellet in New York. His check on the markets. Charlie, where are we?
Indeed, I got you covered. We are at the lows of the day right now. With the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red right now. Investors bracing for a deluge of corporate earnings and key economic data sending stocks lower. S&P right now down 44. That is a drop of 0.8%. Dow Industrials down 121, a decline now of 0.3%. NASDAQ now down by 211 points, down 1.2%, and the NASDAQ 100 index also down by 1.2%. The 10-year, 4.23%. The 2-year, 3.70%. Gold up 0.3%, higher by $10 the ounce, $33.30. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.8%, $61.86 for a barrel of WTI. As for Washington, tariffs and the market recovery, Abby Yoder is U.S. equity strategist at J.P. Morgan Chase.
Obviously, time is ticking in terms of how long this uncertainty persists. And, you know, the president heard this from some companies last week when he met with them saying, like, look, this is a matter of weeks in terms of empty shelves. And that is very important, right? Like, the longer this goes on, the more uncertain and the uncertainty pervades, the less likely, you know, the upside becomes a reality.
Abby Yoder of J.P. Morgan Chase. IBM plans to invest $150 billion in the U.S. over the next 5 years, including funds for research and development and manufacturing, mainframe and quantum computers. IBM shares on a down day for the rest of the market, up now by 0.1%. Recapping, stocks are lower with the S&P down 0.8. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, good to see you, my friend, and thank you for being with us here on the Monday edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite radio channel 121, and on YouTube. If you dare see us in the studio, search Bloomberg Business News Live. You'll catch our live stream that goes through the day from New York to D.C. Yeah, Monday edition. We could call it the hangover edition here in Washington, D.C., coming off the weekend no one was supposed to talk about. The White House Correspondents' Dinner and all the parties and trappings that surround it, not including the President of the United States. And I mention this because it was not lost on me. When the pool call time dropped for this morning at the White House and the press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, calls a news conference, the White House press briefing at 8:30 in the morning, knowing that people might be peeking out of one eye. But I'll tell you what, it was a full room. She showed up with Tim Homan, the border czar, to start what is essentially a rolling celebration of the first 100 days, right? We're almost there, and he's going to be speaking tomorrow night. Big rally in Michigan to mark the occasion Immigration is the narrative, if you will, or the story that's certainly being pushed by the White House, starting before the opening bell. Here's the press secretary from a short time ago.
We're working around the clock. The trade team is working all day. I was on the phone late last night with Secretary Lutnick. I was on the phone this weekend as well with Secretary Bessent. I mean, the entire team is working 24/7 to get these trade deals done. And I think you'll be hearing more about them this week. I don't want to get ahead of the trade team or the president in announcing potential deals, but certainly I can assure the American public that this administration is full speed ahead.
Did she say trade deals? I thought we were talking immigration today. Tom Homan certainly was. Mass deportations, part of the president's first 100-day agenda. Trade deals, not so much. This is going to take a lot more than 100 days. We did see the Treasury Secretary making interviews, making the rounds this morning, talking about progress, but making it very clear that we don't even have a framework, not even with our nearest Asian partners, never mind the likes of China. So we have huge questions going into the second 100 days with Laura Davison, Bloomberg Politics editor, with me here at the desk. Great to see you. You're back to reality here, trying to cover now both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue. I will add, lawmakers are returning following recess. But let's start at the White House. What is there to celebrate for this president? He's going to talk, I'm sure, about the border, and we did hear Tim Homan talk about the most secure border in American history this morning. But then we turn right to trade deals and ever more questions about this tariff policy.
The White House clearly is very worried about where they are on trade deals. They have, 70-some days, a little less, until those July deadlines when the 90-day pause ends.
Yeah.
And they're talking a lot, but there has been no evidence that's come out that these deals are actually progressing. Really what's been established so far is sort of, agreements to keep talking. But there's a lot of really thorny issues that they have to get agreements with 60-some countries on, in order to stave off all these tariffs. And so there's a lot of concern that they need to show some progress, even if there is not progress being made.
So is that what's happening? And at some point we have maybe an announcement with South Korea or Japan on a framework. This idea of China being in regular talks, though, and China says it's not talking to the White House. We ended last week with this narrative. We're starting this week with the same one. Who do we believe, and what's Beijing doing here?
Well, and, as we saw last week, Trump, repeatedly said that, the U.S. and China were talking, and China said, whoa, we're not having any talks. Right. There's still that complete disconnect there. And so there's, a couple different pressure points that they're feeling. One, markets continue to not perform particularly well. You also have members of Congress starting to get squirrely about this and say, look, if we don't see some significant progress from the administration, Congress may exert a little bit more authority. Plus, you also see a series of polls that came out over the past couple days that show really, really bad news for Trump on his handling of the economy. There was an NBC poll, only 39% of people approve on his handling of the economy. Another poll showing 39% approval on the tariff plan specifically. So these are broadly unpopular stats for what was supposed to be Trump's signature issue of lowering prices and making people feel better about the economic outlook.
As usual, you put your finger right on it. We're going to be talking with Cliff Young from Ipsos a little bit later on this hour, with numbers suggesting exactly what you're saying. And specifically on immigration, to find this president underwater on the issue that really, you could argue, carried him into the White House, and one that has gone better than maybe most of his goals in the first 100 days, tells us what about the political reality of this administration?
It really shows, and then there's a new poll out also from the New York Times this morning showing that just Trump has gone too far on, that people wanted to see, a more secure border. They wanted to see, really a clampdown on illegal immigration. But hearing stories of American citizens being deported, American green card holders being deported, some of the sights and sounds from the prison down in El Salvador and just the brutal conditions. Also realizing, too, that people that they know and are in their community are being affected is really starting to give people pause of maybe that the administration is doing too much too quickly without a regard for sort of the immigration laws and processes that are in place.
Yeah. Taking a look at the guidance, the schedule from the White House today, the president's having lunch with J.D. Vance, and then we'll later speak with the Speaker of the House. They're coming back, and I know as a creature of Capitol Hill in a former life, this is always a fun time for you. What are we in for in a meeting like this, walking into actual markups of this legislation? This is, of course, the reconciliation package that includes the Trump tax cuts and a lot of other big initiatives that he'll be judged on once again.
So what you're seeing right here is Congress and the White House sort of trying to build the tax cut plane as they're trying to fly it. So they are starting to roll out pieces of this reconciliation bill. Largely, these are sort of smaller pieces, the less controversial. What they have not decided in is what is in the tax portion. That'll go to the Ways and Means Committee to get marked up, as well as what are the healthcare spending cuts that they're going to pursue. There's a big division, particularly between the House and Senate, of do they cut Medicaid? If so, how much?
Yep.
All of that has to be decided, and that's what we'll see play out in a series of meetings. Trump and House Speaker Johnson are scheduled to meet around 2 o'clock today, and then later in the afternoon, Bessent and Kevin Hassett will go to the Capitol Hill to meet with congressional leaders. They have to make a bunch of tough decisions that are not going to be easy with the majorities they have, and they want to do it in the next 3 to 4 weeks.
Yeah, I know you were a tax reporter at one point. You have a green visor stashed away somewhere. Tell us what's real, because we're hearing about extending or making permanent the Trump tax cuts, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. SALT is in there somewhere. We're also hearing from this White House that you can't touch Medicaid. So is this all a massive multi-trillion-dollar deficit spending plan in the end? How do they pay for it?
Yeah, basically this will be add a lot to the deficit. They're doing some budget accounting gimmicks that will essentially mean that the extension of the Trump first-term tax cuts won't be registered.
This is the baseline.
That's the baseline thing, but that'll still add, in real terms, about $4 trillion to the deficit over the course of the decade.
How do those two coexist, by the way? What's the rule that we're using?
Budget accounting is fake, funny math, but that's sort of the real economic cost. So what to look for here is there's sort of a handful of things that will be in the bill. One, this extension of the first-term cuts. That's the vast majority of the tax cut package, which is important to remember because, CEOs, Republicans on the Hill are pointing to, this is going to be a big new tax cut that will really boost the economy. Most of what it'll be is just extending what people already have.
Yes.
Then there'll be a couple little things thrown in, and that SALT is a high priority item. No tax on tips is a high priority item. Maybe they fit a couple more of those things of, deductibility for car loans or no tax on overtime. But they're not going to be able to do a whole lot more there. It's going to be a little bit to juice the economy, but it's not going to have a big sweeping effect.
Debt limit is its own issue and may in fact be folded into this, but we're going to get an X date potentially this week, right? Or an updated X date. How is that going to impact the conversation around tax cuts and the rest of it? Will this all be, as the president says, one big beautiful bill? Or do they have to get to the debt ceiling on its own?
It really will depend what Treasury says either later this week or next week. They've signaled they'll come out with the X date, and their estimate is the one that matters. We have other groups, CBO and others weighing in, but this Treasury date will tell us, do they have until August or September, as previous estimates have indicated, or do they only have until June or July? If it's the latter, if it's earlier than people are thinking, they may have to separate the debt ceiling
drop everything and start
from the
working on
tax.
that,
Yes,
right?
And then they're going to have to negotiate with Democrats on the debt ceiling, which makes it even more complicated. It will delay the tax piece. So Republicans are really, really hoping that this date is somewhere in August or September. That way they can get the tax package done, move the debt ceiling with it, and then go home for their August recess.
Laura Davison always tees up the next question. It's a remarkable talent that you have, because I wanted to ask you if Democrats are going to play along. Where's Hakeem Jeffries on the debt limit?
If they
got to get something for this, right?
If Democrats are able to get in here, this will give them incredible leverage. This is sort of the one leverage point that they'll have.
So they want an early X date.
They would love it because in the House they could still probably pass this. They may, depending on how the Freedom Caucus is playing along, they may even need Democratic votes in the House. But certainly in the Senate, they'll probably need 10 to 15 Democrats to come on to vote for this. So this is where Democrats are starting to scheme of what can you ask for that is a big enough win, but not too big that it blows up the entire negotiation.
Sure,
so that's the conversation that Jeffries and Schumer and everyone are having right now.
Fascinating conversation as always. We cover the waterfront with Laura Davison, our politics editor. That's why she's running things here in the newsroom. Great to see you. You survived the weekend. We'll do it again in another year. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We're going to get to these polling numbers that we're talking about here. Cliff Young from Ipsos with us on the administration's first 100 days and Elon Musk. It's coming up next on Bloomberg.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. S&P 500 index has halted a 4-day advance led by losses in big tech. Of course, this week we will be hearing from a number of Mag 7 names, including Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, and Meta. Right now, the S&P is down 42, a drop of 0.8%. The Dow lower by 109, down 0.3, while NASDAQ is down 221, a drop there of 2.3%. The 10-year 4.23%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.71%. Gold is up 0.4%, 33.32 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.9%, 61.81 a barrel on WTI. Bitcoin lower by $800 at 93,500, down 0.8%. And West, right now we do have the S&P, as I mentioned, trading lower by 0.8%, 44.96, down 44 points right now on the S&P 500 index. Airbus has agreed to take over some assets and sales from Spirit AeroSystems, clearing the way for the struggling American aerospace supplier to be acquired back by its former parent, Boeing. Shares of Airbus, the ADRs, up 2.3%. Boeing higher now by 2.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet with a Wall Street kind of subdued on this Monday, a little like Washington, as the White House turns the knife on a group of very sleepy, I'll say hungover journalists from a White House Correspondents' Dinner weekend with an 8:30 a.m. press briefing at the White House. And guess what? We're doing it again tomorrow, says Caroline Leavitt. Yeah, Scott Bessent will be the guest of honor tomorrow morning, 8:30, as they throw the 100-day party at the White House. And that's coming with, as you typically would see, a series of high-profile interviews, big events. Donald Trump's going to be in Michigan tomorrow night doing a campaign-style rally. Can't imagine how late that's going to go, but we'll have it for you here on Bloomberg. Time Magazine had the big interview last Friday. Today, the Atlantic interview dropped. Fascinating to read through these. The quote that jumps off the page from the Atlantic. Think about this, 100 days in. The first time Donald Trump said, I had two things to do: run the country and survive. I had all these crooked guys, he told the Atlantic. Going on to say, quote, the second time, I run the country and the world. That's a direct quote. Remembering, of course, run the world. We're still waiting to hear on reciprocal tariffs, the 90-day review period that'll last until July, and the market's apparently going to be guessing until then, with references to trade deals that we have not seen emerge yet in a series of negotiations that we're told are underway, but governments from Beijing and beyond tell us that they're not even in touch with the White House. So a lot of questions that we're asking on this Monday, that we were asking on Friday, and will likely still be in the second 100 days. Flurry of polls over the weekend, and I'll tell you what, they've been busy at Ipsos because we've talked about them from last week with another new batch of numbers coming out today. Really interesting to see the approval rating here and then specific ratings on issues that are so close to this White House, that are dear to the president, from immigration to the economy. And we have a great opportunity to unpack some of these numbers with Cliff Young, the president of Ipsos Public Affairs, a good friend of the broadcast. And it's been some time, Cliff. It's not a campaign season, but it's nice to see you. I hope you're doing well.
It's great to be here on this lazy Monday.
It does feel kind of like that,
yeah,
right?
Where is everyone?
Take your time. Put your elbows up on the barrel. I don't know. They're apparently waiting for tomorrow's press briefing. I want to start with approval ratings. We saw one as low as 39. I think you came in at 42 at Ipsos on your most recent round here, or your aggregate. What does that tell us about this president at this point in time? Because the superlatives have been flying. We haven't seen an approval rating this low, this early in 100 years or something. What's the truth here?
Well, Trump has always been lower than the historic average. We live in highly polarized times. He's a highly polarized individual. So I think that's less telling. Okay. And what's more telling is the decline. It is normal for any administration to lose creds, to lose some people as they make decisions.
Honeymoon ending.
Honeymoon ending, exactly. The historic average over the last 70 years is a 3-point decline.
Okay.
Trump is at 6 points. And so he's outstripping the average. by about twofold or so. What does that mean specifically? We have to wait and see, obviously, but I would characterize it with one word: friction. There's friction around the edges. It doesn't matter what the policy area is, but the administration is bumping up against public opinion.
Including immigration, which jumped off the page for a lot of people and made some waves when you released that poll last week. This is supposed to be the winning issue right now as he grapples with the economy. Tom Homan this morning said, most secure border in history. We're hearing reports of mass deportations. Everybody knows what's happening in El Salvador. He says, this is what I ran on. Promises kept, promises delivered. And what did you find?
Well, it is his bailiwick. He won in 2016 on immigration. He mobilized and fortified himself in 2020 and 2024 on immigration. And indeed, it's a signature issue. And if you look at the polling, a vast majority, super majority of Americans agree, yeah, we should deport illegals who are criminals. Okay? But what is happening, actually? They disagree about how it's being done. It's not fair to spirit away someone in the middle of the night. There's a need for due process. So ultimately what we're saying, and once again I go back to my concept of friction, we're seeing a lot of friction relative to this issue, and Americans ultimately saying, I agree in principle with what the administration wants to do, but they're not being fair.
That would also suggest an opportunity to improve perception if the process changed. Is that fair to say?
I think that's fair to say.
The end game is popular, to your point.
Yeah, this doesn't mean he can't improve again.
Right.
That is, he gains back those 3 additional decline points of decline, let's say. Yes, that's true. So if they modify the way they go about operationalizing policy, indeed, maybe Americans or some Americans go, okay, so like they've changed their tack a bit. They're more fundamentally fair when they're dealing with illegal immigrants. I can get behind them.
Yeah.
But right now, that's not happening.
Economy is another big one and helped to bring Donald Trump back to the White House. It had so much to do with prices and inflation. And now we're watching prices in many cases rise. We're seeing consumers anticipate further increases. How much of this has to do with tariffs versus everything else?
Well, there's a general sort of noise quotient.
Yeah.
And we've done a lot of focus groups and talked to Americans, talked to consumers, and this generalized sort of uncertainty is not good, right? But really what's driving the dissatisfaction is the anticipation, as you said, of tariffs and more specifically inflation. You already have households going, you know what? I might not travel in the summer with my family. Right. Maybe I should buy a few more rolls of toilet paper just to kind of stock up before things get really bad. And so you already have anticipatory behavior in regards to tariffs and inflation.
I thought we were supposed to be buying wine. Are we buying toilet paper again? That's actually something that you know a lot about going back to the pandemic, the sort of human behavior that kicks in when you see something coming. But that sounds entirely emotional, doesn't it? If prices aren't actually rising and we're making judgments on leadership based on what we think is going to happen, is that a new realm? How do you measure that?
Well, I mean, we do it. We measure it by past behaviors, right?
Okay.
But yeah, we're in a realm, we're in a moment now that's unprecedented in some ways. It's like, how do you model that behavior? It's very rare, especially in the American context, to have a leader. Yeah. The leader of the nation making decisions that potentially will affect directly the economy in the near future.
Yeah. And people see it in real time, Cliff. In about 2 minutes, producer James is going to call me and tell me that we're ending this interview because we're going live to the White House for something. Please don't do that, James. I'm enjoying this conversation, but I'm saying that because this is every other day around here. Okay, note, he's coming out now, he's in the Oval, and then the president will talk for 45 minutes. You look up the wall, all the networks take it. What kind of an impact does that have on people who are making decisions in real time or getting a phone call from somebody like you?
Yeah, uneasiness, right? Once again, it doesn't seriously impact behavior, but it impacts it around the margins. And that's what we're seeing today. As I said, Americans are uneasy, there's trepidation, and once again, specifically they worry about inflation.
Case in point, the title of this deck of polling data that you gave us. This is what people see when they hire Cliff to come in and talk to them about what's going on. It's actually called, What the Heck is Going On? That's that knowing the new America, what the heck is going on should tell us a lot about where we are as well. Does this not reflect the conversations you're having with people every day?
Yeah, our
Cliff.
clients are actually asking what the heck is going on.
What do you tell them? You send
and
them
I
the
just
deck.
emphasize we have a political actor that's butting up against a convention, and when you butt up seriously against convention, that creates friction and unease in humans, right? And that's what we're seeing today specifically.
That's fascinating.
We're seeing households changing their behavior, anticipating potential problems, and now we're starting to see it affect him politically with his approval ratings.
You're really getting to the Trump brand in a way, though, aren't you? Right? Has any other president occupied that space?
Yeah, no. You typically don't have, once again, a president or political actor bumping up against the extremes, testing the boundaries, right? That is not normal behavior. And that's why, in general, Americans are at unease.
It's also why his supporters love him, because they want somebody to come here and break it, as they say.
Yeah, that's part of brand Trump, to be irreverent and and sort of go against the system and break the system.
Yes.
It is broken. You have to break it down to build it up again.
But he's found a line, hasn't he, on the number of people who look at the world that way?
Yeah, he has his base, which still supports him, by the way. It's important to emphasize that point. While he's weakening on the margins, his base, that is Republicans, still support him. But we will see, especially when it comes to the economy, if there's inflation, that will erode as well.
You wonder, and I ask this question frequently, what happens when we consider the second 100 days, the cadence? Do we still have this news cycle that we're living in now? Do we do the weave every day? Because these are the things that you're suggesting are adding to consumer anxiety.
Yeah, but first, we don't have a crystal ball. We don't know.
Sure.
But I do believe
Does it start to wear off if that is the case?
No,
Do people start to get numb to that, or
they get used to it,
Yeah.
right? There's part of that. I also think that Trump is a very savvy political actor. He sees what's happening with all the metrics out there, not just approval ratings.
Yeah.
And obviously we will see, but I would expect some sort of pullback a bit from the edges.
Interesting. Do you continue doing polling, doing sampling like this straight through an administration? A lot of people associate you with the campaign. We had a normal great dive with you throughout the 24 campaign. What's Cliff Young doing now? How does Ipsos continue during a new administration?
We keep on going.
Yeah.
Because we have clients and stakeholders and people like you that want to know what's going on.
Is it different than an election cycle sort of cadence? How do you keep
we're in
these
the field
polls
every,
rolling?
We're in the field every week.
Every week.
We probably have 2 to 4 polls on different
How about
issues
that?
every week.
Yeah.
Because we have a lot of clients, a lot of stakeholders that want to know what's going on.
Absolutely. So the second 100 days you'll be out there. Whether the cadence stays the same, we'll find out together. But that approval rating, technically underwater now, could be moving throughout the next couple of weeks here. Would trade deals be the salve that lifts all of this?
Well, I think that if, meaning trade deals implemented, tariffs implemented, right?
Actual deals, yes.
Yeah.
Maybe tariffs going
It'll
away.
all be about inflation ultimately. I think right now we're seeing a lot of noise and public opinion reacting to the noise, but in the longer term it'll be about whether there is effectively actually inflation.
It's great to see you. Cliff Young, what the heck is going on? That's who we ask. And a little bit of a better sense now of at least what voters are thinking about it. Find a lot more at Ipsos. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We'll assemble our panel coming up next. Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are on the way in on Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks very much in the red, giving up earlier gains. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining. Shares of big technology firms leading losses ahead of crucial corporate earnings later in the week. Among some of those names, Apple, Meta Platforms, Amazon, Microsoft, they're all down today. The S&P is slumping 41 points now, back at 54.83, down by 0.8%. Dow Industrials down 120, down 0.3, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is down now by 1.2%. The 10-year yield, 4.22%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.69%. Gold is advancing $17 the ounce. Spot gold up 0.5%, 33.37 the ounce on gold, while West Texas Intermediate crude is down 2.2%, 61.61 for a barrel of WTI. This week's economic indicator features April's employment report and data on first quarter economic growth. And with a look ahead, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Bloomberg Economics says White House tariffs will probably have an adverse effect on employment in transport and logistics, leisure, and hospitality. Another negative, the impact of federal job cuts on civil servants and contractors. That said, we could see April gains in construction employment bolstered by good weather and Biden-era infrastructure projects. Meantime, forecasts point to weakness in first quarter GDP, illustrating the impact of White House trade policy. We'll get GDP Wednesday and the jobs data Friday. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Tesla shares now down by 3%. It is raising prices in Canada and encouraging buyers to snap up cars imported before counter tariffs were imposed on American-made vehicles. Tesla shares down by 3%. And the Japanese construction and mining equipment maker Komatsu says it may raise prices in the U.S. in response to tariffs, with the company projecting a 27% drop in operating profit this fiscal year because of the levies and stronger yen. Komatsu ADRs, they are advancing by 2.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington as Balance of Power continues. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You know, the president's got the Eagles at the White House today, too, not the band, the Philadelphia Eagles. This is a busy day at the White House. Everybody's back. The Speaker of the House will be there to meet with the big boss in about an hour and 15 minutes if they stay on schedule, because lawmakers are coming back today. And we're going to be talking a lot more about that in our second hour of Balance of Power, with reconciliation, right? Extending the Trump tax cuts, maybe even dealing with the debt limit all at once, the next charge for Republicans on Capitol Hill, unless, of course, the X date that we expect maybe we're going to get this week, if not next. The X date could move the line on this dramatically in a way that they have to deal with that separately and maybe cut a deal with Democrats. That could be some of the high drama coming in the next couple of months. Not that we can discount the drama of the first 100 days. After he spends time with the Speaker, President Trump will participate in a visit with the 2025 Super Bowl champions. Then we'll sign some executive orders today, we're told, focused on restoring law and order and securing the homeland. This after the press secretary opened up the shop at 8:30 this morning with a very early press briefing. Tim Homan looming large, talking immigration. And all of this has to do with wrapping and packaging the first 100 days into something that Donald Trump can celebrate tomorrow night in Michigan. He's got a big rally planned. And as we've been telling you here, we've got some new polling data out that kind of tells a different story on the first 100 days and expresses great concern that people have about rising prices and even the way that immigration is being handled. We just had numbers from Cliff Young here in studio that pointed us in that direction at Ipsos. But the interviews are also flying as the White House tries to control the narrative. We had the big Time magazine interview, big close-up. Do you see the close-up on the cover? Now, today we get the Atlantic, of course, not the president's most favorite publication, and a fascinating story that came from the writers of this column, including the man who was on the Signal chat. Like, how this ended up happening is amazing. How they landed the interview at 10:45 Saturday morning in late March. They say they called him on his cell phone. This includes Ashley Parker, who has the byline on the story. Don't ask how he got the number. All we can say is the White House staff have imperfect control over Trump's personal communication devices. They got his cell phone. The president was at Bedminster. The number that flashed on his screen was an unfamiliar one, they write. But he answered anyway. Who's calling, he asked. Amazing. We assemble our political panel, also surviving White House Correspondents' Dinner weekend here in Washington. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us. He is our Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. Jeannie, Senior Democracy Fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Great to see you both here. We've got a lot of reading to do because these are pretty lengthy interviews here. But Jeannie, I wonder your thought on the way the White House is getting to this, the communications strategy and optics effort here to prop up the president on day 100. What he told The Atlantic in this interview, I mentioned this a bit earlier. The first time, referring to his first term, I had two things to do, run the country and survive. The second time, I run the country and the world. What does that tell us about his view on things? Because that doesn't sound like a man too worried about polls today.
It is quite a quote. First of all, Joe, do you think that they held that 8:30 press conference today just to get at the press after all their celebrations?
Of course they did. Yes.
That was that was actually very funny for me who didn't have to be there. It is quite a quote. First of all, I give Donald Trump credit for sitting down with journalists, even those that he has said publicly. And in the case of both of these reporters and Jeffrey Goldberg, of course, he has said some very nasty things to say about them. And yet, unlike many of our Democrats, he will sit down with pretty much anybody. And I was listening to Ashley Parker say that he said 20 minutes and gave him an hour in one of these interviews. So he gets credit for that. He doesn't sound like he is much worried about these polls, but I think he absolutely should be, because it doesn't get any better from here. And if they think their number one issue is immigration, I do think they need to rethink sending out Tom Homan. The comments he made this weekend in response to questions about a 4-year-old boy with stage 4 cancer, an American citizen deported to Honduras with his mother, but without medication, it was cold and probably not the way you want to respond. So there are some positive things going on here for them, but I think this strategy of putting Tom Homan out there has got to be reconsidered.
Interesting. Rick, I'm curious broadly how you think the White House is getting to this. This isn't something that White Houses tend to do. That's, we will categorize maybe a president or I'll ask you what you think of the first 100 days. It goes back to FDR. It's arbitrary, but it's something that the White House has decided to seize on and, in fact, hold a big rally, hold a big event tomorrow to try to, I guess, frame accomplishments in the first 100 days. Is this worth the effort?
It's hard to say if it's worth the effort. There's no evidence in the polling data that this sort of press forward strategy that they've had since he was elected is working. We've had more contact with Donald Trump as president than any other president I ever can recall in the first 100 days. Almost like he's stepping on his own press. He does 2 or 3 events a day where he'll invite the press in and talk extemporaneously about any topic that comes to either his mind or any reporter in the room. So this has really been quite extraordinary. I used to wake up in fear because Donald Trump and John McCain had only one thing in common, and that is they seem to like to talk to reporters all day long. And John McCain was just like Donald Trump, as you reported. Ashley Parker calls him up out of the blue, and he takes a call, and they wind up with an opus on the recovering political fortunes of Donald Trump. That happened every single day with John McCain, and it did enhance John McCain's reputation as being open. I don't think Donald Trump actually gets the credit he's due on that. Now, that being said, he makes such crazy news in each of these conversations that it swings to the news, not to his willingness to talk. So I think what we're seeing is just a continuation. Rallies, active press campaigns within the administration to take control of the narrative, as you described, for this first 100 days. And look, there's no question it has been probably the most intense 100 days of any modern presidency. I think part of what was so interesting about the Atlantic article is it reminded us of so many things that have occurred since the election and since the swearing in that it's exhausting to read because you realize you've been witness to that. You're trying to report it. So it's a fascinating time to be a watcher. I can't even imagine what it would be like to be a senior member of the Trump cabinet, having to track all this for a day job.
You know, you guys just both put that together so well, Rick. We all remember it was a laugh line for John McCain to refer to the press as his base, right? This president does not do that, Jeannie. In fact, he didn't go to the correspondents' dinner over the weekend. He's referred to, and by the way, that was decided before he went to Rome for the Pope's funeral, and he did get back in the U.S. in time to go. But that said, he didn't counter-program it, by the way, and is referred to, you know, journalists as horrible people and the enemy of America and the rest of it. His relationship with the media, the people who are in that briefing room, and by the way, that's a changing cast of characters, as we've noted, has evolved or not in its first 100 days?
You know, I'm not sure it's evolved much. I think it's reflective of where he has always been. And I think we all can understand the reason that the framers protect the press in the First Amendment. They are absolutely critical to all of us knowing what is happening inside a room, you know, 99.9% of us can't get into. So give the press credit. I don't think his relationship has changed. They frustrate him. He frustrates them, and it goes on. But, you know, thank God they keep at it because we need a strong press at this point.
Well, they're going to keep showing up in that room. That's one thing I can assure you. Rick Davis and Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, thank you so much. They'll be back in our second hour with much more to talk about here as we walk up on 100 days. There is actually some electoral news to get to north of the border today. As we've told you, Canadian elections happening. And it's been interesting because Donald Trump has played a very large role in this election, helping to boost the Liberal Party through the whole 51st state Governor Trudeau bit. We have seen the Conservative Party narrow the lead of the Liberal Party here. Liberals holding a 41% estimated popular vote share, Conservatives at 39. And I'm glad to say that we have sent the asset north of the border to follow this and do it right. David Gura is with us, Bloomberg correspondent, host, of course, of the Big Take podcast, joining us live from Ottawa. David, this is underway right now, and we can't discount the role that Donald Trump played potentially in the outcome of this election.
He's played a huge role, and you look back over this recent history, this seemed like it was the Conservatives' election to win just a few months ago, and then Donald Trump returned to the White House and began to spout off in the way that you've described, Joe, talking about Canada's potential 51st state and really calling into question that longstanding economic and trade relationship between the U.S. and Canada. And even just today, he is infusing himself into the conversation here surrounding this election. He posted on Truth Social his endorsement, I guess, if you could call it that, and once again raised the specter of Canada losing its sovereignty and becoming a part of the United States. And you saw in reply to that, Pierre Poilievre, the Conservative candidate, weighing in on X himself, saying to Donald Trump, Mr. President, stay out of this election. This is up to the voters here in Canada. But what Mark Carney, the current Prime Minister, the Liberal leader, has been saying over the course of this campaign is this is the fundamental issue that voters in this country are grappling with now, what that relationship between the U.S. and Canada is going to look like going forward. And they need to pick a Prime Minister who's going to be able to stand up to Donald Trump in the Oval Office or wherever these conversations take place and to have a really firm tone when it comes to what that relationship looks like in the future, Joe.
So is the winner the man who can talk tough the most about Donald Trump?
Well, if you listen to Mark Carney, it's about being able to talk tough and hold his own, but it's also the person who has experience as a technocrat in this country and in England, working as the governor of the Bank of Canada and the Bank of England, who knows his way around a crisis, just to be frank. I mean, Mark Carney was the head of the Bank of Canada during 2008, of course, during the global financial crisis, and Canada's a part of the G7, so he was integrally involved in these conversations among world economic leaders about how to get the world economy through that catastrophe. Moved over to the Bank of England. Of course, that coincided with Brexit. So he's navigated difficult situations before, and as you listen to him on the campaign trail, he's really holding up these three things in complement. He looks at those two crises and this one as the same, and so he's saying, yes, have a tough tone, be able to stand up to President Trump, but also pick somebody who has experience dealing with an issue of this magnitude. Pierre Poilievre is still running on the assumption that this is a race about change. It's a change election. That's what he was saying before we saw Justin Trudeau leave his office as Prime Minister. He's making the case that Mark Carney is effectively just a continuation of the Justin Trudeau Prime Ministership, and he's saying that this country needs something radically different, and he says that he presents himself as that.
On the banks of the Ottawa River, David Gura. Live coverage from Canada. More from David coming up next hour. It's great to see you, David. We'll have a lot more ahead right here on Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Trump tax cuts back to the top of the agenda today. Thanks for joining us on the Monday edition of Balance of Power as President Trump meets with the Speaker of the House as lawmakers make their return to Washington. Alongside Kaylee Lyons, I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thanks for being with us here on the early edition. Kaylee, they plan to start marking up budget legislation this week, and the clock is ticking.
Yeah, remember, the Speaker has a very ambitious timeline for getting this reconciliation through his chamber, at least. He said he wants to see it done by Memorial Day.
Yep.
And May is almost upon us. I think a lot in Washington don't think that is a realistic timeline, but it's not just the president that Mike Johnson will be meeting with today. The so-called Big Six will be meeting this afternoon as well, inclusive of the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, Kevin Hassett of the National Economic Council, and then leadership in both the House and Senate and their key tax writing committees.
Yeah, they've got a lot of work to do here and some savings to find as they try to pay for the extension of these tax cuts. We're still waiting for the parliamentarian to give us a better sense of what is actually going to make the grade here, Kaylee, but Republicans are essentially working on their own. Unless, of course, the debt limit becomes part of this, that could get a little more interesting, and we do expect an X date on that front as soon as this week.
Yeah, the Treasury could tell us when these extraordinary measures they've been using since January, mind you, will run out. On the subject of the Treasury, of course, tariffs factor into all of these conversations, including the revenue they have to work with and whether or not that's going to offset any of the tax cuts Congress is likely to pursue. We did hear from Scott Bessent earlier today suggesting that it's going to be up to China to get these negotiations going, and he's not aware of what calls have and have not happened between President Trump and President Xi.
Made that clear as well. He's not in the room or on the line, but this is the backdrop for our conversation here today as we approach the 100-day mark. A series of interviews coming out of the White House along with a series of polls, and we're going to talk about it all with Bill Huizenga, the Republican congressman from Michigan, who will have a say in that debate that we're talking about right now.
Yep, and that conversation's just a few minutes away. First, though, as always, we begin on the markets as we kick off the trading week, and Charlie Pellet has a
How you doing?
Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Kaylee and Joe. Back to work Monday.
Han har betalt skatteetaten, arbeidsavgift og drit og død.
Det et mareritt, ass. Ja, jeg vet. Jeg skjønner veldig godt. Det Stig. Hei. Stig har begynt på OnlyFans. Ja, de hadde du aldri tørt.
Jeg vurderte det litt, altså.
Du hadde aldri gjort det. Jeg får ikke lov å se henne.
Du får paye opp.
Nei.
Nei, jeg hadde faktisk aldri i verden gjort det.
Men
da hadde jeg heller vært på gata og tigga.
Hvorfor sitter du sånn? Du sitter som du driver med. Men hva skal du si for noe? Jeg sitter og prater med dere nå i 5 minutter uten at det har vært lyd på.
Ja.
Det ålreit.
Ja, det fint.
Four of the so-called Mag 7 companies, Apple, Microsoft,
Blir trynt mye mer nå, egentlig.
and Amazon will be reporting earnings, with analysts expecting an average of 15% profit.
Det naboen som har denne greia med.
Hallo, Salus.
Halla.
Halla, Martin.
Stig Martinsen. Jeg vet ikke hvorfor han alltid driver og har den der Martin-greien sin. Han heter Stig.
Jeg burde endre navn til Stig, da.
Han bare gjør alle jævla forvirret.
Det kallenavn, eller? Hva for det her? Martinsen, det etternavnet, eller hva det for noe?
Ja,
ok.
Hvor mange som har long og short nå? Det var 55 long i stad.
55, ja.
Er det fortsatt? Jeg synes du visker veldig, Stig.
Jeg jo litt langt unna mikrofonen, sikkert.
Ja, det hørtes litt som du var lei deg eller noe.
Ja, nei da.
Du var ikke lei deg, Stig?
Jo, for at jeg måtte betale masse skatt, men ikke av det.
Det var det vi hørte.
Ja.
Hvor mye sier så?
Nei, nå har jeg bare betalt sånn arbeidsgiveravgift for 40 000 eller noe, cirka. 33 000.
Helvete og mer.
Vet du hvor mye jeg skal få henne?
Nei.
Jeg tror jeg skal skryte så fælt over det.
Jeg tror ikke du skal snakke om det. For nå høres du som en bitch.
Nei, det bare tuller. Jeg bare... Jeg synes det mye mer morsomt å få tilbake penger fra skatten enn å komme til å tjene penger i kundene, hvis du skjønner. Deilig å få tilbake fra staten. Ja, det fint.
Jeg har aldri fått hjem fra staten til, men jeg hadde rett, så fikk jeg ikke hjem fra staten. Staten bare, nei, du driver ikke med undervisning.
Altså, har Tene jo kommet nå at det var sykt.
Nei, jeg har ikke sagt det til noen. Hun tjener helt sykt med penger. Det var det eneste som heter det.
Ja, altså.
Jeg må få penger den hele tiden.
But in the details, we're going to see that the trade and logistics sector
2 månedsstig, ikke det ganske sykt? Helt alene.
Det helt vilt.
Nyoppstartet, brukt 0 kroner på reklame.
And pardon my expression, I think a blood
Det fordi du flink da, så hadde det ikke gått.
In May and June is typically when you see trade and logistics.
Maten jeg spiste nå verste jeg har smakt på lenge.
One of the top 3 sectors of producing jobs.
Men det bra det. Det jævlig bra.
Nasdaq ganske clean teknisk I dag, altså.
Skal videre ned, ser det ut som. Bare bryte de nivåene her nå, og så dropper vi videre ned.
Det long-nivået vi så på I går funket jo igjen da, til ingen overraskelse.
Ja, men det har vært teknisk helt etter boka hele veien.
Så fyller vi det, det åpne gap også. Nå skulle jeg prate om det I går. Så det fylt ut, og så gikk vi litt videre opp. Tappet inn et nytt gap, og så fløy vi nedover nå.
Gappet I gap.
Når det sånn høyt opp, og så det
gap,
ned.
Det gap. Fair value gap.
Eller åpne gap, altså direkte gap I markedet.
Jo, men det Sahar snakker om fair value gap.
Ja, det jeg mente.
FVG. FVG, eller vagina. Egne sånn tekniske uttrykk. Flink er det sånn.
Jeg tredje dame det, eller?
Ja, vi må det, så hadde vi aldri klart oss sammen med.
Hæ?
Ja, men det ikke tull, sånn helt seriøst. Hele livet mitt består av trading. Unntatt de 3 siste dagene jeg sitter ballefeil og venter på at det skal gå til helvete. Men hele livet består av trading. Jeg har vært sammen med Sahar nå I nesten 7 år nå, ikke det? 7-8 år. Og jeg begynte med trading igjen på TikTok for 2 år siden. Etter å ha hatt pause for grunn av sykdom og masse helvete. Og da ble det sånn altoppslukende. Og da bare satt jeg foran PC-en og trade hele tiden. Og da så jeg hun aldri. Og så begynte hun å lure på hva faen jeg drev med. Og så begynte hun å trade uten at jeg visste det.
Ja.
Og så, ja, nå skal vi høre. Skulle fylle ut skattemeldingen nå I forrige uke. Vet du hvor mange transaksjoner han har gjort I fjor?
Fy faen, hvor mange?
Stopp.
Sorry.
Jeg har ikke peiling, jeg.
Hun hadde 800 A4-sider med transaksjoner.
Okay.
841 sider. Det er 13 000 trades. 13 000 transaksjoner hadde hun I fjor.
Men da visste du at hun treda.
Ja, men poenget var det at hun syntes det var så morsomt at hun bare begynte å trede. Blåste bort masse penger og holdt det på som hun bare sånn for å lære seg, så nå hun blitt veldig flink. Hvor lenge har du tredet nå? Hvor lenge har du holdt på med treningen nå?
Hvor lenge har jeg holdt på?
Ja.
3 år til.
Jeg har holdt på siden 2006. 2006! Tredje siden 2006, så har jeg hatt pause på 6 år, 7 år.
Ja, det basically the same, da. Eller hva? Eller hva? Basically same.
Hva mener du med same?
3 år og dine 20 år eller 15 år eller sånt. Det same shit, det ikke det?
Same.
Same.
Alle disse ikonene det folk som hører på nå? Så litt da. Hvorfor sier ingen noe?
Fordi du får ikke lov. Du må rekke opp hånda.
Det munkur?
Sånn som man gjør I timen.
with the border and immigration is the way it's being handled.
Nei, det kan snakkes til.
Yeah, so we want to get more into what we expect to hear from the president tomorrow.
Eneste ikke kødder med når jeg går short. Når jeg går short, da kødder jeg ikke. Men for å sette på alle transaksjoner på skattemelding er det ikke sykt med arbeid. Nei, det du gjør, du laster ned trading-historikk, og så står det summen på slutten av året var og tjent og tapt. Så fører du opp summen, snitt dollaren og NOK siste året, og så skriver du beløpet ved siden av.
Så må du legge jo dokument.
Ja, du legger med dokument ved siden av. Så de skatteetaten må selv lese med dokumentene. Det gidder de ikke. De bare ser om det er i minus eller pluss, og så ser de på tallet ditt. Nå blir det en ny lov her. Nå skal vi se om vi treffer det jeg sa. Da skal vi helt ned til... Jeg går snart på ny short. Vi skal helt ned til... Hvis vi bryter her nå, vi må gjennom 1950 da. Hvis vi bryter, så kan vi gå helt ned til 1900 her nå. For å se hvordan det går.
Ja, ned på 1900 og 140, og så er det da basically 1930 typ.
Ja, fritt fall. Fritt fall.
Ja, den kan kollapse her, altså.
1940, eksakt. Ish. Mellom 1915 og 1940. Hæ? Det er stig. Søt unge, sier du, men du vil faen ikke unge med meg. Det er bra. Alle andres barn er pene. Jeg ser ikke som barna er.
Jeg lager jævlig fine unger.
Ja, du er heldig der. Jeg får bare sånn tilbakestående ord, jeg.
Det er ikke tull engang, da.
Hvis du putter opp i...
Endet er god gå der.
Ja. Du kan bruke dem til å hente brus i kjøleskapet. Det trenger ikke være så jævla smart å få til det.
Nei.
Romeo er helt rå på det.
Og hvor hent brus i kjøleskapet.
Hans spesialitet er å gå på gym og hente brus i kjøleskapet. Du skal ikke kimse av det. Han er jævla flink. Jeg stusser litt over, altså nå begynner Nvidia å vise litt ordentlig svekkelse på den nyheten som har kommet. Det burde falle mye mer enn det, altså. Og hva er det som holder indeksen oppe nå, Stig? Har du peiling, eller? Er det Russell 2000? Eller hva er det som holder oss oppe nå? Hvem er det?
Nei, hva er det som? Nei, det er det ikke.
Du skulle falt mye mer. Alle de store faller til helvete her.
He is someone who is looking for that deal. It is the art of the deal, right? And he is not going to just
men teknisk har det vært opp det siste.
He does want to move ahead.
Det er noen som holder en fall her nå, for alle de store er ned.
It's India. Those are some significant things that are going to continue to move down the road. Obviously, China is going to be the big one.
Ja, det eneste jeg tenker er at det er mandag, og ha en lov til week bare enten være tirsdag eller torsdager.
Ja, men du må se på funnene her nå, for du har det største som vekter over 10% indeksen. Det er bra ned nå, og vi faller ikke. Så det er noe som motvekter her nå. Det skal jeg finne ut av. Hva det er for noe. Det er sikkert, der har vi det. Ja, jeg begynte å falle den også. Ja, da skal vi videre ned. Ny lov nå, hvert øyeblikk. Vi skal ned 500 poeng. Vi snakker iransk på min Discord. We are going down.
Ed and Labor is doing tomorrow, and a few others are doing tomorrow. The big ones are going to be both in Ways and Means and Energy and Commerce. And so there's progress progress that's being made on those. The Senate has had to get through their appointments.
Ja, men det nå, boys. Ja, men det 275 poeng. Nå faller det ganske bra, Stig.
I can tell you, the pace out here, it ain't the pace that we saw in the last 4 years. I can tell you that. It's very rapid, very active, but we're ready for this.
You mentioned you talked to the president this morning, Congressman. Did he invite you to the rally tomorrow? Are you meeting him on the tarmac?
That was one of the reasons.
Romeo skal til nei, skal han ikke. Klokken drar til Sverige, Martin.
The work that we have here,
Er det ikke kjøpe brus? Pepsi-Max?
asking us to stay here back.
Alle drar til Sverige, Pepsi-Max.
I don't have to have a committee work that happens until Wednesday, so I could theoretically go out and do
Nei,
that.
du har hørt om at hvis det blir
announcement around Selfridge Air Force Base in Michigan. And obviously,
hvorfor ingen som sier det dropper, Stig?
He's returning back home to where the home of the Reagan Democrats.
Stig, det dropper jo, hvorfor sier du ikke noe?
Jeg har en baby som skriker.
Kast ungen på gulvet. Trade.
Han ligger på gulvet.
Faen. Det var nede på 19,150. Det var akkurat der jeg skulle snu det.
Makes, but Congressman, to the point that the president wants you and your colleagues to stay there, be doing the work on reconciliation. He also has made it clear, most recently in the interview that published with Time Magazine just a few days ago, that he does not want to see Medicaid touched as part of this process, or at least for those who are eligible. How confident this process, when it all is said and done, will not have hurt anyone's eligibility or made cuts beyond the abuse we often hear.
Jeg elsker å snakke mye.
You just hit on the key phrase on that, waste, fraud, and abuse. And I believe that has to be looked at. I mean, what a disservice to the taxpayer. Frankly, what a disservice to those that legitimately use this help. When we know turn a blind eye, which I would argue that has happened over the last number of years. And we've got to go in and make sure that safety net is there.
Ja, den flyr I dag, ja.
We need the safety net. And so I fully support that. The president's been very clear on that. Whether it's in Social Security, whether it's in Medicare, Medicaid. Look, I sat for 6 years in the state capitol in Michigan, in Lansing, and it's a partnership. You know, Medicare and Medicaid are a partnership with the states and the feds. So, you know, the states have to be doing their part as well. But I'm very confident that, as the president said, that core function of those things is not going to get touched. In fact, I would argue, as we tighten that up, the abuse and the ineligibility currently drawing on the systems, that they get pushed out and squeezed out, it's going to be able to give greater ability to then give that benefit to those that really need it.
Good to have you back, Congressman. Let's get together when you're back in town. Bill Hazenga, Republican from Michigan's 4th. I want news on Selfridge Air National Guard Base, as you mentioned. The president had spoken about delivering updated jets to that base. Maybe we'll have some news on that front. Thanks for being with us. Alongside Kaylee Lines, I'm Joe Matthew. We'll assemble our panel next. With us on the Monday edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Helt under 19 000 kroner. Han må 100 på en gang.
Knurring. Prat henne.
Har jeg sett et trader?
Hva faen? Pleier du å gjøre sånn?
Ja. King Kong, det fordi jeg har ikke gjort noe siden torsdag. Jeg har ikke gjort noen ting siden torsdag. Så neste fredag jeg gjør, så er du med på det. Jeg driver og tar ned, letter risken litt. Jeg shortet jo på onsdag etter børs på dårlige nyheter fra Tesla. Og så kom den Tesla-meldingen dagen etterpå med Trump, så jeg har ikke gjort noe etter det.
Jeg klarte det.
Så det var egentlig en klokkerein short. Hvis ikke det hadde vært for Trump, så hadde den gått rett hjem. Spent med en brus her. Solbrusen, da.
Det er brus her, bak her. Du skal ha Fanta.
Nei, jeg vil ikke det. Jeg vil ha Pepsi Max. Kan du skrike hvis det faller til helvete?
Ja. Det faller jo nå, da. Som faen, liksom.
Ja, ålreit, da.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Lows of the session right now on the S&P 500 index down 50. That is a drop of 0.9%. The Dow lower by 193, down 0.5%. Nasdaq is down 231, a decline of 1.3%. A sell-off in big tech dragging stocks down at the start of a busy week for corporate earnings and key economic data. The 10-year now at 4.21%. The 2-year 3.68%. Gold up $15 the ounce. Spot gold at $33.35, up 0.5%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 2.3%, $61.56 a barrel. Oil lower as traders assess the latest trade war signals and geopolitical developments on Iran. Among oil majors, we have got ExxonMobil down now by 0.8%. It reports earnings Friday. $80 a BP, lower now by 0.4%. Chevron, which also reports on Friday, little change now, up by just about 1 cent. Again, recapping, stocks lower, down 50, down 0.9%. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington once again.
4,25% på Nvidia. Burde falle 5%. Men det går på helst til de pengene som er tjent, der er ikke det fra, blir ikke det feil å legge inn de tallene. Jo, det er trukket fra Ray K. Du skal ikke gjøre noen ting, det går av seg selv. De er trukket det fra gutten min!
It's likely to be a busy week in politics as well after what was frankly a very busy weekend in politics. Not just the White House Correspondents' Dinner, which has reporters exhausted as we begin this week here in D.C., but of course also on Saturday.
Nå er det både kort på begge sider, så nå kan de bare være utdelt, ja. Og så har du den gresset så de kan gå ned og pisse sånn. Der kan du også tisse, hvis du.
They actually met for about 15 minutes inside the Vatican in what might turn out very well to be one of the most iconic images in modern geopolitics as the two sat knee to knee and discussed the prospects for a peace deal with Russia. We heard from President Trump as he made his way back to D.C. after that meeting about what was discussed.
He told me that he needs
more weapons,
but he's been saying that for 3 years, you know. He needs more weapons, and we're going to see what happens. I want to see what happens with respect to Russia. Because Russia had been surprised and disappointed, very disappointed that they did the bombing of those places after discussion.
With our eyes on geopolitics, we assemble our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us. Jeannie is Senior Democracy Fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, our Democratic analyst. Rick, our Republican strategist and partner at Stone Capital. You saw the image that Kayleigh described, Rick. This is something that's going to be in history books for a long time. Optics of a sit-down meeting on two simple chairs in St. Peter's Basilica. The two leading names talking, as you can see right now on Bloomberg TV, or if you're with us on YouTube. This meeting will lead to a deal. Will it unlock Congress?
Hva slags deal det han maker, holdt jeg på å si?
Well, we hope so.
Trump, eller er det ikke?
The two of them in the Sistine Chapel. Talk about stepping on a new sword. There to see the Pope, but the press coming out of the funeral was all about Zelensky and Trump.
Hvilken dag tror du gapet fra 2014? Det er vanskelig å si.
And the reality is maybe shaking something loose in the process. We've heard over and over from members of Trump's high command all week that we weren't making progress and maybe we just give up and let them work it out themselves. You know, there was some really good baiting going on, but the two of them, once they got together, Trump turned his attention on Russia, scolded them for not doing more around the peace table. And then we see today, the Russians announced a May Day ceasefire that may be an opening for real discussions to take place. So hopefully President Zelensky has gotten Donald Trump's ear in a way that can be more productive for the outcome of these negotiations.
Men det bør falle litt mer her nå snart, altså, hvis ikke så vil dette her komme rett opp igjen, for det vet du ikke. Det har stoppet opp helt her. Det har vært her nå siden klokka 6.
This morning, who said that the president is, quote, increasingly frustrated, not just with the leader of Russia, but also with the leadership of Ukraine, reiterating that he wants to see a permanent ceasefire and saying both leaders need to come to the table to negotiate their way out of this.
Så vi burde få litt fart på nedsiden. Nå er vi ned 250 poeng. Det er ikke nok, vet du. Vi må ned 500 poeng.
Vladimir Putin and Volodymyr Zelensky, or is he just getting disaffected, if you will, with this entire process?
Ja, torsdag er da
You know, this has been
den viktigste kommer.
Donald Trump on Ukraine. It has been a sort of class in inconsistent messaging, if you will.
For jo, nå i dag, nei, jeg har ikke gjort noen ting i dag.
And then he's not sure if the deal is possible within hours after Witkoff meets Putin. And then he's back to say the deal is possible. Then he's threatening sanctions against Russia. And then when the global
For hvis jeg begynner å trade her nå, mens jeg har gamle posisjoner, så vil mange av de som følger meg ha ekstrem eksponering, og det må ta hensyn til det. Så vi må ut av de gamle posisjonene, ta ut noe av det, og så kan vi kjøre på. Det er målet der nå veldig snart.
A Republican orthodoxy of we want sovereign and secure borders in Russia on its in Europe, on its head. And we have just been living through this back and forth, which seems to reflect who he's spoken to. So I don't know what to make of all of this. You hope that Vladimir Putin is being honest and forthright in terms of wanting a ceasefire and moving towards a peace. But we've been there before. And of course, the Ukrainians first to respond today and said they'll believe it when they see it. He's been bombing civilians in Ukraine for days.
That's right. An interesting kind of ultimatum, if I can use that word, dropped by the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. Forget getting this done on the first day. We're way beyond that. But to say that if it's not done this week, the U.S. may be... Here's what he said.
This week is going to be a really important week in which we have to make a determination about whether this is an endeavor that we want to continue to be involved in, or if it's time to sort of focus on some other issues that are not more important in some cases. But we want to see it happen. There are reasons to be optimistic, but there are reasons to be realistic, of course, as well.
What do you make of this approach, Rick? Is this just posturing, and why this week?
You know, look, everything about negotiations is posturing, and I actually read this as being more positive about a negotiated settlement than it was last week. where basically he said if we don't get a deal by this week, we're going to quit. This is a sea change in sort of the messaging coming out of the State Department. But the reality is the only messaging that we really care about is what's coming out of the White House, not about Trump's because we know that nobody has the impact on this negotiated outcome other than him. I mean, look, it's very hard. Lavrov, the chief negotiator with the Russians, has taken out territory in this negotiation. It basically is give us everything we've won for our efforts in the invasion of assets and leave us alone and codify that ad infinitum. That's not really a negotiation. That is, and at a time when we seem content to negotiate against ourselves. Oh, we're not going to let Ukraine into NATO. Oh, not going to give them access to some of these territories that are part of their homeland. The reality is, you got to hold your breath and hope that something positive happens for the people of Ukraine who suffered under these attacks by Putin. And we hope that Donald Trump will be able to do something that is acceptable to the Ukrainian side, not just to the Russian side.
Well, but when we consider the Russian side, Rick, does this kind of rhetoric, even if it is slightly different in tone that we're hearing from the Secretary of State, a suggestion that the U.S. may be getting close to a point where it walks away from this? What incentive does Russia have to accelerate this process if it thinks it might be able to wait the U.S. out on this one, if indeed this agreement would have some things at least that Russia wouldn't necessarily like?
Yeah, I would have thought that we were on the precipice of walking away if Donald Trump had not sat down in the Sistine Chapel with Vladimir Zelensky, president of Ukraine, and started up a direct conversation with him. Remember, the last time they sat knee to knee, it was a disaster in the Oval Office. And so the fact that both of them came out of the Sistine Chapel basically in the same place, which was get Russia back to the table in a fashion that's productive, and get them to stop these attacks that Jeannie was talking about, which do not add to an environment that is a productive negotiation. Donald Trump now owns these negotiations. He owns the outcome. So if we walk away, it'll be our failure, not the failure of Ukraine or Russia.
It's not lost on us that J.D. Vance was not in that meeting at the Vatican. Jeannie, was that the difference between what we saw last weekend in the Oval Office?
It could be, and it's a great question because it shows sort of the uncertainty as to where Donald Trump is on this issue. I mean, for 10 years, at every point when it has been raised, he has almost always supported Russia and spoke glowingly of Vladimir Putin. And so it's hard to know what explains the knee-to-knee with Zelensky and how different that was. But, when you think about, and Rick raised Lavrov, he was on CBS this weekend, and it was literally striking to watch because it shows how intractable this issue really is. He kept coming back over and over to the fact that Russia is fundamentally threatened by Ukraine wanting a sovereign border and to move to the West. None of this has addressed that problem. And it was very clear listening to Lavrov, putting even Putin aside. There are vast powers in Russia for whom the idea that Ukraine is going to move any further to the West than it already has is completely unacceptable. So even if there's a short-term deal here, what is to stop Russia in a year, 6 years, or 5 years from going back into Ukraine? And so this is the intractable nature of this problem. And that fundamental issue has yet to be addressed in any way that we've seen, at least publicly.
Well, and I wonder also if this issue just widely, Jeannie, the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine, is something that will be addressed by President Trump at all when he marks 100 days with a speech in Michigan tomorrow. Knowing how often in rallies that will probably look and sound similar on the campaign trail, he suggested he could end this war in a day. As we now have 100 days past almost, is he going to call attention to the fact that it has not?
He might not, but it was so interesting in that Time article. He said something like, oh, I'm not sure, I was just exaggerating. I don't know why people listen to that. So, he could do it in that typical Donald Trump way. I doubt he goes out to Michigan and talks a lot about Ukraine. I think he'll talk a lot about immigration and the economy, immigration in particular.
Nå er det 280 poeng, vi skal ned 500.
But the economy, given where he is, he certainly wants to say he's fighting for the auto workers and other blue-collar workers to bring this manufacturing, domestic manufacturing back to the United States. So I think that'll be his focus. He probably won't spend a lot of time on this really difficult international issue.
All right, Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, our political panel here, kicking us off for the week on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Thank you both so much, as always, for joining us. And of course, Joe, we know that the president does have the power with speeches like this, as we saw on the campaign trail and have seen since, to go in a lot of different directions, even if he's there to talk about the things he has achieved within the first 100 days of his presidency.
Well, that's the weave, isn't it?
Yes.
It's also how you end up moving the markets sometimes when he speaks, and we're no strangers to that. We'll get an update on the markets for you coming up. And we're going to turn our attention to Canadian elections happening today. David Gura standing by in Ottawa.
Yeah, going to be a big one. President Trump weighing in on that too today. Mind you, the 51st state talk.
Aldrig hørt om den puppa-språket. Emil Hørt at Nasdaq kan sprekke, men ikke pupper.
Nasdaq sprekker aldri. Faen, jeg skulle gå short på det, jeg glemte det. Ikke jeg glipp av en trade. Jeg tar den...
Dr. Boltos, er det grunn til ikke skalpe på siden? Jepp, en jævla god grunn. For det er mange av dere som som trader ved siden av, og hvis jeg skalper i tillegg, så blir kontoen deres stoppet ut. Så jeg må ut av de posisjonene jeg har. For det er mange som trader på siden, som har tatt masse penger, og da går de i brudd.
Og så kan du komme med et tips til dem. Ha flere kontoer, ikke bruk copy-tradingen til å trade på egen hånd. Det kan du si til dem. For du kan opprette mange brukere.
Ja, du kan lage så mange kontoer bare vil.
Og så putte inn penger på hver konto.
Ja. Det er dems feil. Ja.
Det er sant da. Men du
kan ikke få det til det kun en på trade. Nei, for den tar med alle, Tim. Men jeg regner med at vi er i mål i løpet av dagen og eller morgen, Tim, så det er ikke noe sånn krise. Det er koppen for en grunn. Det er vi helt enige i, men det er mange som trader på egen hånd, som har blåst og tatt masse penger. Hvis jeg trader mer nå da, så blir det wipet ut. Jeg bruker den konto fra egne trades. Yes, det er det vi må fortelle andre at de må også gjøre.
Men det er faktisk ikke ditt ansvar.
Nei, men sånn er det da.
Hvem som skjønner at man ikke skal
Nei, hvem som skjønner ikke
trade på en copy-trading.
Nei, det er mange som ikke
skjønner. Du går ut av marginene.
Ja, det er mange som ikke skjønner det. Mange som ikke tenker sånn. Det ser lett ut, og så trader de, og så bommer de litt, og så tar du 3 kontrakter, og så kommer jeg med en ekstra kontrakt, og så plutselig har du 4 kontrakter, så er marginene på 4 og ikke 1.
På Dr. Botox var dyren selv.
Og så går det da. Tar imot her, men jeg tror det kommer til å bevege seg videre ned snart. Tesla ned 3% nå.
Det har vært det lenge, ass.
Ja, men den prøver. Den bruker litt tid.
Alt for lang tid. Tid vi ikke får igjen.
Death by paper cut.
Det var under der.
Det jeg sa?
Ja. Så nå har jeg tatt og tettet det. Løpte bort med en gang.
Sa det til det.
Faen, så smidig.
Krøpet med en gang?
Jeg er ikke nå har jeg tett overalt. Faen, det er godt.
Ja, men det har falt mye i dag da. Men det er ikke nok. Skal ned 500.
Ja.
Det er ikke nok frykt i markedet. Ja, det har vært fint, men det skal jo egentlig gå opp, så jeg skjønner ikke hvorfor det helvete går opp på det hele tatt. Idioter som kjøper. De skjønner ingenting, de som kjøper det. De skjønner absolutt ingenting. Her, jeg har mange skjermer, vet. Ja, nå ligger det tar imot der på støtta.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. U.S. stocks holding very close to session lows right now. With the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they're all in the red. A sell-off in big tech is dragging stocks down at the start of a busy week for corporate earnings and key economic data. The S&P now lower by 46, down by about 0.8%. The Dow is down 163, down 0.4%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is down 214 for NASDAQ, a drop of 1.2%. The 10-year 4.22% with the 2-year 3.68%. Gold up $18 the ounce, up by about 0.6%, 33.38 for the precious metal, while West Texas Intermediate crude is now down 2.2%, 61.63 on WTI. Tesla is raising prices in Canada and encouraging buyers there to snap up cars imported before counter tariffs were imposed on American-made vehicles. Tesla shares today, right now, they are
Tesla tar opp kostnader, eller tar opp øker kostnaden på bilen sin. De kan ha
with the company projecting a 27% drop in operating profit this fiscal year. Komatsu shares they are up 2.7%, and to be sure, Tesla down now by 3%. Again, recapping stocks lower, S&P down 44, decline there.
Du, de ute nå, eller minne? Er du sikker ikke må stikke her? Hører vi.
Subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Watching Wall Street for us every day here on the fastest show in politics. We'll have another check on stocks for you shortly as we continue our coverage from the nation's capital here, looking at a very different capital today, Kaylee, with elections underway in Canada. One of our top stories takes us far outside the bubble. But we have sent our asset, David Gura, to Ottawa to report on this. It's impossible, though, to talk about the Canadian elections without talking about politics here in the U.S. You know I'm referring to tariffs. It goes back to Governor Trudeau, 51st state, and a remarkable turnabout here that has brought Mark Carney's Liberal Party in contention in a race where many had counted them out.
Yeah, President Trump is a factor here, and he was weighing in as recently as this morning, taking to Truth Social to wish good luck to the great people of Canada, he says, going on to say that it could quadruple in size with zero tariffs or taxes if Canada becomes the cherished 51st state of the United States of America. No more, this is a quote from the president, artificially drawn line from many years ago. So on that note, we do turn to our colleague David Gura, Bloomberg correspondent, who is live in Ottawa for us. And David, case in point, as to Donald Trump being an animated issue in this election.
Yeah, there was some concern a few weeks ago about foreign interference in this election. I don't think this was the kind of foreign interference that a lot of folks here were forecasting, but that was an extraordinary post from the President of the United States today, kind of doubling down on the rhetoric that we've heard over the course of this campaign. And saying something that's really shifted the narrative of this campaign. Donald Trump talking about Canada's sovereignty, calling that into question, and really throwing into doubt the longevity of this very long-standing relationship, trade and economic relationship between the U.S. and Canada. It has been an extraordinary turnaround. If you were to go back to last fall and look at the polling when Justin Trudeau's position as Prime Minister was very much in doubt, a lot of that dissatisfaction from the electorate hinged on the fact that people were unhappy with the economy in this country, that there were concerns about housing, for example, about growth and inflation, about deficit. All of that continues to exist as a backdrop to the campaign that we're seeing come to an end here today. But this infusion of Donald Trump into this race has really upended everything. And so we have both candidates trying to position themselves as the individual who's going to be able to most effectively go to the White House, go to Washington, meet with President Trump, push back on some of that rhetoric, again, about sovereignty, but also about trade, and begin to broker a new kind of trade relationship between the U.S. and Canada. What that looks like will be very much determined by the outcome of this election today.
Polls closing between 7 p.m. and 10 p.m. David, just give our listeners and viewers a sense of what to watch for tonight.
So this is, of course, a vast geography, and those polls are going to close in a very staggering way.
But
so eastern part of this country, and that is a real stronghold in this campaign for Mark Carney. We've seen him doing very well in the polling in the eastern part of Canada, so pay attention to that, and by mid-evening we should have a sense of how he and the Liberals broadly are doing here. But both of these candidates have invested a lot of time and attention in the western part of this country as well, and I think that bears watching too. Of course, Pierre Poilievre was born in Alberta and has spent a lot of time campaigning in the West. Mark Carney has as well. If this is a close race, if it's not a landslide or a majority doesn't seem assured in the eastern part of this country, I think we'll be looking very closely at sort of what may come about here in the more western provinces in Canada, guys.
David Gura, Bloomberg correspondent, host of the Big Take podcast, and I'm guessing we're going to have a good one to look forward to here with us live from Ottawa on this election day. David referring to the vast geography, which of course includes Manitoba, and I'm glad to say that we're joined by Manitoba's Finance Minister, Adrian Sala, with us on this election day. Minister, thanks for being here on Bloomberg TV and radio. How have candidates spent time in Manitoba? How present have they been? And what's been their message to voters?
Look, I think we're hearing a strong message from all individuals running for leadership of our country here in Canada. Look, we're seeing, of course, Canadians are stepping up and are turning out to vote in record numbers. I think obviously the interest in voting has been driven by Donald Trump and some of the comments we've heard from him, and that's driving people to want to see certainty, and of course looking to have a prime minister step up and provide that certainty going forward. Certainly one of the big stories I think over the last couple of months has been a major shift in polling towards the favor of the Liberal candidate, Mr. Carney. But I think there's a bigger story here at play, which is that both major parties now, we're seeing a lot of consensus, I think in response to what we're seeing to the south of us, where there's a real agreement around the importance of looking to do nation-building projects, finding a way forward on environmental approvals to make sure projects can move forward more quickly, and of course focusing on the development of trade corridors. So we're seeing that consensus, and I think that that's a good thing because ultimately that will serve Canada well going forward and ensuring that provinces like Manitoba continue to grow and develop.
Well, Minister, as you allude to the swings in polling, which our colleague was just speaking to as well, can you just describe for us the sentiment shift you have seen underway in Canada amongst Canadians since President Trump assumed office? Because we've heard a lot about the nationalism, Canadians not wanting to make trips to the U.S., for example. Just how powerful a force is that?
It's been an incredibly powerful force. Look, I think the comments from President Trump have really driven Canadians to unite in wanting to work together to ensure that we respond to the threats that we've seen to our economy and our sovereignty. Canadians are wanting to work together like never before in response to those threats. And so we're seeing that again in terms of the types of language we're seeing from all parties and frankly the two major parties that are contending for leadership of this country. And again, orienting them towards nation-building projects, and of course for provinces like Manitoba, this is a good thing. We're well positioned to support nation-building work with the energy and the role that Manitoba plays as an important trade corridor, not only to Western Canada, but also to Europe.
Minister Sala, a few data points from your Chamber of Commerce in Manitoba. Manitoba exports $18 billion worth of goods to the U.S. every year, and two-way trade between Manitoba and the U.S. is valued at roughly $42 billion. What happens to those numbers if reciprocal tariffs as threatened by President Trump, and you can add auto tariffs if you want?
Hvis jeg hadde skalpet noe GT3, så hadde jeg skalpet med en Holland.
Look, we know that there's no question that those tariffs and reciprocal tariffs will have a significant impact on economies across Canada, within our provinces, and of course our country's economy. Look, we want a fair and predictable trading relationship.
Se om vi dropper rundt her da, igjen.
We know that
Ja,
this tariff
det
it's certainly not helping Manitobans or
det
Canadians,
stopper
and it's
litt opp,
not
liksom.
helping Americans.
Volumet bare forsvinner, jeg vet ikke.
Look, Manitoba
Klokka 8,
exports
ja.
in terms of hogs approximately 3 to 3.5 million hogs a year into the U.S. economy. Now, if 25% tariffs were applied to that, that's going to have a direct impact on the cost of bacon for Americans when they go to the grocery store, and of course, everyone's favorite breakfast sandwich product there for McDonald's as well. So, look, there's a high degree of interconnectedness, of course, between our economies. We know that the risk is real, but the impacts and the negative impacts will be felt not only by Canadians, but by Americans as well.
Well, and obviously a lot of that will come down to the decision-making of President Trump and negotiations with who ultimately ever gets the majority in Parliament and then therefore becomes Prime Minister of Canada after today. But Minister, provincially, what is Manitoba able or prepared to do to offset any hardship that those who are reliant on trade with the United States may come to if we are to see a deterioration in that trading relationship?
We'll always fight to protect our jobs and our businesses in Manitoba, and our recent budget in response to the threats that these tariffs have created to our economy was focused on really helping to ensure we were sustainable and that we had the resilience we need during this challenging time. And so our budget focused in responding to those threats by bringing forward a $3.7 billion capital plan where we're focused on investing in significant economy supporting infrastructure type investments, trade supporting infrastructure like our Port of Churchill in northern Manitoba, Centerport, which is a multimodal facility to the west of Winnipeg. We've also leaned into procurement and bringing some of our procurements back to Canada and ultimately, hopefully, back to Manitoba to create more business opportunities in light of these challenges. Our province, along with other provinces, are also working very closely together to reduce interprovincial trade barriers, which we know is an essential thing we can do to help create more resilience and success for our job producers in Manitoba. So those are some of the measures that we're taking in response. Again, this is about creating economic resilience during this time of uncertainty, along with other direct supports for businesses as required. We will work to protect our jobs and protect our economy here in Canada and in Manitoba, Western Canada. And we're going to do whatever it takes to do that.
To what extent is China making this more complicated as you deal with the uncertainty over tariffs here in the U.S.? Manitoba is handling 100% levies from China on some pretty important exports, grapeseed oil, oil cakes and peas, a 25% tariff, pork and aquatic products. How large is that market? How much of an issue is this for you in Manitoba?
Well, we know that those tariffs are having a disproportionate impact on Western Canada, so I appreciate the opportunity to bring that perspective here today to your viewers. Look, the impact is real, of course, on our canola producers and our pork producers, and we know that those Chinese tariffs are also impacting our fisheries in Eastern Canada as well. So they seem to have been designed to try to divide our country. Canada will stand united. Our province, Manitoba, will stand united with the rest of Canada in holding firm against these actions. Again, we're going to work together with our agricultural producers to make sure that they can find new markets for their products and that we'll continue to support them. We're going to need some support from the federal government to do that. But again, we're going to continue to make sure we protect those jobs. Ag is a massive sector in our provincial economy in Manitoba and a key part of our value proposition, and we're going to keep making sure that our producers are supported and are looking forward to working with the federal government to work through this challenge together.
Well, Minister, as you talk about finding new markets for those goods, what trading partners does Manitoba need to draw closer here?
Well, I think there's significant opportunities.
Der er targeten 50, var ikke det jeg sa?
But one thing I'd like to highlight is just the significant opportunities we have to expand our market in Europe as a province that's
Jeg skal droppe det sånn basically nå.
a maritime province.
Ja, vi tappet det nivået jeg hadde på buy-siden, hvor vi gikk inn i det, på futures. Hvis ikke vi dropper her, så går vi sikkert opp til hva det på Forex.
So a lot of exciting opportunity as it relates to expanding Manitoba's role as an important trade corridor for moving goods from Western Canada to Europe through the port.
330 typ igjen da, 320, 330.
The other way into Western Canada. So Europe is one significant opportunity for us given that maritime port that we have. The Port of Churchill is 1,500 kilometers closer to the biggest port in Europe in Rotterdam than Thunder Bay. So we do have an advantage there that we're looking to continue developing, and I think you can expect that we're going to keep working to grow that opportunity, that trade corridor, to expand trade with Europe and beyond.
Minister Sala, we've only got about a minute left. What are you doing tonight to watch the results?
We're going to cozy up somewhere here. We're here in Toronto and looking forward to sitting around and with other Canadians and watching the results roll in.
All right, well, we will be doing the same here at Bloomberg, sir. Thanks very much for joining us on this election day, live from our bureau in Toronto. Adrian Sala, of course, Finance Minister of the province of Manitoba. And I think based off of True Social, we might be able to assume that President Trump is going to be keeping an eye on these results as well. Wants to know what's happening with the land with which he would like to see become the 51st state.
A beautiful landmass, he says, as long as you don't have that arbitrary line that, of course, we call a border. We'll be watching what the president is up to as well today. He's got the Eagles, not the band, but the football team at the White House.
Super Bowl champs.
And, of course, a big meeting with the Speaker of the House that's just about to get going, about 5 minutes away. Might generate some news on reconciliation, tax cuts, and the debt ceiling.
Yeah, and we're going to have more on that in the late edition of Balance of Power today. The former chair of the House Financial Services Committee and congressman from North Carolina, Patrick McHenry, will talk us through reconciliation, yes, but tariffs as well. It's a daily occurrence on both editions of Balance of Power. Bloomberg Business Week Daily is straight ahead. We'll see you later on here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Har ikke tatt noen ting, Pep. Sitter og venter.
Se om vi closer over her da.
Se som skal videre opp nå også. Hvis ikke de klarer oss å snu her nå. Meta henter så bra her nå. Apple henter så bra her også.
Det er et lite target på sånn 263 også.
Ja, det er 250. Men det er for lite. Det er så lite volum. Det er jo ikke noe... Meta som drar opp gikk opp med 0,5% her nå.
Så tar vi det lille nivået. Men jeg vet ikke om jeg har satset på noe massivt pullback her da. For en liten.
Stay ahead with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevek. Live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. Yes, indeed, this is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Carol Masser, Tim Stenevek, live here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. Gotta say, we've all been talking about, there's a lot of stuff going on, but it almost feels like a little bit of a wait-and-see mode, Tim.
Yeah, and what are we waiting for and what are we going to see, right? That's the big question. Certainly we know we're waiting for earnings from big tech companies happening later this week.
Kommenterer også at det ikke noe volum her på Bloomberg. Folk bare går og venter på tallene. Det
Jobs on Friday.
Den uka som er nå helt ganske viktig.
Yeah, coming off our lows of the session, did see yields move down as well. So we're going to get into all of that in just a second. Hey, we're also going to get into President Trump's first 100 days. What's next? Tax cuts, anyone? Like, we kind of want to know where we're going to go from here.
Also, Canada's referendum on Trump. We're going to be hearing from David Gura on the ground in Canada in just a few minutes.
Yep, and also what could be a pivotal week for the war between Russia and Ukraine and the U.S. role in all of that, backing or not backing. So we're going to get into that. First up, though, let's get to that trade and to Charlie Pellet.
All right, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. Stocks lower across the board with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. As Tim and Carol mentioned, a lot going on during the coming week. We've got big tech moving lower today at the start of a busy week for corporate earnings and also key economic data, translation, jobs report on Friday. Right now, the S&P 500 index is halting its winning run since January. The S&P 500 index is now at 25 points down by about 0.5%. Dow Industrials down 66, a drop there of 0.2%. NASDAQ is down 153 points. That is a decline of just about 0.9%. 10-year at 4.22%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.69%. Spot gold now higher by $16 the ounce, $33.35 up 0.5%, and a retreat for West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 1.9%, $61.84 a barrel on WTI. This week, 4 of the so-called Mag 7 companies, Apple, Microsoft, Meta Platforms, and Amazon, are all scheduled to report earnings. Apple on Thursday, Meta on Wednesday, Microsoft also Wednesday, and Amazon on Thursday as well. And coming up after the close of trading today, we'll be hearing from 2 tech companies, Cadence Design Systems and Rambus. Again, recapping here, S&P down 30, a drop right now of just about 0.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Got it, Charlie. Thank you so much. Well, President Trump has been commenting on the Canadian elections today on social media, once again mentioning the possibility, or at least his thoughts when it comes to Canada becoming the 51st state of the United States. As for the election itself, the Conservative Party has chipped away at the lead held by Mark Carney's Liberals in the final days of Canada's election campaign. Those surveys, Tim, still point to a probable Liberal victory in today's vote, but we want to see where we are at this moment in time.
So let's head to Ottawa and to David Gura, Bloomberg News correspondent and host of the Big Take podcast. David, President Trump certainly thinks the Canadian elections matter as he's talking about them on social media. Some U.S. citizens, though, might say, why should we care? Why should we be so invested in this? What say you?
This is one of the longest standing, most important trade relationships the U.S. has had. Obviously, it's a huge one as well. And that's what's been kind of upended over the course of these last few months as President Trump has come in and really cast into doubt the longevity of that relationship, has suggested there should be a host of new tariffs here on goods made in Canada and exported to the United States. So we've seen his attacks in 2 ways. Yes, on trade, yes, on that economic relationship, but also on sovereignty. And that post that Carol was alluding to just a moment ago from the president this morning, suggesting once again that this country could become the 51st state in the United States of America, is not garnering many laughs on this side of the border. This is something that President Trump mentioned once in passing. I think people wondered if it was a joke, but he's doubled down on it over and over again over the last many months. And Mark Carney, who's the current prime minister and is obviously running for that seat in continuity here, has said from the very beginning he doesn't think that it's a joke. He takes that threat quite seriously, and it's something that's really resonant and sort of shaping the course of this campaign as people go to the ballot box today. This is a marquee issue for both of these candidates, kind of positioning themselves as the person that they think are best equipped to negotiate with President Trump when it comes to trade and when it comes to the sovereignty of this country.
So, David, while Americans obviously not necessarily voting here in this election, in many ways it is a referendum on President Trump.
You know, he has cast a huge shadow over this race, and so if you just look back at the history of how we got here, and Justin Trudeau, the now former prime minister, was in a lot of political trouble. A lot of that dissatisfaction among the Canadian electorate had to do with the way that the economy has been here in Canada over the last couple of years. So we've seen issues with inflation and with growth. There's still a huge issue when it comes to affordable housing in this country. That has kind of shifted to the backdrop of the campaign as trade has become the kind of marquee economic issue here. But yes, it has now become such that the Conservatives, who had this massive lead in the fall, if the election were held then, they would have won it with more than 20% of the vote. Not only have the Liberals caught up with that, they've surpassed it, as you mentioned just a moment ago. So it's really turned the election on its head, just the indirect involvement, I guess you could say, of President Trump through rhetoric and the direct involvement of kind of casting that trade relationship into doubt.
What's the sentiment, or what are sort of the vibes that you're getting from your time on the ground in Canada?
This is an election that's important, that a lot of people care about, and if you look at history, when there is a change election, when you have a candidate who has stepped down, as Justin Trudeau did after about 10 years in office, you're going to get more people who are going to come to the ballot box that are going to vote. Turnout is supposed to be quite large in this election today as a result of that, but more broadly because this is seen as such an important moment in the politics of this country. So people are acutely aware of the importance of the election itself, of the political event, but they've also been paying attention, to be frank, to that rhetoric from Washington. They've been listening to the way the candidates have responded to it, and I think that the sense here is, among the Canadian electorate, they want to have a prime minister from whichever party who's going to approach that relationship from a position of strength and is going to be able to have kind of a hard-nosed negotiation with the United States going forward.
All right, vibes on the ground. You are there. We do always love to see, you know, kind of what you're hearing, what you're seeing when it comes to how Canadians are feeling about what used to be a very warm and connected relationship, the United States.
Everybody with whom I've bumped in or interacted with brings the
Testosteron ned 1,68, var ned 3,5% nettopp i stad.
Trump's tariffs, as I've heard them referred to by a number of people. This is very much front of mind, and I think behind that is some sense of sorrow and bewilderment over how this has happened and how we've gotten to this place. So, and you look at that post from President Trump today, there is this kind of blithe rosiness to his rhetoric that, you know, in earnest suggesting that Canada could become the 51st state. I think a lot of people here are perplexed, flummoxed by that, worried by it. There's just a real dissonance, I think, when I talk to folks here between what they perceive that rhetoric to mean, where they think it's coming from, and sort of what they're hearing from the other side of the border, what they're hearing from the United States and Washington from President Trump in particular.
We both asked about vibes because we're really like into it.
We want the vibe check. That's what we want.
We want to push.
Hey, David, you did mention the way the race has changed in recent weeks. And I want to be careful with you know, talking a little bit about polling here, and you mentioned some polls and the way that it's become closer and the way the outcome has shifted. What are the polls indicating about what is most important to the voters at this point, and why that has sort of shifted the electorate a bit?
So, you know, in recent months, there has been polling on this issue about who's best equipped to deal with President Trump. So that's certainly something that's been seen as advantageous to Mark Carney, the current prime minister. He is a technocrat. He's not a politician by career or training. He was the head of the Bank of Canada and the Bank of England and sort of navigated both of those institutions through major crises. Obviously, the 2008 financial crisis when he was at the Bank of Canada, and Brexit when he was at the Bank of England. And so he's kind of positioning himself as somebody who has the experience and authority to kind of navigate this crisis, which he sees as similar to those. So that's been resonant with the electorate here. Look, the economy is still something that I think folks across this country really care about. You see that manifest that itself in the polls as well. And you look at kind of just sort of regional and demographic variations. Mark Carney has a lot of support from older Canadians in particular in the eastern part of this country. Pierre Poilievre, the Conservative candidate, talking about the two frontrunners here, has a lot of support in the western part of this country.
All right, got it. David, thank you so much. Looking forward to the rest of your coverage from there. David Gura, he's Bloomberg News correspondent and host of the Bloomberg Big Take podcast, which you can find on the Bloomberg and at Bloomberg.com. Well, Canada, as you know, finding itself in the midst of a vote, an election. Meantime, its neighbor to the south, that up until recently was on pretty friendly terms, we're talking, of course, about the U.S., finds itself in a week marking the 100th day of President Trump in the White House. And that's where we go right now. To Bloomberg News White House editor Jordan Fabian. He is in the Bloomberg News Washington, D.C. bureau. Jordan, you listened to David, so there's that going on in Canada we're watching. But in D.C., first 100 days, getting ready to mark that off. A lot of executive orders, a lot of Elon, a lot of government business, not as usual. What was done that maybe changes the U.S. government in the longer term? What just created a lot of chaos and noise, but didn't really change anything? How are we looking back at it?
If you want chaos and noise, there was plenty of it. Elon Musk's Doge effort, in particular, I think we'll look past. You look back on that in the weeks and months ahead. The cost savings will be much less than meets the eye. But I'll put that in another category. Two categories where Trump has really caused some long-term changes to the U.S. and that's in its relationship with the world and the federal government. So there have been a lot of layoffs. There's been a lot of disruption at federal agencies and on trade and on foreign policy. He's retreated from the post-World War II U.S. effort to integrate the world, tariffs in particular. Trying to make deals with Russia, sort of turning the back on European allies in that effort. And so there will be lasting impacts from these policies for years to come.
Jordan, how do you measure the first 100 days of any presidency? We're going to be speaking to Esha Day in our next hour, and she's got a story out about the first 100 days fueling the worst stock slump since Ford going back to 1974. That's certainly one metric that we can use. But what are the other ways that you measure the first 100 days of a presidency?
Se om det går videre opp nå, han har laget en bottom-week her.
This 100-day benchmark is something that FDR used to judge his progress up to this point, and it's been applied to presidents ever since. But I think now we would look to, is there any progress on a big legislative item? And it's hard to point to that when you're talking about the big focus right now is Trump essentially digging himself out of an economic hole of his own creation on the tariffs. There's a lot of time and energy devoted to these negotiations with trading partners that frankly wouldn't really even be occurring had he not done these tariffs. Now, the White House would say that's the art of the deal, but a lot of other people, business owners, investors would say, this is a crisis management situation that he's put himself in. And, now there's really no doubt that this is Donald Trump's economy. He can't go and say, I'm still cleaning up Joe Biden's mess. He's taking complete ownership of the situation by his approach.
Interesting. So we're going to talk to you a little bit later in our 4 o'clock hour about the market impact and what we've seen in the first 100 days. So we're going to dig into that a little bit further. But I do think about it. It's funny, we were talking with David Weston, of course, host of Wall Street Week here on Bloomberg, and where the concept of 100 days came from initially, going back to FDR, right, in the middle of the Depression and, just dealing with so much and what he could get done in 100 days. How do we even bother to compare president to president? Does it even make sense? Or President Trump in his second term to his first term, is that an important metric at all?
It can be, for sure, especially when you're trying to, again, demonstrate progress toward legislation. So Donald Trump's big goal is this, one big beautiful bill he's talking about, this tax cut package. But if you look under the hood at that, it's really just extending the tax cuts that are already in place. And so when you're looking for, and there are some add-ons there, like he's talked about, getting rid of tax on tips, getting rid of taxes on car interest payments, things like that. But it's not some sort of new marquee. And a lot of that he's really done on his own through executive action. Most importantly, the tariffs. And so, again, this is that in itself is a change from not only other presidents but his own first administration.
Jordan, we're starting to get some polling about how people are feeling about the economy under this president. Certain approval ratings show him underwater by some measures. The president ostensibly not running for a third term. He's certainly not eligible for a third term per the Constitution as it stands right now. That said, what could the consequences be of a second term president not having high approval ratings. Like, what does this mean for the Republican Party? What are the risks to the Republican Party here?
They're twofold immediately. One is I don't see Republicans breaking with him en masse, but he does need political capital to get that tax bill through. And if he's burning it all on, you know, tariff policies that aren't popular and other executive actions that aren't hitting really with their Republican base, that's going to have an effect on his ability to move things through Congress. And then, of course, looking ahead to next year, Republicans are looking to keep control of both the House and the Senate. If he's unpopular and underwater with voters, that's going to make it harder for incumbent Republicans to win re-election.
In terms of the policies and certainly tax
Jeg lurer
policies,
på om alle har tatt seg ferie I dag. Det jo ikke noe volum her I det hele tatt.
something that
Stoppet helt opp.
impacts the masses here in the United States, kind of your
Ja, det
average American. I hate to use
sånn,
that term because I feel like I don't know what that really means, but you know what I
Det jo som regel
mean.
litt roligere når det tall
In a productive way
og earnings.
versus fewer.
Okay, Carol, I think it's hard to say right now because the policy is still taking shape. But for example, a lot of it's taking shape on social media. Like the other day, he put it on his True Social account that he's looking at some kind of tax relief for people making under $200,000 that he thinks will be paid for by tariff revenue. Whether that revenue comes to pass, I think a lot of people have doubts about that. But so this is all kind of coming together on the fly. But the centerpiece of it is the extension of the 2017 tax cuts that he put into place, and so some of that impacted, you know, middle class, middle income earners, but a lot of that affected, you know, corporate tax rates, upper tax bracket folks. So it's sort of a mixed both.
Tesla retter seg opp mye, altså. Den retter seg opp med 2% nå.
What that package could look like and what clients have been asking
Tesla?
about.
Ja, den var ned 3,5% I stad.
Jordan, that said,
Ja.
is it possible to see a raising of taxes on wealthy Americans given that the president threw cold water on this idea of a millionaire's tax?
Yeah, I have a hard time seeing that so-called millionaire tax going into effect. You've heard the president say he likes the idea. Certain people around him have thrown it out there as a revenue raiser since there'll be taxes coming down for others. But the president himself has said, I don't think it's so popular, so not going to go ahead with that. And then you have the Republican Congress that is full of members who are dead set.
Jeg fikk jo bare med meg en liten bevegelse av den gullpoppen nå.
Ja, den gikk jo bra da.
Ja, jeg var reknet med det, men altså, jeg gikk jo lang helt nede der. Men jeg stoppet meg ut på en liten nedtikk, altså I profit, etter at jeg hadde flyttet opp stoppen. Du trailer tight, eller? Ja, jeg kjørte den litt tight.
The Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth will get it together, suggesting he'll stick with his choice to lead the Pentagon. This was an interview he apparently gave on April 24th, but The Atlantic just publishing it.
Liker det tight.
If the whole Trump team gets in the Oval Office, are they like patting themselves on the back, or how are they feeling about things?
De fleste gjør vel det.
I think that they generally think things have gone well. They all this flurry of activity between Elon Musk and the executive actions, and Trump's constant appearance on social media and television. They think he's dictating the conversation and displaying power, and that that in itself for them is.
På grunn av det her tariffgreier og sånt, så har flere firms banna Hong Kong.
Og for det kan falle noe så grønnjævlig og bli volatilt.
Ja, så de har banna Hong Kong fra å trade på prop firms.
For det går til å svinge så faller.
So interesting to see him back out on the campaign trail, essentially, or back out among voters. Jordan, thank you.
Det jo sikkert for det kommer til å svinge som et helvete, så du kan jo tape sjukt med penger på det.
Nei, så det på grunn av tariffgreier.
Ja.
Hva heter det på Futures av det? Hva for noe? Nei, altså de har bannet. Nei. De har bannet altså folkene I Hong Kong får ikke lov til å trade.
Aha. Ok. Hva skjønner jeg?
Det er ganske sjukt.
Yep. Det var et toppstep på denne, bra ikke det?
Du bruker toppstep du også?
Jo.
Er det fordi den er så billig, eller?
Ja... Det er greit nok rimelig, men det er egentlig bare at de har ikke noe consistency-regel kontra alle andre firms. Så hvis du tjener da for eksempel 3000 eller 6000 eller 10 000 dollar på en dag, så får du de pengene liksom.
Ja.
Kontra andre firmaer så har du liksom sånn consistency-regel, sånn at for eksempel 30% av payouten, eller...
Du får bare 50% da.
Hæ?
Du får bare 50%.
Ja, du får bare 50%. Men du kan jo ta neste payout også da, ikke sant? Det er ikke sånn du blir punished av det liksom. Så hitter du big, da sier du hopper inn med, hva skal jeg si, et par minis og tjener stort, så er alle pengene dine på en måte da.
Ja.
Man må ikke gi fra deg halvparten?
Jo, altså du kan bare ta ut halvparten av pengene. Det er det oppe.
Første 30 dagene, etter 30 dager, så kan du ta ut 100%.
Ja.
Tar du ut 100%, så stenger du kontoen.
Ja, nettopp.
Skjønner.
Så kjører du liksom samme risk hver gang, altså sånn 1-1, RR, 1-2 hver gang. Så kan du jo velge hvilket som helst firma. Men har du liksom alt fra 1-1 og 1-10, så er toppstep for deg liksom.
Hva koster en konto da?
$50 for en sånn eval og $150 hvis du passerer den.
Ok, så du må betale 50 bare for å være med, og så må du betale litt for å etter å passe den?
Ja.
Det største så betaler du $149 for det første, og så betaler du $149 når du passer.
Ok, det er $300?
Ja.
Ja, eller 200.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg.
Hvor stor konto får du ting til da?
Alt fra 50 000 til 150 000.
Ja, men du kan jo ha 550 000, så da er det 700 000.
Ja, hva koster den da? Hva koster 500 000 da?
Nei, det blir jo 140, altså $300 ganger 5 da.
A decline of 0.9%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index out of earnings down 1.2%. 10-year yield 4.22%.
Får du tilgang til penger, får ikke tilgang til penger.
0.69%. Gold up
Ja, det får tilgang til penger.
0.6%.
Hva mener du?
Så hvis du passer challengen på $300, så får du tilgang til 500 000?
Bitcoin now down 5/10.
Nei, da er det 150 000.
Ok, 150 000.
Ja. Men du kan ha 5 sånne kontoer som du kopierer.
Altså du kan ha 5 sånne samtidig?
Ja.
Hvis du kjøper $300 ganger 5 da?
Ja, så du trader på 1, og så kopierer du den på 400 kontoer.
Så du kjøper basically 5 kontoer?
Riktig.
Recapping S&P down 31, a decline of 0.6%.
Ja, hvis du må jo ikke.
24 hours a day, subscribe to
Men det er maks.
Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet that.
Ja, jeg har to kontoer som er copy-trader nå. Som er passet.
The first 100 days of President Trump's second term, we covered it. Question is, we want to dig a little bit more into, Tim, what comes next?
U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and congressional Republicans
Tesla flyr opp til nå.
plan for passing a multi-trillion-dollar
Jeg har sett har sett, jeg sier det ut og sett på sekunder og alt som skjer. Ny mening.
Gulf oppå litt mer.
Da tapper vi det.
We're going to be taking in a tremendous amount of money, and we're going to make a lot of money, and we're going to cut taxes to the people in this country. It's possible we'll do a complete tax cut, because I think the tariffs will be enough to cut all of the income tax.
Enough to cut all of the income tax?
I don't have to pay income tax anymore?
I think Congress will have something to do with that. Let's ask Nathan Dean.
All right, let's bring him in. He's Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Policy Analyst, based in D.C. Lucky for us to be here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City.
Jeg rakk den ikke selv. Jeg skal ut til at han har den der.
Jeg visste noe... Jeg prøver egentlig å holde meg unna Nasdaq og gull.
Ja, litt skummelt å kjøpe her da. Så det Tesla som bryter opp her. Tesla har vært ned 3,5%, nå ned 1%.
Ja, nå jeg rimelig sikker på at vi skal fly til neste zone. Men jo.
Vi snakker om Bergen i tjeneste. Så du har kontrollen, du mener?
Hæ?
Det er så bare 4,500 nå. Nei, 9,000.
9,000?
$9,000 du må tjene for å få kontoen.
Correct. And so what we're telling our clients is that we think as of right now with
Ja, det kommer på hvilken kontosize da. Jeg kjører 50.
Ja, kjører oss.
Men de to jeg tredde på noen, de har allerede passet. Allerede trent på det.
Jeg tror vi kan gå opp mot 2,700 for 2,007. Nei, 20,007.
Kick the can of the issue down the road than it is to take a bill or a vote that's going to actually pull back benefits within the near term.
Can I just say we've kicked the can so far, the can's
Det jævlig topp da.
I mean, we just keep doing this and doing this.
Well, and again, it's like that's the problem is that, you know, for a lot of in both
Ja, jeg har 20,000.
for them to actually take a vote that actually claws back
mellom 20,000 og ja,
it's extremely difficult. In fact, it's reporting over the weekend that from some of the tax provisions, let's talk about rather than implementing those cuts immediately, the thought now is that you would implement it after the election, whether it's a midterm election or even 4 years now, after the Trump understand, they being the Republicans, understand that this is not a popular vote. We've seen Senator Josh Hawley from Missouri come out and say, don't touch Medicaid. We've seen the chairman of the House Ag Committee, Glenn Thompson, come out and say, look, we can't really touch SNAP benefits.
Just
trying to combat waste and fraud. So there's a lot
of
ideas out there.
So do you think that indeed we will see tax on tips?
Men denne uka her har vært
in this next bill, no taxes on tips, no taxes on Social Security, and no taxes on overtime. Do you think that'll pass?
I think that's like the idea.
Første dagen i uka.
Det virker for meg som det har gått en hel uke.
Client perspective, not the most. If you're in the defense industry, you're here, but
jeg hater å sitte rolig.
The big one you're looking for is the
Det er ganske irriterende, så jeg har ikke tatt den i dag.
Ja, det er jo...
Sitter her og...
Sitter og ser som en idiot.
And
Yeah.
what's the total there that would add up to? What are some rough estimates on how much revenue the government would lose out on as a result of not taxing?
Men har du ikke skaffet den lekekontoen, Jones?
Jeg vurderer å sette opp noen andre kontoen nå, for jeg kan ikke ta mer på den kopperkontoen, for det blir så jævlig eksponering for de som er der.
Ja, nei, du må ha en egen konto som du treder på selv.
Ja, jeg kan kjøre litt sånn scalpings, så jeg burde sette den crazy-kontoen, tenkte jeg. Men kan du gjøre noe?
Eller skaffer deg en funded-konto da?
Nei, jeg har en til konto som jeg skal kjøre på, som heter Crazy, som jeg skal trede, men da blir det sånn hardt. Ikke bare sitte og vente som jeg gjør nå. Jeg er basically en scalper, vet du. Treder masse, men nå sitter jeg bare og venter, for jeg vil ha den driten her ned. Og så kan jeg ikke kjøre på noen ekstra posisjoner nå, for da vil de som er med fra starten ha alt for mye posisjoner.
Jeg skjønner.
For det er mange som har tradet på kopperkontoen, fikk jeg beskjed om det forrige uke. Så da sitter de feil veien til siden, og hvis jeg tar en til en, så plutselig blir de vipet ut, så jeg får ikke gjort så mye.
Det går jo på dem selv.
Jeg vet det, men det er mange som... Jeg vet det er de sin egen skyld, men jeg må ta hensyn til det.
Ja,
Ja, jeg synes jeg må.
Men jeg vil bare si at hvis de har lyst til å trade selv, så får de åpne seg en annen konto ved siden av. Og ikke røre den kontoen som de copy-trader.
That's something that hasn't really worked in the past. They just said we're going to do that this time, and as a result, the deficit now may go up.
Men han Øyvind, jeg spør om, kan du ikke forklare hvordan man får pengene i profit ut på forbrukskonto og fra profit?
Det er bare å ta ut withdraw, det er ikke noe verre. Det er veldig lett da. Du kan skalpe smått på copy-kontoen. Nei, det er ikke sånn det funker. Selv om jeg går i pluss, så kan noen som driver trader på privaten miste det, fordi de har allerede 2-3 posisjoner i markedet. Selv om jeg tjener penger, så kan de miste kontoen sin. For det går på marginer på kontoen. Selv om nå da, at for eksempel hvis du setter en trade nå da, og så er du i pluss, og så setter jeg en trade, og så er jeg i pluss, og så setter jeg en ny trade, og så går den litt opp, så går du minus, så kan du blowe kontoen, for det blir for mye marginer.
Well, it is for the corporate tax, right? That's what they did in the first one.
That's permanent? No other administration can come in, or no other Congress can come in and change it?
Well, you can obviously change it, if it's, but it's permanent and from the standpoint that there's no sunset provision.
Okay, got it. I see it's going to take legislative action
Ja,
to change
det er helt riktig, Peppina. Står ingen konto, pengene skal overført nå, blir det satt feil. Skulle du ta det ut til deg selv, eller skulle du ta det på en annen tradingkonto?
But then potentially the inflationary aspects of tariffs, if those
Mirks, jeg tar hensyn til alle. Ut til deg selv. Ja, da skal du bare trykke på withdraw. Ta så skriv til support, så kan du hjelpe deg. Det er ikke noe, det skal gå jævlig fort, det altså. Hvis du skal ta et gevinst, bare ta på withdraw.
Yeah, you know, I just saw our restaurant analyst, Michael Halen's downstairs, and, you know, I was talking with a bunch of our consumer analysts a few minutes ago, and the question that we have from this package is, you know, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick likes to say that it's stimulating, but if you're spending
Hva faen var det NRK satt? Det ga jo ingen mening.
Jo, det gir mening, for så vidt.
Nei, det gjør ikke det. Men det som du sier om å ta hen, de som har eksponert seg for mye og tradet med copykonto, betyr at du ikke tar hensyn til de som ikke har gjort det. Og det er jo akkurat det de gjør.
Ja, da mener han at han har ikke gjort det, ikke sant? Så han kan tjene mer penger hvis Botox trader mer.
Jo, han tar jo fortsatt hensyn til dem. Det var ikke eksponere seg for mye.
Ja, men det blir lettere underveis for alle, så folk skjønner greia. Jeg må ta det litt forsiktig i starten. Nå skal jeg sendt melding til dem, de kan godkjenne den currency-kontoen.
When are these exceptions, or when is President Trump going to quote-unquote back down on tariffs? And what we tell our clients is that, like, look, within the next 3 to 4 weeks, President Trump, Bloomberg News reports over the weekend that President Trump is going to announce deals within, quote, 3 to 4
Ja, hvorfor skriver du her? Bare send det til support.
And so you are going to see, I think, later this
week,
next week, quote-unquote, understandings or memorandums. I think
sikkert om på hvilken bank du har.
Page bullet points rather than an actual deal. So obviously that could
China too?
Well, I don't know if on China, but you know, they're negotiating with 70 countries, and the idea from the Treasury Department that we've learned is that this isn't so much of a U.S.-China negotiation.
Support bruker flere timer på svaret. Skriv på chatten eller skriv på mail.
First one, South Korea, Japan. So you have this tariff argument that's going, or this tariff debate that's taking place with, I don't want to say the ultimate answer, but at least some more clarity. But then the Republicans on the House are trying to get this tax extension bill. They want to get it done by Memorial Day. We don't think that can happen. I think it's going to happen during my vacation in late July, but more likely
Martinsen, bruker du frontbroker du også, eller bruker du Trade Nation fortsatt?
I hope for your sake it's
Nah,
not
Trade Nation.
Nathan, I want to go back to something that you said about stimulative effects or potential stimulative effects of this bill. There's this narrative that has emerged in recent weeks, given the challenges that that analysts are saying the economy faces as a result of this tariff policy, that there needs to be some sort of stimulus to the economy, and they're saying it's all about the tax bill. They're using this as a way to say, okay, we got to get this tax bill through because that is what's going to push the economy. You just spoke to the folks on the retail side. Is that indeed the case? Can it be stimulative in its current iteration?
Well, I mean, when you're essentially extending current policy, you know, I think the stimulation from yesterday's taxes to tomorrow's tariffs and taxes, you're not going to see much change in the way of current taxes. Then you're going to see this no taxes on tip, no taxes on overtime, potentially this like tax cut that President Trump's talking about. Is that enough that really gets the market?
I'm not
exactly sure that's the case. But I will say is that Republicans, there's no other option here. If they don't pass
det stemmer, det jeg prøvde å si.
There's really no other bills out there that people are talking about between now and the midterm elections that are going to try and address this. Even bills to try and claw back authority from President Trump on tariffs. Just the White House just this morning put out a veto threat on a resolution that's going to come in the Senate later this week. So this is it.
Democrats?
Well, the Democrats are messaging for 2026. I mean, they don't have the power at the moment, and then when you're the party in minority, you essentially have to prepare for tomorrow.
Unbelievable. Interesting times, no doubt about it. Nathan, so great to have you here in studio. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Policy Analyst Nathan Dean joining us right here in our New York studio. All right, everybody, you're pretty well briefed, really well briefed when it comes to everything in D.C. We're going to get to, coming up next, the Russia-Ukraine war and talk a little bit about that.
In the meantime, taking a look at markets, the S&P 500 down about 0.5 percentage point. The NASDAQ Composite down about 0.8%. The Dow flat, but in the red, down about 0.1%.
Yeah, it's almost like we're waiting for some big earnings. We are this week. Yeah. And we've also got some big economic news coming our way as well, culminating in that monthly jobs report on Friday. Right now, S&P, you've got about 200
på lang eller botox? Scalping.
Litt usikker nå, jeg ser at Tesla begynner å falle igjen.
Interesting trade, waiting for a lot of news this week.
Dags begynner å falle igjen også.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
Gleder meg til Crazy-kontoen. Jeg òg. Jeg er så sur på meg reaction. Den Crazy-kontoen så jeg pleier å trade til vanlig. Copy-trader kontoen her, den er veldig rolig.
Det holder deg unna svingtrading, så det bra.
Ja, Stig vet hvordan jeg trader som vanligvis, men jeg kan ikke gjøre på den kontoen her.
Kan du ikke bare endre på innstillingen deres da? At de har mye safere innstillinger?
De må stille på selv, men det er litt for sent, ikke sant? For de velger kontoen når de copy-følger meg. Og så er det mange som har tradet ved siden av forrige uke, som har gått på noen stjernesmeller blant annet. Så marginene deres er mye dårligere enn mine her. For jeg har jo tjent masse penger. Så selv om jeg sitter i minus nå, så er jeg fortsatt i pluss. Mens de derimot har jo da blåst bort gevinsten sin, og så sitter de da minus, og da blir det et problem. Hvis ikke de putter opp mer penger.
Ja. Men alle sammen følger vi ikke samme sum som du har, gjør de?
Hva sa du?
De har vel ikke samme sum som det du har?
Nei, men da må vi gå på marginer. De har samme marginer. Hvis jeg har tjent 10% eller 50%, så har de tjent 50%. Men hvis jeg har tjent 50%, og de har tjent 50%, men at de har tapt flere dager nå hvor de har gjort det på egen hånd, da har de mistet marginer. Og hvis jeg fortsetter å øke posisjonen mine, så blir det vipet ut. Hvis du skjønner?
Jævlig dumt.
Ja. Skjønner... Jeg har akkurat sendt melding på den Crazy-kontoen og hører om jeg kan få noe.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. I'm Charlie Pelota. Sell-off in big tech underway right now with the S&P 500 index halting its longest winning run since January. But now the S&P
det var det. Det er jo ikke det nå.
100 index.
Det har faen meg hentet seg med 180 poeng.
Off session lows, but still down 21.
Ja, den fin reversal på det selv.
Tok imot akkurat.
Dow Industrials now down 26, a loss of just under 1/10%. Nasdaq is down 1%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares down 0.3%.
Det er ikke tid med å lure på hva som må skje for at markedet dropper igjen. Nei, det er nok til at en av dem åpner kjeften sin, ikke det?
Jo. 33.48 up by about 0.9%.
Så skal jeg til short, men nå skal du ikke.
Intermediate crude 62.02 a barrel, lower now by 1.6%.
Altså, så forklarer det her da. Jeg kan
trade når du vil trade, tenker jeg.
Jeg scalper når marginene er bra nok, og når jeg ser at vi kan ta en riktig vei. Jeg ser at det går opp nå, da går ikke jeg long. Når jeg ser også at det kommer dårlig tall, da gjør jeg ingenting, da venter jeg. Vi må ha bedre marginer. Du kan ikke risikere å tape penger. Det er ikke interessert i. Jeg gjør ikke en trade bare for å gjøre en trade, ass. Jeg kan ha den der crazy-kontoen din. Der gir jeg faen. Den ikke her. Den crazy-kontoen, da kan jeg trade hardt. Hardt.
Used a large language model to scan more than 300 of President Trump's public comments between August of 2024 and mid-March.
Hvorfor mye anbefaler det på Secrecy? Det er helt opp til deg. Jeg kommer til å handle hardt der. Jeg kommer til å handle i hvert fall 5-10 ganger hva jeg gjør her. Hold en kopp i kontoen.
Det beste er jo å ha det samme som du har.
Ja, det er det beste. Men jeg trenger ikke så mye penger, for jeg kommer til å gire mye mer da. Så jeg kommer sikkert til å begynne med, kanskje 20 eller 30, ikke noe mer.
On subjects including the occupation, Kyiv's goal of joining NATO, and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's political legitimacy. Now, the net, President Trump's views on the war in Ukraine, Tim, increasingly aligned with the Kremlin.
And that, despite most recently, President Trump seemed to be more critical of Russia and
for some thoughts on this, where the world goes next. Back with us is Dr.
Angela Stench. She's senior fellow at the Brookings Institution, also a former national intelligence officer for Russia and Eurasia at the National Intelligence Council. She also served in the state. She's the author of the book, came out in 2019, Putin's World, Russia Against the West.
Jeg skal sende masse signaler som vanlig der, NT. Men jeg må bare, nå har vi bare hatt kopptrening i 6 dager, så vi må bare få innkjøring der først, så vi får gjort ordentlig, og så er vi tilbake på Telegram.
Would you agree with the LLM analysis?
Men skal du fortsette å være live og sånt her, eller skal du?
Ja, jeg gjør begge deler, men jeg kommer ikke til å sitte 12 timer sånn her nå. Nå er det bare for å komme hjem, liksom.
Echoed Putin's own positions on subject related to the war?
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. I think that was true even before he was elected president a second time.
Nei, som regel så er det bare greit å sitte i time eller 2 på formiddagen og morgenen, og så har han spart 3 timer på ettermiddagen.
Du blir bare sittende og se, vet du, når ikke det er noe å gjøre.
Ja, ja.
Det er liksom ikke noe vits å bare sitte for å sitte.
Ikke noe uansett, tror jeg ikke.
After he met with President Zelensky, when he was critical of Russia for its continued bombing and killing of Ukrainian civilians, particularly since these negotiations have begun. But I think his view of the world, his view of the conflict, echoes Putin.
Hva må skje når han dropper igjen? Ja, hva var det du svarte på? Ingenting. Trump trenger bare å si et eller annet, så dropper det.
And then essentially saying that Crimea has always been Russian.
Det begynte å falle i går til, men det begynte å falle i dag. Og det er basically Tesla som holder inn hele veien her.
We'll have to recognize the areas that Russia has now occupied since the 22 war began as belonging to Russia.
Må jeg med brus, jeg. Faen, jeg drikker jo så mye brus.
So we've heard from the Secretary of State too, I think, about the president
Er det ikke Tim og endelig navn til trade-team snart?
kind of come to some conclusion this week when it comes to, I guess, U.S. involvement in the Russia-Ukraine war. I don't know. What are you expecting to come next here, Angela?
Yeah, it's interesting. The Financial Times just had a story saying that Europeans are now increasingly worried that, in fact, President Trump will say, you know, this is too difficult, I've tried, it's over, and he'll turn his attention to something else. I think it's possible. The messages that we've heard both from President Trump himself and from Secretary Rubio do indicate that some kind of decision is going to be made this week. I don't know whether it's tied to the first 100 days. But I think we just have to keep remembering that there are two sets of negotiations going on, and that even if President Trump says he's not interested anymore in trying to end the war and negotiate, it's too hard, the restoration and improvement of U.S.-Russian relations will probably go ahead, and of course that's what Putin really wants.
Well, explain that. How is he leveraging Russia's invasion of Ukraine to improve relations between the U.S. and Russia?
Well, I think that from the beginning, as soon as President Trump was inaugurated the second time, he indicated that he wanted to restore relations with Russia, that he wanted to end the sanctions, that he wanted to work on maybe another strategic nuclear arms agreement with President Putin. So I think those things have always been separate in President Trump's mind, and they've certainly been separate in President Putin's mind and the people around him. Because even though Putin has now announced, a 3-day ceasefire from March 8th to March 11th, I believe it is, we have no idea whether that will happen. But the very next day, his foreign minister in an interview with CBS repeated all the maximalist Russian demands, including international recognition of the annexation of these 4 territories that Russia doesn't.
Skal vi ned i dag? Ja, vi er ned i dag, men jeg tror vi skal mer ned. Men vi må igjen følge med på Vi må følge med på 2 aksjer, holdt jeg på å si. En er Tesla. Så er Nvidia. Meta er greit, vi kommer med tallet i overmorgen.
Maybe lift sanctions, go into big business deals with Russia maybe, but that the war could still go on, and the message to the Europeans from the US will be, you have to take care of this.
Any outcome where President Putin gets to hold on to the territory that he has taken over and is more favorable to him, does that only embolden him going forward?
Well, of course it does, because right now, as we believe the negotiations stand, the Trump administration is willing to say that one should only recognize that part of those 4 territories that Russia actually occupies, and that the unoccupied parts of these 4 territories would still be Ukrainian. And so, that would certainly be a mild gain for Ukraine.
And what does emboldened mean? Does it mean, we've talked with you about this before, like does it just mean, I don't know, in a year, 2 years, 5 years, 6 months, he goes after something else potentially?
Yeah, so let's say there's a ceasefire and it's more than 30 days. I mean, the initial ceasefire that Zelensky has agreed to would be for 30 days. Russia hasn't agreed to that yet. But if there were a ceasefire for 30 days, then we would have to see, would Russia then immediately start bombing again, or would the 30-day ceasefire lead to a more permanent ceasefire, in which case Russia
Elon var faen meg smart, ass. Musk's Doge cuts could helping avoid $2 billion in legal liabilities. Han har faen meg gått inn i politikken for å faen meg redde seg selv. Han er jo helt rå! Han har overtalt presidenten til å forandre loven på grunn av Tesla-bilen hans, pluss han fikk de der sinnssyke kontraktene på de der cybertruckene sine. Og nå så han faen meg fikset så han får slipper med $2 billion in legal liability. Altså han mannen har faen meg playet Trump så jævlig da. Det er sjukt. Folk får ikke gjort noen ting heller.
A ceasefire, again, going back to the North Korean, South Korean example, but you would have to have that very heavily policed.
Nei, jeg skal nå få gjort noe som har gått til opprør.
It would be over for a
det
while.
her ganske greit, altså.
I don't see at the moment this ending in any way that one could be really sure that Russia wouldn't attack again unless Ukraine joins NATO.
Dr. Angela Stent, thanks always, Senior Fellow at the Brookings
Jeg trodde ikke det var så
National
ille.
Intelligence Officer for Russia and Eurasia at the National Intelligence Council, also author of the book Putin's World. Straight ahead, everybody, an update on trading and stocks on the move. This is Bloomberg.
Må huske på at longs minsker. Og jo flere som shorter, jo mer går vi opp.
Ja. De tar posisjoner i markedet også. Motsatt på ETF-en. Er flere short nå, eller long? Long? Ja, 54.
Nei, 56-44.
Ok, det har økt 2% da.
Ja, det har gått litt opp.
Ja, på toppstep er 61% long.
Da begynner folk å få hetta da.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, getting ready to wrap up on this first hour of Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Having said that, the overall trade, we're down across the board, little movements, a little bit to the downside. NASDAQ 100, the most on a percentage basis, Tim, down about 0.5%, but we're coming off our lows, so bouncing off our lows, but still down.
Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. With us is Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Emily Grafeo. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. Emily, what's on your radar?
Okay, so I'm looking at shares of U.S. shares of Spotify because that stock had fallen as much as 4%. They're set to report earnings tomorrow. Spotify has gained 35%.
I was just going to say
year to date.
It's been on tear this year.
Wow.
It was on tear last year.
I don't claim to know any inside knowledge into Spotify as to exactly today why the stock is lower. I'm assuming maybe it's profit taking before the earnings. But in terms of what investors are going to be looking for, how and when the company will raise prices. That's what Bloomberg News is writing today because they're reportedly planning an increase in Europe as soon as June.
But not here in the U.S., hopefully?
I don't know. Maybe they'll mention that tomorrow. And then they also said today that they paid $100 million to podcast publishers and creators in the first quarter. But it would be hard to imagine that that would make the stock move down so much, 4%. But really, that was the only headline that we got out of Spotify for today. So again, maybe profit taking.
So hovering near its all-time high.
Did you see
Yeah.
what it did last year? 170% higher in 2020.
Ja, scalpen fungerte.
157% higher in 2020.
Kan tikke videre opp.
I also think this is a sticky product in the sense, I don't know, are you a
Hæ?
Spotify?
Du kan tikke videre opp dette her.
So am I.
Ja.
And I don't anticipate ever going to any other service.
Men hvorfor, det er en annen sak.
It knows me. I have all my playlists. Not that there are that many.
Oh, your ABBA?
No, all my Bodhi Bear.
Nei, det eneste hvorfor er vel teknisk. Det er vel eneste som kan være. Eller kanskje på grunn av Tesla, jeg vet ikke.
Spotify seems similar.
Man vet også
similar
grunn til.
story because
sticky.
It's sticky. You know, are you really going to stop listening to music just because the economy is in a recession or
It's an
or
indulgence
there's
that
tariffs?
isn't like off the charts, right? Like you
Yeah.
can kind of swing it.
Yeah.
And you can get so much
Yes,
out of
depends
it.
on how much they raise prices, right?
Tim listening to Madonna on the weekend.
A lot of podcasts too, actually.
Come on, you're among friends. Okay.
Bloomberg podcasts, obviously.
Yeah, well, that's where you can get them.
Bloomberg Business
That's where you
Week
get 'em.
Daily. Yeah.
No, I mean, you can get every podcast there.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily
Yep.
podcast.
And Weekend Show.
That's so true. Okay, Boeing. It's actually higher today. I feel like this is another step towards the Boeing of the future.
Yes. So that stock is up about 2%. They had an upgrade at Bernstein to outperform from market perform. They said the aircraft maker is now making the progress it needs for growth trajectory, although the analysts did note that they can't assume all the risks are gone. And there are several piling up for Boeing that have been piling up for a while now, namely high FAA scrutiny, and just, I guess, negative headlines when it comes to just all of the troubles that this company
Fuel som fløy på under.
And we did have Airbus agree to take over some assets and sites from Spirit Aerosystems, which then clears the way for Spirit to be acquired by Boeing, which they're bringing back, right? Airline boy?
Yes, that's,
know
they
everything.
spun it off. They spun it off about more or less 20 years ago.
I say that because anytime we talk about
It was a separate
airplane,
publicly
Tim knows
traded
exactly
company.
what it is.
It's a separate publicly traded
Right?
company. Now it's being
See?
brought back under the. Hopefully, this will help solve some of the issues around the quality that they faced in recent
Bring it
years.
back in-
Yeah, bring it back in house.
Airplane.
Okay, well, speaking of transportation, let's talk Plug Power.
Off the charts today.
We've had Andy
Again.
Marsh, the CEO, come on our program
Yep.
quite a bit over the last few years, and whenever he comes on, I hear a lot from folks on social media. What's going on with the stock today?
So this is Stock Movers, so I couldn't not pick this one. It was up as much as 46% today.
Is this one of yours today, Carol?
No.
No?
I
Maybe
have
it should
another,
be.
Wanna add it.
I know. I have
You already
another
have
big
4,
mover. I have
so-
another big mover that's got above $1 billion market cap.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's the thing with Plug Power. They are just shy of $1 billion in market cap, but this was the biggest jump in nearly a year. The hydrogen company announced a $525 million secured debt facility.
That alone says something. The biggest jump in nearly a year. Like this
Yeah.
one pops around a lot.
Yeah, it does. It's been falling this year. It hasn't had a good 2025, but today there is some relief there for the shareholders.
It's still down. Even with that move today, it's down 50% year to date.
Yeah, that's incredible. And the share price is not. Yeah, it's just about $1.
Yeah. So a little perspective there.
Green Hydrogen Company.
Yeah. But you're right. And a big chunk of the float is shorted, more than 27%. So you get it. Good stuff. Thank you so much. Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Emily Grafeo. For more,
Conversations such as this, listen to our new Stock and Movers podcast. You can subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Listen to Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcast. Spotify, Carol, you can listen to it on Spotify.
yeah, which is doing incredibly well.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. Team effort. Go team. That's going to do it for this hour of Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Yes, folks, it's a Monday. Does it feel like a Monday to you? It feels like a Monday to us. Hey, if you're watching on TV, the close is coming your way in just a moment. We're going to be counting down, of course, to the close, just about an hour away.
Ja,
Later
lite
today,
fart på
though, on
rullen då.
Bloomberg, talk a little bit of Apple, a little bit about the trade. What else?
Yeah, the big picture is, are there going to be empty shelves in the coming weeks due to those trade tariffs? That's next on Business Week.
Ja, den choppte bare helt sidelengs.
En liten short.
Valid.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump marks 100 days in office tomorrow, and his administration is focusing today on immigration. CBS's Natalie Brand at the White House.
The White House's border czar says there's been around 139,000 deportations since President Trump took office. The administration has put posters on the White House North Lawn of people it's identified as unauthorized immigrants convicted of crimes.
The president will sign 2 executive orders today, one on strengthening immigration enforcement and the other on sanctuary cities. Congress is back from recess and the budget is on the agenda after the Republicans' framework was agreed to earlier.
Now comes the hard part. This is actually writing legislation, writing actual policy on the president's tax cuts, on the president's tax proposals, on a variety of different things. And the crux of the Democratic opposition to this is potential cuts to programs like Medicare, Medicaid specifically.
Russian President Putin has said his country will observe a 72-hour ceasefire in Ukraine starting May 8th. At the White House, Secretary Caroline Leavitt on Trump's position.
He is increasingly frustrated with leaders of both countries. He wants to see a permanent ceasefire. I understand Vladimir Putin this morning offered a temporary ceasefire. The president has made it clear he wants to see a permanent ceasefire first.
CBS's Charlie D'Agata at the Pentagon.
The official line out of the Pentagon, as Secretary Hegseth, it's the same as it's coming out of the White House. They want to stop the killing. So even if that's temporary, it shows a level of restraint, and anything that can stop the killing even temporarily, even if it's a gesture from the Kremlin, it does show a bit of accommodation and a bit of wiggle room, a bit of reason to be positive about the conflict there.
Opening arguments have begun in the case of 3 former police officers charged in the death of Tyree Nichols in Memphis. He was beaten to death after a traffic stop. Here's Jim Krasula.
Rovon Wells is Nichols' mother. The 3 former Memphis officers were convicted on federal charges last year.
The upper Midwest is bracing for some severe weather. Meteorologist Grant Gilmore is tracking things.
Alle er ute og går allerede? Nei, ok. Nesten fordi det ikke overraskende.
Those severe storms, but significant to potentially intense tornadoes.
The highest risks are in portions of southern Minnesota, northern Iowa, and western Wisconsin. On Wall Street, the Dow is up just 6
På gull eller Nasdaq?
Ja, på gull, ja, ned til 340.
Ja.
Jeg får det.
Dollaren går ned, ja. Nei, vi breaket over på gull da. Unlucky. Hadde du vunnet, så hadde du vunnet mer enn det du taper, uansett. Regner jeg med. Hva var det da take profit selling? 40?
Ja.
Ja, så var det rundt 1 til 6 da, kanskje, eller noe sånt. Eller 1 til 5.
Ingen aning.
Ja, du tenker ikke på det?
Nei. Dette har tradet i så mange år at det ikke så veldig riktig akkurat det.
Ja, du vet, altså du kjører samme lot size, du vet hva pips er og alt sånt da.
Ja, ja.
Men i teorien så har du, når du taper så taper du mindre når du vinner. Det er egentlig det jeg prøver å si. Ja.
Chubby Checker, a first-time nominee, will dance his way into the class of
Ja, det var det. Ingen sa at han tar ut en hel ukes profit på en drøy.
Ja, ja. Ja, for det trailer.
Soundgarden, White Stripes, and Joe Cocker will be inducted too. Cyndi Lauper is the only female solo artist who makes the cut. The induction ceremony will be held November 8th in Los Angeles.
Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News. The 69th Eurovision Song Contest will take place next month in Switzerland. There will be acts from 37 countries. The popular event will be broadcast to millions around the world. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, we are just under 55 minutes to go until we wrap up the trade on this first trading day of the week. We're going to actually move into another month by the end of the week.
Ikke noe sier.
Nå har Tesla snart i grønt. Jeg ble å bare sette den litt når man var for å være med oss. Men jeg har faen ikke lyst.
På Copy-Trade-kontoen eller egen?
Nei, jeg venter på svar på den der crazy-kontoen. På Copy.
Can you add some excitement to this?
Stiger og stiger.
Skal opp på teste 19.400 sånn. Han snur ikke her nå. Han kan snu her oppe nå på 75. Men du ser her nå. Tesla har rettet seg opp nå med 2,5%. Apple har gått til grønt for å være rødt.
Akkurat nå tapper vi den neste solen.
The question that a lot of people have is what is going on with the supply chain, especially in light.
Det ikke noe volum i dag, det jo så dødt.
Nei.
India production of US-bound iPhones.
Som sagt, jeg prøver å holde munnen og trade i NQ egentlig.
Mandager og fredager jo så det dødt. Stiger og stiger. Ja, det har falt hele dagen.
Nei, jeg trodde jo euro, bare, egentlig. Det blir jo så tregere. Min dårlige psykologi når jeg tredje NQ. Jeg blir så fristet å slenge på et par minus og tjene et par $1,000, ikke sant? Så det egentlig den største grunnen.
Det var jo som en AI-bot til det du, Lena.
Lena en bot.
AI-boten som
now up $30 the ounce, $3.50. That's a gain of almost 1%. A retreat.
Nei, her det noe retail som litt seg ut.
And Bitcoin $2,540. So the Dow higher, the S&P, NASDAQ both lower. As for potential market catalysts, including the Fed, Abby Yoder is U.S. equity strategist at J.P. Morgan Chase.
I think a Fed pivot at this point wouldn't necessarily be short-term positive, right? Because it would be because the Fed saw weakness. So I think really the only bullish outcome is that you see this pivot from the administration, and the market obviously seems to be sniffing that out in terms of what we're seeing from a PE perspective. We're at close to 20 times again, and again only down 2% since Liberation Day. So there is an element of that, but I do think that's where the bull case is now.
Abby Yoder of J.P. Morgan Chase. Earnings coming up this week. We will be hearing from Apple, Meta, Amazon, and Microsoft. Apple up 0.5%. Meta Platforms up 0.4%. Amazon right now down 1.1%. Microsoft also reporting this week down by 1.1%. After the close of trading today, Design Systems. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a
Nei, jeg tok en short I stad, men jeg feilet nå. Men jeg hadde taget på 3,50 på gull.
Jeg har aldri vært så psykisk sliten den siste uken med tanke på børsen. Ingenting jo faen meg mening. Ja, det Trump. Det Trump. Det bare Trump. Trumperen, han har faen meg rotet det til noe helt jævlig for veldig mange nå. Se den perfekte her da.
Everybody's on vacation, or maybe they're just waiting for
Tok
earnings,
imot
or
helt
dare I
perfekt.
say the next shoe to drop.
Well, it is the trading.
Tesla ned 0,73. Det Tesla som drar opp her, altså.
There's just really no conviction out there. There was a great
Tesla fikk dårlig nyhet I stad.
JP Morgan's trading desk where they talked about how right now there's kind of a bias toward things going up just because there isn't that many people, there aren't that many people in the market right now. Positioning is light. And you kind of have this feeling that if Trump says anything about a trade, agreement or
Jeg kan holde på så lenge Trump holder på som han nå.
things are going to go up. So there's this bias toward things sort of
Det spesielt nå på grunn av tariffen.
nothing
Det
necessarily
derfor det kan holde på sånn. Det spekuleres I tariff, og det spekuleres I rentekutt fra ECB, men det tariffen som gjør at det svinger så usikkert.
Given that we have no trade agreements at this point, Carol reminds us of this all the time, that
Vi var ned
nothing has actually shifted
300 poeng
to this stuff, yet there has been maybe a little shift of rhetoric.
Og tallene forrige uke var prisseier.
I don't necessarily agree with. I wouldn't necessarily make that trade. I'm just saying that I agree with what J.P. Morgan is saying is the logic out there, which is that there's this sort of bias toward things moving higher. Now it's heavily retail oriented because most of this is where when liquidity disappears and things tighten up, that you can really like have retail enthusiasm driving things up. So it's not necessarily a rational thing, and it's not necessarily based upon anything that is actually going on. The thought is more that the shoe that everybody fears will drop is going to drop in about a month or two. So in that time, you can make money. I mean, it's this weird thing about the stock market where you have to get the timing right too in order to really play it properly.
You know, it's interesting too, and I was looking at Eric, one of the write-throughs from Bloomberg on the markets, and one individual over at Ameriprise says this will be one of the busiest weeks of the year. Ongoing trade headlines, an economic calendar filled with key releases, and the peak week of the earnings season, including several Mag 7 companies reporting results, should keep investors' heads spinning. So is today kind of like, I agree, we've all been like, what's the story today, right? It just feels like we're treading water a little bit. But is it just ahead of some really big earnings reports and, of course, a culmination to Friday where we get that monthly jobs report?
Well, it's not just the jobs report. You have PMI, you have PCE. These are, things that you use to judge, that the Fed uses to judge where inflation is. The thing is that this reading probably won't show the impact of tariffs. What was interesting to me, if you want to know what I thought was interesting, was the way that things dropped so fast off of the Dallas Fed manufacturing reading, which, I mean, we follow in the market when we're following stocks, but, and particularly the macro side of stocks, but normally it doesn't cause, this enormous move, well, not enormous move, but it sort of swept lower, and that was the defining move in the morning, and it was off of something that normally we don't see much action, and that shows you that there's just this sort of twitchy feeling that something is going to happen. I was reading, if you read the story that we had about shipping from China, I mean, the numbers are just horrible. So something will eventually happen. The question is when.
Yeah, you mentioned that Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas report. It's a widely followed measure of Texas manufacturing activity, and as you mentioned, Eric, weakened significantly as executives use words like chaos and insanity to describe the turmoil spurred by Trump's tariffs. And so this general gauge of business activity plunging to its worst reading since May 2020. And, it's funny that you say that because I think we kind of looked over it, but we were like, what happened in the markets? And yields really dropped.
Yep.
Big time, pretty markedly. So, and again, as you said, kind of thin trading, but nonetheless, it was hard to ignore that.
Okay, so Eric, you focused. Well, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that it's these little things that when they get that kind of attention, that shows you that people are reading deeply into things and will act.
So we focused quite a bit on economic data and what the macro environment looks like, potential for the narrative around trade to shift in the coming weeks or months. What about before then, though? The earnings that we get on Thursday, Amazon and Apple, that's going to be certainly a big test. How are you watching these micro events as kind of macro events?
Well, you meant it's not Microsoft, Apple, Meta, Amazon all come on Wednesday and Thursday. The thing is, nobody expects them to give a real outlook. Like if you look at, and that's what you need to know. This quarter's results are sort of baked into the price already. What we need to know is where things are going next quarter and on out. And the betting is that they're just not going to give any read on that because they can say there's all this uncertainty. It's entirely true, but it's not. Therefore, it won't enable you to make the bet going forward about where Microsoft
Shorter
is,
nå?
where
dette nå, vet du.
Var det short for noe gull, eller?
Short for gull.
On AI and things that they can control, but supply chain stuff, it's going to be up in the air, and they're not going to put their finger on that and have investors call them out if they're wrong.
Well, what about a company like Amazon, for example? I can imagine an analyst right now
0,10 lott da, så det var ikke så veldig stor posisjon da.
On goods coming from China going to change prices for you in this quarter.
Amazon's weird because of the amount of money that they make from Amazon Web Services, and that kind of cushions the blow. When you heard the reports that like Walmart and Target are kind of freaking out about it, that's where you have pure play retailers who are either looking at one of two options. Either their shelves are going to be empty and their supplies are going to be light, or they're going to have to be charging their customers more. There's not really a good answer there. Amazon can kind of paper over it, but they have more to talk about. So it enables them to say, well, our retail sector is going to do this, web services is going to do that.
Anything interesting in like the options market or anything in terms of showing sentiment that's out there, Eric? Or, as you said, we kind of like, there's just lots of little things we're kind of piecing together. It's like pointillism, right? In a painting, trying to figure out what the final picture is.
Spørsmålet om vi kollapser hele opp ned da.
There just is. When you look at where people are in terms of the S&P, nobody's betting, or not nobody, but there isn't an enormous bet going ahead that there's going to be this big upswing in stocks. People are kind of bearish, they're kind of waiting for things to play out.
Jeg skal kjøre tight nå, komme ut med en gang her, eller om jeg skal bare holde den og vente på at den kollapser lenger ned.
Light trading, and so indexes can go higher, but in terms of where the bulk of the market normally is, we're not seeing positioning for some great big uptrend at all. Like quite the opposite, actually. There's a lot of very, very cautious positioning.
All right, Eric, we're going to have to leave it there. Thanks so much for joining us on this Monday. Do appreciate it. A reminder of where we are in today's trade. The S&P 500 down just about 0.1%. The NASDAQ composite off the worst levels of the day, but still down 0.4%. The Dow up about 1%.
Yeah, looking at the major 11 industry groups in the S&P 500, kind of an even split. Energy at the top up about 0.5%. Infotech down about 0.5%. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
Ja, men det er bra det der da. Vi fikser det. Skal fikse det her.
Ja. Jeg bestilte opp 1100 ringer nå.
Ja, jeg skal ta og snakke med deg i morgen.
Ja. Isak Dreyer, ikke en sånn kjent profil. Lena spør om du har sjekket meldinga fra på Discord.
Nei, jeg vet ikke hva jeg gjør da.
Sikkert bare sendt en nakenbilde, så ikke så farlig sikkert. Jeg så en Isak salt som backsplash-plata i Bodø.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here.
Må vi hente en hele nesten fallas? På hva da? Det noe av news som du ser på nå, eller bare Tesla som drar opp her? Når Tesla hentet seg med 3,2% stig.
Station.com. That's shipstation.com with the code Bloomberg. S&P 500 index change down 3.5522. That is a drop of 0.1%. We've got the Dow.
Nei, ikke noe spesielt.
Right now up by about 0.3%.
Det liksom bare Tesla som drar oss opp nå?
Nvidia og AMD rumor to launch the mid-year GPUs May.
Ja, men video fortsatt bra ned. Tesla som har hentet seg nå med 3,5%.
Texas Intermediate crude down 1.6%, 61.99 a barrel, and Bitcoin up 0.5%.
White House trade talks with the UKARE, hva kaller det for noe? Moving in a very positive way.
Apple, Microsoft, Meta, and Amazon all scheduled to report earnings. Seema Shah is chief global strategist at Principal Global Investors.
Now we are hearing from investors.
Nå skal jeg livet for liksom nakenbildet av meg hadde ikke Joakim fikset. Marit resten av livet.
But I guess that we'd be a little bit skeptical at this point that there isn't further downside to go for these tech firms.
Apple on Thursday up 0.8%, Meta on Wednesday up 0.5%.
Du har også stengte Tesla short på middag. Og du shortet Tesla, gratis.
They are now trading a little change down, actually down 0.8%. Microsoft.
Hva tenker du videre, King Kong? Nei, vi må se han, for det kommer masse tall rett av uka. Vi må bare se han litt, faktisk.
Subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever.
Jeg skal få opp den crazy-kontoen, og så kan det hende at jeg tar ut noe på shorten og bitter litt. Det her bare gir ikke mening. Nå går vi videre opp her, Tesla. Tesla. Det er et eller annet som har skjedd her nå. I og med at Tesla har snudd med 3% her. Vi falt jo som faen i stad.
Du senker meg som feedpixer.
Hæ?
Lena, senk meg som feedpix.
Lena dirty, må slutte.
Tom, since the U.S. raised levies on China to 145% in early April, cargo shipments have plummeted, perhaps by as much as 60%. This is according to one estimate. Are we going to start seeing empty shelves like we saw during the pandemic?
So it's interesting, Tim. In Trump's first term, he imposed 25% tariffs on hundreds of billions of dollars of Chinese goods, and economists rang the alarm bell really loudly, right? This is a huge shock to global trade, a huge shock to US-China trade. There's going to be some serious macro consequences.
Nå må vi ned.
We didn't actually see.
Nå er vi tilbake på targeten her da, og så traff vi bånd her, liksom.
And I think perhaps that was the
Ni på tremannsrom, så kan jeg ikke høyde.
when he came into the second term. Maybe I can set high tariffs and there's not going to be so many consequences for US consumers. This time round, though, we think this is going to hit home. 145% tariffs is really high. Those tariffs have been imposed not on a subset of trade with China, but on the overwhelming majority of trade with China. And so, yes, I don't think it's beyond the realms of possibility that US consumers heading into Walmart, heading into Target, are going to find some shelves empty and much higher prices for some of the goods that remain.
Did we see cargo ship shipments plummet.
Tre mann som så har to mannfolk på siden der. Du tar et Petter Northug. Det rake Nordtømmen, det blir kanskje.
I was tracking back then, Tim. But certainly if we look at the aggregate trade numbers, we saw a hit to the goods which got tariffed. So there was a material effect. But overall US-China trade, well, it continued more or less on track. So this time round, to hear that data point, 60% drop in cargo ships heading from China over to the United States, that's an alarming number.
So when you think about the U.S. economy, we know that the president has shown in recent days he's willing to kind of be flexible on the import taxes imposed on China and others, that it could be too late to prevent an impact, right? That could maybe go all the way to Christmas.
So I think
Nå Tesla snart I grønt her.
So the first is, how are negotiations
Få bad news.
and China going? And I think the answer to that from the US perspective is, well, not very well at all, really. I think the expectation from the White House was, we're going to set tariffs at a really high level. That's a negotiating gambit. The phone's going to ring and it's going to be President Xi on the phone with some concessions, and then we can bring tariffs down again. And that hasn't happened, right? It hasn't happened. China, in a sense, is calling America's bluff and saying, you want to set tariffs at that higher level? Well, we know it's going to cause some pain for us, but we're pretty certain it's going to cause some pain for you. Let's see who has the more resilient system. And then the second piece of it, Carol, you threw this forward to Christmas. Feels a long way away, but as you know, the retail cycle is a long cycle, right? So this is the period where the Walmarts and the Targets of the world are thinking about their Christmas orders. So if this is a period of 145% tariffs and stalled negotiations and intense uncertainty, it is going to be Christmas when we're starting to see some of the consequences of that hitting home.
Tom, when you look at kind of the U.S. economy, the global economy, you know, one of the things that we roll into this often is climate change, infrastructure issues. We've been talking a lot here this morning and today about Spain and parts of Portugal being hit by major blackout that impacted power and phone lines at around noon today. Some stuff, I believe, maybe making some progress and maybe coming back here. As you look at parts of the world, what are you hearing about what's going on in Spain and Portugal, and how you're looking at that part of the world from an economic perspective?
Tesla går nå I grønt.
So we're tracking the news out of Spain with this power outage, Carol. We've just heard from Spain's government that they're still trying to get to grips with this in terms of understanding what's behind it. We've also heard that it's going to be a matter of days, perhaps even a week, certainly not just hours before
Nasdaq fortsatt I rødt, da, men det faller ikke skikkelig.
In Spain. So if we're thinking about the economics of this, I think it's a further troubling sign of crumbling infrastructure in Europe, core infrastructure, the capacity to provide power to your people, apparently not especially robust. If we think about the broader picture for Spain and Portugal and bring it back to the discussion of the trade war, well, Spain, not a country which depends a huge amount on exports, a much larger domestic services industry, providing tourism opportunities, for example, construction. These are bigger drivers of growth in Spain. So certainly some troubling news with the blackout. We'll be tracking that closely. If it extends, it's going to be a hit to output, certainly in the current quarter. But in terms of the bigger global trade story right now, Spain, certainly not a winner. Nobody's winning here, but not on the list.
Börjar break in på guldshortens.
Hey Tom, just 30 seconds left. We're going to be hearing from the Commissioner for Economy and Productivity for the European Commission. What's sort of top of mind when it comes to that block in trade right now?
So Europe has been hit with tariffs, and there could be more to come. Trump is talking about additional tariffs on pharma, for example. Europe's a big pharma exporter to the United States. So some negatives for Europe from Trump's tariffs, but also a sense that, well, perhaps right now, Europe looks like the least ugly in the beauty contest, right? A relatively stable economy with relatively good governance. So my question to Europe's leaders would be, can they capitalize on this moment? Can they get a reform agenda in place which starts driving more competitiveness, more productivity to catapult Europe ahead of the United States as investors
Ja, gull på
Ja.
Tom Orlik, chief economist for Bloomberg Economics, joining us.
Bare som om man skulle gå for en lengre trade enn bare en liten scalp.
Well, speaking of trade, Romaine Bostic and Vonnie Quinn right now standing by with the Commissioner for Economy and Productivity for the European Commission. Let's listen in.
The United States at the New York Stock Exchange. Last week, you were down in Washington for the IMF and World Bank meetings. I know
det gjør den ikke, Sander.
delivered by our U.S. counterparts with regards to trade and with regards to the geopolitical conditions. I am curious about what message you brought to the table for your U.S. counterparts. What did you tell them?
Good afternoon. The main message is that we engage with United States. We see United States as our strategic ally, and we have largest trade and investment relationship in the world. So we are willing to invest in this relationship, continue our cooperation, including finding negotiated solution as regards trade and tariffs.
Are there active negotiations at the high level between the EU and the United States?
Indeed, negotiations are ongoing. Also, last week I was meeting Scott Bessent in Washington, and we were also touching upon these issues. But I would say there's also still lots of ground to cover.
So what happens when you see somebody like Giorgia Meloni of Italy acting like she's been given a
Ikke så verst gutta som her. Fyrsta.
Can you stop that from happening, or do you lean into it and say, well, if Italy can lead the negotiations, maybe we'll get somewhere?
First of all, it's clear that also individual EU member states like Italy and others
Jeg ser at Nasdaq skal opp til mot 450.
At the same time, as regards specifically external trade is exclusive competence.
Det en eller annen nyhet som kommer opp nå.
By European Commission on behalf of EU member states, and all EU member states know it and respect it, so there's no issues there.
There has been some suggestion that Europe and China are talking, and I think the idea is that perhaps you might agree to something in order to pressure the United States. Is that, or has that been happening?
As regards...
Skal du være signal provider, Sander?
US and China, well, first of all, we note that basically right now the US market is closed to Chinese goods, so tariffs are prohibitively high. And the question is, what is going to happen with all those goods which are not now reaching the US market? Where they are going? Are they going, for example, to the EU market? So our message to our Chinese counterparts is that also that China shows restraint, that it does not put all this now overcapacity of goods to other markets, including EU, because then we will have to react, we will have to close our market to protect our economy, our companies, and that will lead even to further global economic fragmentation. And it's in everyone's interest, actually, to preserve multilateral rules-based trading system.
But we have a White House here in the United States, Valdis, that is not pursuing a multilateral rules-based system. I mean, that is very clear. So how do you negotiate a deal with the United States and potentially at the same time negotiate a deal, if necessary, with China?
That's exactly the point where we think that at the end of the day, sticking to the rules, following multilateralism is going to be better for everyone. Right now, obviously, it's a fact that the Trump administration has put those tariffs, including on European Union. So we are willing to negotiate. By the way, we have suspended our first set of counter tariffs, which already decided, which will also suspended them for 90 days to give those negotiations a chance, and we do hope to find a negotiated solution.
For our TV and radio audiences, we're in conversation right now with Valdis Dombrovskis, the EU Economic Affairs Commissioner, live from the NYSC. And Mr. Commissioner, I am curious as to what, if any, demands the U.S. has made with regards to what your tariffs, or effectively, or barriers, if you will, would have to be
Det har blitt 6 måneders transaksjonshistorikk på Pelikan.
potential tariffs and barriers from that side. Is this a conversation about 0 for 0 in terms of tariffs, or is there more that they're asking for?
As regards tariffs themselves, it's worth noting that actually, before the recent introduction...
Continue, Commissioner.
Yes, I'm hearing you. Before the recent introduction of those tariffs, the tariffs which EU was putting on US was a trade-weighted average of 1.2%. US tariffs on the EU trade-weighted average was 1.4%. So actually we have very low tariffs on each other. And indeed, one of the offers for EU side was to go 0 for 0 on industrial tariffs. We are also exploring possibility to buy more LNG from the United States, to cooperate more in area of energy, and are willing to explore also other areas.
Does one of those other areas include the VAT tax?
Well, no, actually, that's the point, that we don't think it belongs to trade negotiations, because our value-added tax is consumption tax. It's applied equally on both domestically produced and imported goods, and as such is not trade distortive. It's like similarly, US states have sales taxes, which are also consumption taxes, which are not trade distortive, and they just do not belong to trade negotiations.
Commissioner, the administration has said the first to the table will get the best deal. Are you concerned that we'll see deals from other large blocks of countries or countries, and that you might be a little bit late, that you'll get maybe worse of a deal at that point?
We don't think we are in a race here. What is important to reach agreement on substance and to find mutually acceptable solution.
What are sticking points right now?
Since those are ongoing negotiations, I cannot go into much detail. I have indicated some of the ideas which we are exploring, but as I was also saying, there is still quite a bit of ground to be covered.
I am curious, Commissioner, about the relative strength that we've seen over the last few weeks in the euro relative to the dollar, and it's got a lot of investors questioning whether that's something sustainable. What types of discussions have you had with your peers over there in Europe about capitalizing on, at least for what right now is a modest reallocation away from U.S. assets into European assets?
Well, first of all, as regards euro exchange rate, European Central Bank is not targeting the exchange rate. So exchange rate is determined by the markets, and also the level we see now is not like historical highs of euro. We had seen actually also euro at higher levels. But in any case, indeed, we see interest from investors in euro-denominated papers, and there's going to be quite a strong supply of these euro-denominated papers in this and next year. So there's going to be opportunities for investors to invest in Europe. So if investors want predictability, they want stability, respect for the rule of law, Europe is a good place to invest.
Does that include an increase in bond sales, particularly common bond sales?
Well, actually, we have a strong pipeline of bond sales due this year and next. We have close to 300 billion euros of recovery and resilience facility bonds still. We recently proposed a new common borrowing facility, SAFE facility, for common procurement of defense equipment for member states. It's another 150 billion euros if we talk about common borrowing, but also Germany has recently announced additional 500 billion euros package to strengthen investment in infrastructure and defense. So also other countries, so as you see, there is going to be quite substantial supply also from European side.
All right, Commissioner, really appreciate you taking time for us. Valdis Dombrovskis, the Commissioner for Economy and Productivity for the European Commission.
Well, there you have it. That was Valdis Dombrovskis, Commissioner for Economy and Productivity with the European Commission, speaking from the New York Stock Exchange with Romain Bostic and Bonnie Quinn. Meantime, we are just shy of 20 minutes until the close of equity trading. Charlie Pellet has got his eye on everything happening. Here he is. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Tim. Going to be very interesting to see if the S&P 500 index does move higher. Right now, with just about 20 minutes to go, we are in the red on the S&P. Little change. That is perhaps the key takeaway. But let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. With all the details, here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks are trading mixed right now. In quiet trade, the Dow is currently higher by 88 points. Like you said, S&Ps are a little change down 2, and NASDAQ is lower by 0.2%. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 4.21%. Gold is in the green, oil is in the red, and Bitcoin, that's higher by 0.3%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were energy and utilities, consumer discretionary, and tech were under pressure. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, blowing in IBM, while Amazon and Salesforce led to the downside. After earnings, Domino's Pizza rose 1%. And regarding the tariffs, Besson says it is up to China to de-escalate. Wrapping things up, F5 Networks reports after the bell. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type squawk SQUA on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
Funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg.
Stemmer L, 5. dagen på rad med grønt.
I know.
Må lese det Lena skrev.
Og da mente Lors å ha en oversannsveien, så vi ikke spørsmål om investerer.
This feels a little weird to me.
It feels like a
De så bra ut da.
Det er så bra,
I
ja.
know that that's going to be the case.
We're
There's
flat
a lot
on the
coming
S&P
at us.
500.
My stripcam den er jo også jævla bra.
Let's see what our drive to the close.
Fortsett dem. Skal videresende dem til henne.
Investment strategist at
Ja.
Limo Family Office, joining us from Minneapolis.
Logoen.
Carol, good to
Og
have
jeg skal jo ha de
you.
jævla
It does feel a
logoene.
little quiet and subdued
Ja,
to consider
du har jo fått dem.
over the last month.
Ja, send den til meg da.
What do you read here?
Yeah, it does feel like no one
Skjønner
really
ingenting,
wants to
sier.
take too strong a stance.
Nei, det har vært for feil Dr. Bodox.
It's sort of like peak week
Gjerrig da.
a lot of information, and it's nerve-wracking, I think, for anyone to want to get a little too bold in front of that.
I mean, I'm having a hard time understanding the next catalyst here, because we thought we'd get it with Alphabet last week. We got the jobs report coming up on Friday. We've got earnings, a slew of earnings. We got Microsoft, we got Amazon, we got Apple coming in the next couple of days. What do you see as the biggest catalyst?
Hopefully a narrative change, if we can get Congress really focusing on some of the more pro-growth business aspects of things and can get movement there. It's going to be difficult because investors are hanging on a lot of these earnings reports from companies on what they're doing relative to
Hvor da?
But it's
Oppe i venstre hjørne.
not going to get that kind of clarity probably until the next quarter or the following quarter when we figure out what they're doing, because if you're a retailer right now, you're trying to decide
Det ser litt sånn små pornografisk ut da.
the chance that there might be big tariffs on those goods coming in for the fall and Christmas, because we're moving into those months where they have to make those decisions.
Lena litt sånn grisete.
As investors, we're not necessarily going to get clarity on that, although I do think it's positive that you're seeing a lot of companies either suspend guidance, bring it down. It smells a lot like it did in March of 2020 when companies set the bar very low. Then things stabilized and we were able to.
Nå ramlet Tesla igjen her.
So
Fy faen,
the only
Tesla.
sort of catalyst we're going to get from markets in the very short term is a narrative catalyst change. If Congress can be back in
Jeg vil ha dropp også her nå.
accelerated depreciation being reinstated and perhaps some credits for manufacturing, construction, that if we can get the narrative focused on that, that will help.
Det ramlet på bra volum i dag, da, Stig.
It's hard to make that investment.
Ja.
Og så henter det seg på sånn ikke noe volum. Det er bare sånn, faen altså.
And so does that
Det falt jo
mean
bra liksom.
to put
Så
investors
skikkelig
are
blytungt
putting
ut.
not committing new money, taking
Så tok det
existing
mot deg
money
på
and
support
putting it in safer
hele
plays.
tiden.
Like,
Det liksom sånn,
what's
ja.
going on? And I understand investors invest for the long term, but it's got to be a little
Ja, altså, summa summarum, på høyere timeframe så ser det fortsatt opp ut. Altså.
Hva synes du det?
To invest in globally diversified portfolios. And so I think part of it is refocusing on that. Let's look outside the United States and poke around at some of the other areas. And fixed income actually is held in okay. There's been a lot of nervousness.
Hvilken timeframe ser du på da?
Extending out.
4 blant annet.
Most of the capital markets have behaved very reasonably in here despite the intense volatility.
Og deilig, for en saks skyld, er jo nettopp rykt ut.
Portfolios rounding up where we might be underweight because, you know, for years the only trade was to invest in the US. And now while you're waiting for some clarity there, maybe picking away at other things.
Det faktisk ganske tungt ut, faktisk.
Like, when you say fringes, what do you mean?
I just mean broader.
Jeg ser så jævla sjelden på 4-timeren, men det ser tungt ut der nå, faktisk. Nå gikk Tesla i grønt igjen. Jævla Tesla, ass.
China, I know, is very controversial, but you look at them as an investment opportunity. You look at some of the
Hvor mange trades tar det i løpet av en dag?
Vanligvis,
det varierer.
Det varierer veldig, men vanligvis når jeg trader sånn vanligvis ikke sitter og bare venter som jeg nå, så er det at da faen er det alt fra
5 til 30?
Ja, jeg kan ha mange, mer enn 30 også. Ja, 50-30 kanskje, sånn snitt, vanligvis.
Ja, jeg vet du har hatt en par hundre, i hvert fall en gang.
Ja, jeg har det. Men nå har jeg sittet feil siden torsdag.
More aligned with what global GDP is, which would be one way to take it.
Do you think about longer term too, in terms of the U.S. being more disconnected from the global economy, or do you just think this is a moment of chaos and that things will settle down and be more normal, quote unquote, in terms of the U.S. relationship to the world?
I think this is where my long-term optimist keeps raising its head up, having watched this for a very long period of time. I have to, in my heart of hearts, believe that in the long run, maybe the shine is off the U.S. exceptionalism crown, but I'm not giving up on the U.S. as a place to invest.
Når du legger deg, se.
Når jeg legger meg?
Ja, du er ganske seig.
Nei, det er... Ja, det er 1 som regel. Mellom 1 og 2 bruker jeg som regel å legge meg.
They're going to be quick on the starting blocks to figure out how to participate in this because companies have to grow. It's part and parcel of what we are. They either have to grow for their shareholders, they have to grow for their owners, or they have to grow for their bankers. So, you know, one way, shape, or form, they have to figure this out. And we still have a lot of innovation going on here. And if we can get key industries we want to invest in, and we start.
Jeg må faen meg få besøk deg der oppe, for det ser så fint ut der, ass.
Ja, det er nydelig. I hvert fall på sommeren.
Ja, med de der sinnssyke de fjordene og sånn. Det ser så pent ut.
Altså, vi har sydenstrender.
Ja, men det er kaldt i vannet, er ikke det?
Jo da.
Du får liksom ikke bade der, på en måte.
Nei, det kjenner man på. Ungene bader. Jeg gjør ikke det. Jeg badet jo ufrivillig når jeg sank snøskuteren, så jeg sank vannskuteren.
Ja, du fikk den opp igjen, eller?
Ja, ja. Det var kaldt. Jeg lå jo ute i et kvarter.
Hva sa du for noe, Alex?
Ja.
Alex sier at han har kjørt båt opp til Lofoten.
Chief investment strategist at BMO Family Office, joining us from Minneapolis, Minnesota, right? You think about everything that's done, and most people have said, you know, starting a company, you can kind of do anything, do everything here, and it leads to often, sometimes, some major big companies that employ a lot and create a lot of activity, economic and business activity.
Yeah, I mean, that's powered this economy.
Exactly.
Oi, nå gikk Tesla opp en halv her.
On this Monday, folks, stick around. 10 minutes to go until we wrap up the trade. This is
Det er Tesla som piker her, altså. Det er et eller annet som skjer nå, som ikke vi får med oss. Ser du på den der newsguide, eller Stig?
2 sekunder, ja.
Et eller annet som har skjedd nå.
Nei, ja, nå var det noe det her 2150-tallet. 2150, klokka 2150 så får du en spike.
Ja, på close, ja. På close. Jeg tror det stenger.
Nok imbalance. Buy side med 2 billioner.
Mange er det som kjøper nå?
Mock imbalance to the buy side er 2 billioner.
Okay.
$2 billion.
Mentally challenged farmer built a semi-story home with his bare hands. Så det var vakkert.
Tredjetreff I Lofoten hadde vært nå. Ja, det var fint.
Tredjetreff I Lofoten.
Ja.
Ja, jeg med på det.
Fiska I Lofoten og kjørte opp til Harstad.
Da det femte, altså nå stenger vi basically 0 I dag da, men uansett da, det femte dagen på rad hvor Nasdaq har gått opp I pluss. Og den har prøvd å dra ned nå 3 dager på rad. Vi har vært nede og så jukka på support. Det altså femte dagen. Jeg tipper at det
Men det har skjedd dem, ja, Berg. Fy faen.
Det en del jeg ikke helt sikker. Hvis vi har ikke satt en trade siden torsdag. Sitter veldig rolig. Kommer noen med shortmål uten gråt? Ja, vi gjør det til slutt. Bare litt mer volum, og så må jeg ta ut nå, så går det helt fint. Jeg har gjort dette her så mange ganger. Det bare, nå det så mye negativt der ute som tilsier at vi skal ned. Vi var nede I stand med 300 poeng, og så det Tesla da, som drar på igjen her. Så bare noen dager så gjør man ingenting.
Ja, det bra, Berg. Inspirert. Bra, kan inspirere med det fine dansinga.
Empty shells, truck layers lead to a summer recession, Apollo shock. Så det bare dritt overalt. Enda mer dritt.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. That is Carol Masser. I'm Tim Stenevec. Just a few minutes away from the close of equity trading here. We're seeing green across the screen. The Nasdaq up 0.1%. The S&P 500 off its worst levels of the day. Up close to 0.3%. The Dow up 0.5 percentage point.
All right. Helps if I hit the button.
Hit the button.
It is so Monday. It's like I need another cup of coffee. Hey, this is the most read story on the Bloomberg in the past 60 minutes. Just popping up there. And this has to do with Commerce Secretary, U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, poised to secure what could be a large capital gains tax break. To get it, he's going to have to lock in about $54 million in paper losses as the tariff policies he's championed have hammered financial markets.
The value of two of Lutnick's biggest publicly traded holdings, their brokerages BGC Group and property firm Newmark Group, fell by $54.3 million since the Senate confirmation in February. That's according to Bloomberg analysis of filings from the Office of Government Ethics released on Monday. He's promised to sell those stakes by May 20th in order to comply with conflict of interest laws.
Yeah, and the latest disclosures do
Hvorfor faen dro vi ikke også så på skolemorgen da?
Det kom Trump ut med et eller annet.
Ja, det Trump som har sagt noe, ikke sant? Jeg regner med det. Hva da?
Jeg sendt med på chatten.
Selvfølgelig var det det. I'm proud to announce the formation of FEMA Review Council comprised of top experts in their fields who are highly represented by peers. It's a great honor to appoint the Council Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth to Secretary of Homeland Security, Christy Government, Greg Abbott, to fix the terribly broken system and return power to the state emergency manager who will help make her safe in relation to all. Det sikkert det som gjorde at vi gikk opp da, men hvorfor faen skal vi opp på det da?
The certificates of divestiture do not include values for that holding. Lutnick will also get the tax break for selling his shares.
Han trøpper, altså.
Disney and his trust stake.
Det går ikke an, Stig!
It's an entity linked to the Broadway musical.
So I thought you were going to go to David Duchovny, who of X-Files fame, apparently.
Nei, jeg skulle ikke tro det, men
Malibu estate for $12.5 million, coming in the Wall Street Journal.
Okay.
Sorry, I like my real estate.
You do.
Yeah.
So
Husker hva som skjedde forrige gang? Første raset, så raset
What do you get for $12.5 million?
Ja, det skal mye ned dette.
Point Doom neighborhood.
Wait.
Men vi holder på, vi laget jo ny bunn i dag kontra går, så vi på vei ned nå, men det liksom, det tar imot så jævlig her, for det ikke noe volum. Folk, det ingen som kjøper det. Eller selger, det bare dødt.
gull skyter videre opp.
Ja, når gull stikker, ikke sant? Og folk selger aksjer, kjøper gull. Så greiene her bare fjas. Tesla alene, får Tesla opp på der nå med 6% intra, det helt sjukt.
Main house on the market for $12.5 million. It's about an acre. It's on Tracy Point Doom neighborhood.
Men det ikke bedre å trade på for eksempel Germany 40?
Nei.
Deeded private access to the beach.
Har du glemt hvor vi var for en uke siden?
Spending lazy days at the beach and having this beautiful home to come back to. A 5-minute
Vi var for en uke siden, så var vi her, bare for et par dager siden.
Guest house.
How much for the caboose?
Det var,
okay.
Ja, for en uke siden så var vi her nede. 17 000. Uke siden.
He's decided to sell because his kids are grown up. He hasn't yet decided where he
Det har
will
ikke skjedd noe nytt siden det.
He's got an apartment in New York, a house in Costa Rica. He watched the History Channel docuseries Secrets Declassified with David Duchovny. That's up for all your X-Files fans out there.
Standalone gym.
Okay.
Lap pool. Yeah.
Hey, remember Malibu is where the Pacific Palisades fire was. We also saw fires in Malibu as well in recent years. Few homes traded in Malibu earlier this year. With the Pacific Coast Highway expected to reopen in May, according to this broker, the area is seeing a significant uptick in deals. This is Chris Portanzo of Compass.
All right, folks, we are heading over to our TV colleagues. Just got about 3.5 minutes to go, 2.5 minutes to go until we round up this trade on this Monday. As we mentioned, a little bit mellow, a little bit quiet, but there's a lot coming out of investors this week. Do not go anywhere. Over to our TV colleagues because the closing bell.
Men skal vi dra til den mora da, eller? Klar, hun?
Ja. Må jeg ringe og først avtale, da?
Jeg kan få mutteren til å sende.
Skal vi reise den andre først, eller?
I morgen? Ja. Vi kan ta begge mortider. Ja. Det ikke noe problem, da.
The closing bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic here alongside Bonnie Quinn, taking you through the closing bell. It's a global simulcast and it starts right now. Carol Masser and Tim Stenovic join us in the radio booth. Alex Seal and Scarlett Fu on assignment today as we welcome our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms on a day where I guess Carol gets to smile. Carol, you love Mondays, and at least based on the market action, I guess, well, somebody loves it as well.
I guess so. It's really kind of quiet in general. We are definitely off our lows of the session, a little bit higher across the board, certainly better than what it looked like maybe about an hour or so ago. But I just feel like there's, Tim, kind of wait and see for all the earnings coming this week and the big drop of economic news.
Yeah, so on the
Jeg tror dette den kjedeligste dagen vi har hatt, Stig. I dag. Den sessionen var treig, altså.
Ja, gikk ned, og så gikk det opp igjen.
Ja, men det gikk jo, brukte jo evigheter og drit. Jeg synes det var kjedelig.
Earlier, analysts have not really been bringing down their estimates, at least for this quarter. They're still expecting profit growth of, 15% on average for the whole year 2025. I suppose other questions will be, what will they say in terms of their capex spending? Will they double down on what they've already promised, or will they be reining it in just a little bit?
I think, too, I just advise all the folks who have a Bloomberg terminal. Gina Martin-Adams, who runs our equity strategy team, she had a great note out kind of previewing this earnings season and really talked about where analyst estimates were. And she talked about how they had come down for a lot of the main sectors in the S&P. The tech space. In fact, those estimates still relatively elevated given the big sell-off, and that could be a gap that has to be
narrowed.
The upside with earnings coming in better than expected. On this Monday afternoon, pretty much unchanged.
Earnings.
Ja, earnings hele onsdag, torsdag og fredag.
14 points or 0.3%.
Ja, det er vel i dag
The
også.
S&P higher by 3 points.
Ja, men det er vel ikke så viktig som er i
Nasdaq
dag.
lower by 17 points or 0.1%. And the
Nei, det husker ikke jeg.
about 8 points or
Skal vi sjekke, skal vi se.
All right, to the S&P 500 I go.
Monday, Opera,
The closing bell here about
Will Tower,
Er mandag?
Nucor, ja,
Cola er i dag.
VM. Hæ?
Coca-Cola er i dag. Og Domino kommer i stad. De hadde dårlig guide.
Coca-Cola er moro, det.
Er det ikke mandag eller tirsdag?
Det er mandag i dag.
Ja, Domino var i dag.
Ja, Domino er i dag.
Ja, og så kommer Coca-Cola etterpå.
Nei, det er i morgen.
Nei, det er i dag.
Nei, det er i morgen before open i morgen.
Se her da. Du fikk jo noe her tilsendt.
4% at the close. As you know, Airbus agreed to take over some assets and sites from Spirit Aerosystems.
Gå på Earnings Whispers. Og
Se
få
her,
ordentlig.
det er mandag. Ja, Cola. Er det feil?
Ja, det er feil.
Ja, kan ikke stole på noen nå. Fy faen, og dropper her da. Dropper med 70 poeng. Jævla tullebukk.
On holding up about 3.4%. Citi raised the sneaker maker to buy from neutral, saying it's among the best positioned brands to navigate the current uncertain environment and pass on higher costs to consumers if needed. So a standout there. Peloton up more than 5%. Truist Securities upgraded the company to buy, saying the stock is finally nearing a point where the company's improving fundamentals should support a recovery in shares. Keep in mind, stock is down about 25% year to date, but down 96% from its all-time high back in
Du har
January.
Coca-Cola Company i morgen, og så har du Coca-Cola Femsa i dag. Hva faen er det for noe?
Femsa? Det er noe annet, det.
Ja, men det er Coca-Cola med logoen og alt. Hva er det for noe? Aldri sett før.
Ja, det har ikke jeg.
Er det sånn halal Coca-Cola eller noe, eller?
Coca-Cola Femsa, kjent som Coca-Cola Femsa, eller KOF, er et meksikansk multinasjonalt drikkevareselskap med hovedkontor i Mexico City.
Ok. Faktisk. For det er samme logoen som vanlig Coca-Cola.
I guess that's modest vote of confidence here, both in terms of the quarter that just passed and the year up ahead, Carol and Tim.
Ringer det med som er noe spesielt. Og PayPal, Snap.
Ja, det er på
I morgen.
Det er i morgen.
Hennes at Snap rører ut på sammen.
Ja, men de vekter ikke så mye, vet du.
Nei.
Sist gang Snap kom og raste til helvete, så skjedde jo ingenting med indeksen.
Ja, men jeg husker ikke.
Nei, jeg husker. Jeg satt og håpet jeg skulle falle. Det gjorde ikke.
Soaring in today's session. Tim, what do you got?
I got some stocks that were in the red today. I do want to start with shares of NVIDIA. They fell today by 2%, but they were down as much as 4.5% earlier in the session. They were under pressure after this story in the Wall Street Journal that Huawei is getting ready to test a new and powerful AI processor to rival NVIDIA.
Huawei skal jo, som han sier nå, skal jo teste den nye chipen som konkurrerer med NVIDIA.
Also on our Markets Live blog, kind of a cautious sign they note at the start of a busy week when 4 of the Mag 7 are set to report earnings. Spotify shares down today by 3.7%. The company, though, has been on an absolute tear. They do report earnings tomorrow. This year, shares are up more than 30%. Last year, they were up 170%. The year before that, up 150%. We did learn today that Spotify paid out more than $100 million to podcast publishers and podcasters worldwide in the first quarter of 2025. But keep an eye out for those earnings to cross tomorrow before the bell. And finally, Roper Technologies industrial manufacturing fell today by 1%. This after the company reported first quarter results and gave an outlook for adjusted second quarter earnings that came in below expectations. expectations?
In the yield space, a relatively quiet day, both in terms of volume and volatility, but you did see yields drop across the board. Remember, it's been about 3 weeks now where we've seen yields, particularly on the short end, start to drift lower, and that continued to start this week as well.
Forventet volum vet jeg ikke.
End of the curve, that's your 2-year yield, 3.68 and change right now. On the longer end of the curve, your 10-year yield down about 3 basis points, and your 30-year down about 2.
All right, guys, let's get to some of the individual stories.
Ja, bare pass på at du ikke blir en del av retail, Pepina.
Det må falle snart. De løkene som kjøper snart for å bli Twitter-konto, så klarer å levere og holde ikke håp og kjære. Det høres ut som en finansmann nå. For det akkurat det jeg hadde sagt. Men en av grunnene som liksom sånn litt betryggende da, hvis du lurer, vi faller etter børs nå, for nå indeksen stengt, så aksjene blir ikke presset opp. Nå det future-markedet som rører på seg. Vi droppet her nå med nesten 70 poeng på close.
Lommerusk.
Lommerusk, ja. Mye var ned på det meste forrige uke. Var det 10%, eller?
På det meste?
Ja.
12, tror jeg. 12 eller 13. Ikke?
Det var så mye, ikke sant?
På en dag.
Det helt sykt. 12% på en dag. Det faen meg.
Jeg kan ikke si det for sikkert, men jeg tror det.
Hva skjedde med Broadcom nå? Nå droppet Broadcom med 2% der. Den 0,74 nå. Nå droppet alt her. Og det aftermarket, det. Alt kommer ned nå. Her forventet prosentvis Eld å ha kontroll. Always been the 1%. Snap.
There was a letter out by Colonel Archibald Gracie. Okay. He was actually a passenger on the Titanic. You remember the Titanic, right? And I'm not talking about the movie. I'm talking about the actual ship all the way back there in the early 1900s. April 10th, 1912. That was the first day he was on the ship.
Den var helt genial, da.
Captain England. And he wrote a letter that was sort of unintentionally ominous, basically saying, hey, it's a fine ship, but I shall await my journey's end before I pass judgment on her. That letter just recently went to auction and sold for about 400,000 units.
We'll FaceTime you and have you read the letter.
Okay, sure. I'm sure your son would love that.
But you know, he survived until towards the end of the year. He was never able to fully recover from the cold that he experienced.
Skal vi gi oss, eller? Jeg kommer på klokka 11. Jeg må spise noe mat. Jeg har ikke spist noe hele dagen. Kjører ikke en dritt av noe.
Ja, jeg skal gjøre en del andre ting.
Ja, jeg går på klokka 11, så følg med, så sjekker klokka 12. Det jo bare relativt lite som skjer. Da ses vi etterpå.
Snakes.
Bye bye.
Gi meg beskjed om hva de finner ut, eller gjengen den.
Ja, det gærent, vi skal ha det. Natt for den så legger jeg. Jeg på etterpå. Snakkes etterpå. Ha det.